the Youth Council for this year, I believe the SIGA Summit on Female Leadership really provides a unique opportunity for us to celebrate the successes of women across the globe who are doing very well. Women who are breaking the barriers, who are supporting each other, and who are raising the bar for other females to come and navigate the various spaces of women leadership in sports. The summit will be held on March 7, 2023 in New York, and I encourage you to be a part of the change-making process. Support women in sports who continue to do well and who continue to break the barriers. See you there.
So I applied to the SIGA mentorship program as I was finishing my master's degree in sports ethics and integrity, and it felt right to connect and get to know more women inside the sports industry who were interested in the same themes that I was. My mentor was Fernanda Borba from the Associação de Futebol da Ponta Delgada, and we had a great partnership where she shared some of her experiences leading projects at a football association, and I got to share a bit of my academic knowledge and how it could be applied to some of the real life situations they were facing. This connection between my mentor and I was certainly the best thing about the program, because we had meaningful conversations about the current state of sport and how we can act to make it a better place for women especially. So if you're thinking of having a great group of women who are connected to sports in many different levels, this is a program that I would definitely recommend. And I can see it evolving into a big network of women that lift each other into the sports market.
SIGA's mission of sports integrity aligns with Women X. We educate, elevate, and empower women through education. And part of that is through mentorship. It's so important to share our experiences over our career and listen, most importantly, listen to our mentees on, what are their issues and how can we support them? And the more we get to know these women and women have the opportunity to build relationships, this is where and how we will get gender equity in all areas. And in sports, where it's primarily a male-dominated industry, connections and relationships are vital. And so what's important to me and why SIGA was a wonderful partner for us is that we're based in the US, yet sports is international. And the issues that we experience here in the US are very similar around the world. So we want to connect with women around the world and support their goals and visions to be their best selves and to achieve the goals and career goals that they have in their lives, to be their best selves. And if we can do that, all of society will benefit. Relationships, partnerships, and friendship. The mentorship program brought us so much. It's hard to, those three words were hard to choose. I definitely recommend it for other women who want to give back, and it's not just about giving back. In fact, it's about, we got so much out of our relationships with our mentees. They will be with us, I think, for the rest of our time. And those relationships are what life is all about.
The topic of today's SIGA Summit, Female Leadership in Sport, is just one single aspect of the reform agenda that is part of our drive to promote good governance in our industry.
How can sport fulfill its mission to the full if we look at the highest executive organs of international sports federations and we see female leadership reduced to insignificant 17.8%? Is this the best we can do?
When you think about what message you want to deliver to the world, people are expecting companies to stand for something these days, to have a purpose.
You know, how can we transition our brand values, our mission as a company to have equity?
Microsoft has many strategic partnerships, and more than anything, it's such an honor to work with a CEO who has put integrity in the forefront in terms of bringing technology that's accessible to all.
It's really about using your leverage, using your voice to really make sure people understand that before we are athletes, we are human beings.
It's me pushing through that thing, but it's bringing others through with me. That keeps me going at this moment in time, creating that change.
And on behalf of all of us, the SIGA Special Recognition Award. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our job as leaders in sport is to make all of those participants welcome.
And we always talking about get a seat at the table. I don't think it stops there. I say bring a chair with you. You get a seat, bring a chair. And that's a part of mentoring to me as well.
It's really important to mentor. We have a program that we call Advantage All, which we launched in 2017. And it's a program that's really designed to make sure that tennis is an equal sport for all.
And the beauty of sport is that sport can unite people, doesn't matter the age, the ability, the gender, the ethnicity, where they come from.
What plays out on the big field fuels dreams and shapes the culture, and hence it is how the girls of today imagine themselves as the leaders of tomorrow.
Choose courage over comfort. Embrace ongoing best practice to enhance and innovate your governance, your reputation, and your credibility. This is what the fans, the consumers, and the brands are demanding, and we want to work with you in a collaborative way. And go through our independent rating and verification system.
Oh, am I going up? Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us in the room here at MasterCard headquarters in New York, and to all of you who are joining us around the world, streaming by the virtues of 2023 technology. My name is Bonnie Bernstein. I'm the founder and CEO of Walk Swiftly Productions. If you happen to be a sports fan, and if you are taking part in this in any way, shape, or form, we're going to assume you are, you may recognize the face from nearly 20 years at ESPN and CBS Sports. It is an honor and a pleasure to be overseeing the morning festivities for the SIGA Summit on Female Leadership in Sport. MasterCard has been an incredible steward of this program, and before we even get started, I want to do a little housekeeping and say thank you to MasterCard, as well as to M&T Bank, who is our official partner of the session dedicated to male champions. For those of you who are social media fans, we've got 3 hashtags. We would love to have you engaged in any way you'd like. in honor of International Women's Day tomorrow. One of those hashtags is IWD 2023. Of course, hashtag SIGAWomen is one we encourage you to use, as well as hashtag Embrace Equity. When I was first introduced to SIGA by Sandra Lopez, who is part of the board, and I started digging around about the purpose of SIGA, it truly warmed my heart, because as somebody who's been involved in this business for nearly 30 years, I know about all of the wonderful things that sport brings us, but I also know a lot of the challenges, and integrity and transparency and everything connected to that is something that we grapple with globally. And the question always is, well, how do we fix it? Because you have so many people with extraordinary power at the top of their respective organizations. And a lot of times, especially in the journalism field, we have a suspicion things are going on, but being able to bring them to light, and more importantly, being able to incite or inspire change, can be challenging. And that's what SIGA is all about. The key component of the SIGAWomen mentorship program is that it aims to improve sports governance and promote greater gender equity and opportunities for women in the field of sports. SIGA's efforts to achieve these goals are based on the SIGA Universal Standards of Sports Integrity, which you can learn all about by going to www.siga-sport.com. This event is free for those of you who are watching online. However, would like to encourage anybody who's interested in making a donation to the SIGAWomen Global Mentorship Program. You can find the ticket page on Eventbrite, and all of those proceeds will be utilized for future SIGAWomen programs. So I want to get out of the spotlight, and I want to bring up the really important people. So Ali Giordano, SVP Global Sponsorships and Consumer Marketing of MasterCard, Vice Chair of SIGA Council, as well as, and I worked really hard on this one, Emmanuel, you're going to have to tell me if I got it right, Emmanuel Macedo de Medeiros. Did I do well? Thank you. Yeah. True story. I've got a new podcast coming out, and it's all about women who are successful in all walks of life, whose common link is that they were athletes as kids, from politicians to newsmakers to people in sports, actresses, including a woman by the name of Folake Oluwafoyeku, who is the star of a CBS hit called Bob Hart's Abishola. So when Emmanuel and Katie and I were all at lunch yesterday, I said, your name is a piece of cake. Try saying Folake Oluwafoyeku 3 times fast. So Ali and Emmanuel, come on up.
So thank you, Bonnie, very much for the very warm welcome. MasterCard is thrilled to host for the 2nd year in a row the SIGA Summit on Female Leadership in Sport. Personally, I'm really excited. MasterCard has a core mission focused on ESG. It's at the center of our business, and it's at the center of our sponsorship strategy. And so it's really why we're here today, and why we're a founding member and partner with SIGA. So thank you, Emmanuel and Katie, for also being such great partners over the years. MasterCard is truly committed to gender equity, and we're really about bringing diverse perspectives to the table so that we can unlock potential across the board. The world was not designed with women in mind, and we're looking to change that. I'm super excited to see the spotlight on women's sports continue to accelerate. I'm thrilled that there's other like-minded brands coming to the table and really helping that acceleration, and really joining a movement, which we at MasterCard really believe in. And so without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Emmanuel, and we'll kick this thing off. So thanks so much for being here.
Thanks, Ali. And thank you and the wonderful MasterCard team for hosting us here for the second year in a row. It means a lot for us to be here in New York. This is a vibrant city. This is a dynamic city. This is a city of energy. And this is a city of ambition. And what brings us here is exactly that, is ambition. Is the fact that we are not conformed with the current status quo. Is the fact that we do not accept that in 2023, we live in a society full of stigmas and discrimination. We live in a society where stereotypes still count. It cannot be. We cannot accept. And we cannot just give in or give up because circumstances are adverse. So it is precisely because of this and because it is difficult that we are here. And it's great to see what a turnout we have here. A room full of female leaders, women from all sectors of the sporting industry who have proven their value, who have an indomitable spirit to make a difference, as you are making a difference, to shine a light, to inspire, to motivate, to encourage the next generation. And what a beautiful thing we have created with SIGA under Katie's leadership, SIGAWomen. I am very proud of that because we have shown that it is possible to make things happen if we truly believe, if we are truly committed. We can walk the talk, as we have done in SIGA when we changed our constitution and consecrated the principle of gender equity. And it happens that today we have 4 men in the council and 6 women on their own merit. See? So it's not a male-dominated club. It does not have to be. Because what matters here is the merit. Leadership has nothing to do with gender. But leadership is what we have in this room. And we cannot be conformed. We cannot be conformed. Walking the talk is a symbol of MasterCard. Because 7 or 8 years ago, when I crossed the Atlantic and came to speak to MasterCard, who stands for integrity, transparency, accountability, best practice, there was no hesitation, there was no doubt. So we are very proud to be here, Ali. We are very proud to be here at MasterCard's home, a founding member, a committed supporter for all these years. I wanted to take this opportunity to place on record, on behalf of all the SIGA community, our appreciation and recognition for what MasterCard has been doing to advance good causes, to advance better practice, to lift female leadership and female equity and other important values straight to the top, straight to the podium. Thank you very much for that. But I am sorry I bring you here some discomfort, troubling news. Yes, some may say that things are improving. Some may say that strides are being made. That's fine. If you are content with that, if you are content with peanuts, I am not. So the reality here, and I have a machine here, sorry. I have a presentation here that shows what the reality is. I have spent the last weekend assessing what is the state of affairs across the largest 31 international sports federations. You remember the promises that, yes, good governance would be on the top of the table. You remember that gender equity would be on the podium. Now, this is the reality. Out of the 455 individuals who sit at the top, where decisions are made, where power lies, the executive committees of the international sports federations, you have only 147 women. That is less than 27%. We have seen some advocating that then there should be an ideal of 30%. I disagree completely. There should be no barriers. There should be no barriers. Or if there is any criteria, then let it be 50-50. That is fair. But this is where we are. This is where we are. And we only have 23 women out of those 31 international sports federations who are vice presidents. And 5 of them are secretary generals. And only 3 are chaired by women. This is the reality. This is what we're talking about. My criteria is not how many women are practicing sport. That is relevant. But I want to see women having equal opportunities to sit where decisions are made, to assume their responsibility, their leadership in equal standing, without any relevance for social background, for ethnicity, for any other artificial factor. And look how things evolved. The first time that we dissect the reality, we had in 2019, 18.3%. In 2021, during the pandemic, the percentage fell to 17.8. We now have 26.9, but this is the reality. And I will close my initial intervention by appealing to your conscience, by appealing to the leader that lives inside each one of you. And I will simply ask, is this the best we can do? What are you prepared to do to change the needle? Thank you.
Forgive me, I don't want to make the assumption that everybody knows who Emmanuel is. I'm sure everybody in the room does, but I'm just, because it's such an impressive title, I want to share it with all of you globally. The global CEO of SIGA, the chairman and CEO of SIGA America, the executive chairman of SIGA Europe, and the chairman and CEO of SIGA Latin America. Translation, he is a very busy and well-traveled man. I had the good fortune of spending, 3 hours yesterday with Emmanuel and Katie Simmons, who I will introduce shortly. And it was an opportunity to get to know two people who I'd only read about and heard about. My biggest takeaway from sharing lunch with the two of them is that a lot of times intentions are good, but you don't know what the foundation of the intentions are. What I came away from lunch with Emmanuel and Katie understanding is that the intentions are pure, they are driven from the heart, and they are powerful visions. And the task that SIGA is taking on is an extraordinary one. I have limited exposure to women in a man's world. For nearly 30 years now, it's been on camera. And when I started out, there were so few women. And we've been celebrating the 50th anniversary of Title IX for our global friends. That's a very important gender equity and civil rights law here in the United States, passed in 1972, that has opened myriad doors for girls and women in sports. But as I've evolved beyond talent and into the business world, what I've seen is a lack of parity in positions where women should be having a stakehold to be able to make a difference. And one of the things that we'll be talking about today is the importance of diversity and voices at the highest levels, in boardrooms, at the tops of organizations. This is where we need to get. I can't impress upon you enough that while we need women to get behind this movement, we need men just as much. And that's why I'm thrilled that we have a panel that speaks specifically to this topic here today. But also, in hearing about Katie's background, how she started out in law, had aspirations of, being an attorney, she wasn't happy in corporate America. She wasn't happy working in a law office. She wanted there to be more. And with the introduction to Emmanuel, she realized, after a little bit of thinking, that is, and this is Katie's more. She has been instrumental in putting this conference together. And so it is my pleasure to bring Katie up to the stage as SIGA's Global COO and Managing Director of the SIGA Women's Program. Katie, thank you.
Thank you for the wonderful introduction. Thank you to MasterCard. It's great to be here for the second consecutive year, and it's brilliant to see so many smiling, nodding faces, familiar faces, but also some of those faces are familiar just from Zooms and emails, and it's great to actually meet you in person. When Emmanuel invited me 4 years ago to put together the Global Mentorship Program, to be honest, I didn't bite his arm off or his hand off. I was a bit reluctant. I hesitated because in my experience, so far in my career, my interactions with women in leadership positions hadn't been that positive. I felt my confidence was dented. I felt diminished. I felt stereotyped. And I thought, was it really possible and within my realm to create a web of women that could actually lift each other up rather than trying to tear each other down because of competition and that sort of fear and sort of incitement that you're driven to be the only one. Emmanuel just set the reality, and he challenged us. And what I've realized, and there's lots of women here and men in the field of gender equity and pushing that change, is it's hard work. It's really hard, and it's going to take time, because what we're really interested and what's really going to change it is actually cultural change and instigating that cultural change. And that is something that we need patience. I'm not the most patient person, but I would say that it's testament that nearly 5 years on, we have a web of 400 plus women that have gone through the mentorship program. And quite frankly, I want more. I want more mentees, more mentors to join our efforts. And I'm really proud that we have our first official partner last year, Underdog Venture Team, and we would like more partners to join us and more organizations and brands like MasterCard who are actually putting in their resources, they're investing in their time and the teams that they're bringing to this issue. Emmanuel tasked us today, what are we prepared to do? And I have to say, I have been characterized, the word ambition came up earlier, and it's been said of me, I'm an ambitious woman. And I don't know, anyone here been called an ambitious woman? It's not always the most flattering description, is it? It's funny when you are called an ambitious man, you are, promoting your perseverance and your strength. But to be called an ambitious woman is a bit of a backhanded compliment. But today, on the eve of International Women's Day, I'm going to own it. I am an ambitious woman. And I'm ambitious, not just from a personal perspective, but from our joint collective mission. That's our ambition that I want to share with you. And I'll just invite, there's four recipients here in the audience and watching online from home or offices. And first of all, it's the global mentors that are currently there and on the program to stay on the program, and also to the female leaders who are not part of the program. I know, believe me, I know that your leadership roles, balancing your careers and your family lives are tough, but do join the mentorship program. SIGA will do all the admin, I'm afraid, at that time, putting my hand up to that. We will do the admin for you. We just want you to be part of this digital global community. There's no paperwork. And I do believe you can leave your mark on the next generation. And for the aspiring mentees, I've met a couple earlier over breakfast today. Join us. I can assure you, every mistake I've made, every challenge, every stereotype I've encountered because of my gender, you will experience. It's a sad fact. You will experience exactly the same as me and all the other mentors. Let us make it easier for you. Let us create a safe space for you to ask the questions you don't feel able to ask your female boss, your male boss. Ask us. We want to create this community to make your pathway better, easier. So really, quite simply, we're not stuck at the 26% and that doesn't dip. Brands, I'm going to ask, we need your investment, whether it's time, finance, we need you to come on board like MasterCard, like M&T Bank are joining us. When we talk about women, and Ali touched on it, we're talking about half the population, more than half the population, which is a powerful demographic. And diversity and inclusion, it leads to innovation, better business, and dare I say it, more business. So if it affects your P&L account, and your bottom line, why wouldn't you invest in female leadership in your organization, women's sports, female athletes, and also getting more girls playing sports? It's the whole spectrum here. And finally, the men. I see a couple of you here. We're just delighted, some from our advisory board. Gender equity, it's not a women's issue. It's all our issue. We want to create women in our society who are financially independent, who can be proud and confident and achieve their dreams. And we all need to get behind that. So I guess my opening, it said in the event guide, I drafted that bit myself, which was setting the scenes. But I'm going to be, as I said, more ambitious than setting the scenes today. I'm going to ask to reset the scenes and ask you to help us reset the scene, to reset the 26%, not just to 30, but to gender parity. It's possible, it's achievable. And all it leaves me to say is this is our joint platform. Own it today, and have a great International Women's Day tomorrow and for the rest of March. Thank you.
Beautiful words, Katie. Thank you. I would like to echo Katie's sentiment about the mentorship program. When I started out with the goal of becoming a sports broadcaster, and I had decided when I was 12 or 13 years old that I wanted to be a sports journalist, there weren't a lot of women. I had no mentors. I was flying blind through an industry where there were seldom few people who looked like me. I made so many mistakes, but not only did I make mistakes, but the way I went through the world in the early days of my career was tainted because I was told over and over again, you can't do this. Women shouldn't be talking about sports. Women shouldn't be talking about football. And what I've learned later in life is that when you are told that on a consistent basis, whether it's conscious or subconscious, you develop a coat of armor around you. And you walk through the world on the defense because you've already been told before you even set out on your mission that you are less than. The mentorship program is designed to break all of those defensive mindsets, those negative tones that for whatever reason, despite how lofty your goals are, despite how ambitious of a woman you are, you're told that you can't. We as mentors can share all of these stories with you so you can take a different path than we did. And so if you're considering being a mentor, please join the ranks. If you are a young person who has aspirations in our business, please think about getting involved as a mentee, because I can promise you it will make a world of difference, because we all have so many stories we want to share. Through our trials and tribulations and failures, none of them matter if we're not able to share them with the generations behind us to make the path a little bit smoother for you. So with that, I should have made you just stay up here because you're going to be on the first panel. First panel is good governance, the importance of parity in the boardroom. We've talked about this a little bit. SIGA's mission is to support sports organizations by inspiring accountability, transparency, and good governance through its universal standards, and to encourage organizations to go through its independent rating and verification tool called SERVS. What we know is that female leadership in sports is a critical component to good governance. Why? Touched on it again. Because when we have women at the highest levels, we have a diversity of thoughts. We have diversity of thoughts and voices. And that yields better decision-making in innovation and in business. Yet we know that this industry is still lagging a little bit behind. And that's what this panel is all about. We will be exploring how we can position women for more leadership positions. How do we ensure that this movement is sustainable and not just a little hashtag? We ask, is gender parity realistic? And do quotas trigger meaningful change, or do they lead to tokenism, which is a really important part of this conversation because, Emmanuel, you touched on it. Merit is so important when positioning women to lead. The speakers, Katie, we already know Katie. Anastasia Denias, EVP and General Counsel of Major League Soccer. Olga Harvey, Chief Strategy and Impact Officer of the Women's Sports Foundation. Erica Edwards O'Neill, Senior Vice President for Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion for New York Roadrunners. And moderating this panel is Jill Davison, who is SVP of Global Lifestyle Marketing for MasterCard. Come on up, ladies. Thank you. We need more.
Thank you, Bonnie. Hi. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where do you want to sit over here?
One more thing before we get the panel. Cassie, I saw you and it reminded me. Please be sure if you're one of our panelists to head to the back and get mic'd up 15 minutes before your panel so you're not scrambling and wondering how people are going to hear you. Thank you.
I don't think there was going to be one more.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. Can everyone hear me? Good morning, everyone. So good governance. What does good governance look like? How do we define it? What are some of the examples? Olga, why don't we start with you?
Thank you, and delighted to be here with all of you. And you know, it's a big question, and at the same time, it's a simple question, right? It's just good governance is a simple set of processes and procedures that's going to lead to equitable outcomes. That should be simple, right? Not so much as we realize in reality, because our biases, our gender norms and other things get in the way of sort of the simplicity of this message. And I've been thinking a lot about it, and there are examples of excellence, but it requires hard work, and it requires intentionality, and it's just not gonna happen by itself. And so I'm gonna highlight two examples for all of you. There are many more, and by no means these are the only companies that do good work, but they come from different industries, and they've committed to good governance in their different ways. And by no means they're perfect either. So one of them is, and the commissioner is actually since then left, but Gloria Navarez at one of the sports conferences, she has openly stated and created the Bill Russell Rule, where it's sort of I guess an improved version of the Rooney Rule that maybe didn't work. But basically, they have openly committed to having a diverse slate for every single position in the organization, from mid-management all the way to the boardroom. And if you're going to have a diverse slate, you're going to end up with diverse candidates. Not always, but certainly your position for success. And the second example I would give is HSBC, where they took it a step further. And they basically said, if we're going to change the composition of our board, not only do we have to have a diverse slate, we're actually going to say it's going to be 100% diverse slate for the time being, because if you're going to add people to your boardroom sort of at an equal level, when you're already behind, you're never going to catch up. And the other thing they did is it has to be based on a skill matrix. So these are not token individuals that check the box, but we're going to have skill matrix that we're going to define, and we're going to find people who meet that. And if they don't apply, we're not going to take that as an excuse. We're going to go ahead and find them, and they've been very successful. So those are just two examples. Again, easy if you fully commit to it from the very top.
My turn?
Yes,
go ahead. Okay, right. Everyone, I've sort of monopolized a bit of time this morning, so I'll keep mine short and sweet, because I'd love to hear from you both. But the SIGA Universal Standards, I mean, the lawyer in me would define good governance in kind of 4 buckets, and that would be democracy, transparency, accountability, and then on the sports governance side, stakeholder representation. And of that, obviously, we need to have diversity and inclusion on the board to ensure innovation and term limits. So I would say that the SIGA's Universal Standards, I'd encourage sports organizations to adopt them. We're here to go, everyone's here to go on a governance journey. And we would also encourage to go through our independent rating system, because without that accountability, it's only looking in the mirror and saying, we're fit for purpose. But it's need that accountability to someone else to say, we meet the standards, and to keep on going. So yeah, over to you, Anastasia.
Well, thank you. And sorry for the handheld. I came unprepared for a mic. So it's nice to be here with you all. And I might be jumping ahead a little bit, but I wanted to touch on something that Olga said about a skill-based metric that's necessary when you're hiring and when you've got a diverse slate of candidates. And one of the things I think we all need to be mindful of is when you are starting from behind, I think as you said, you're not always going to have women and other underrepresented groups with the same experience levels, may have the same skill levels And so I think what Olga said was really important in terms of leveling the playing field, looking for the right skills, and taking a leap of faith and providing opportunities to women and other underrepresented groups who might not have that same experience because the experience-based tends to look the same. And so I think that was a really important point in terms of good governance when you start breaking down what are the skills necessary to be on this board or to be in this job, as opposed to has this person done this exact job before?
Exactly right. I'd love to jump in there. I think, and one, I'd layer everything that you all said with the notion of equity. And so often we get stuck, I think, with just the diversity question. And if you have equity, you will have diversity, you'll have inclusion, you will be looking to ask those questions about who's not represented, who's not at the table, who might be burdened by our action or inaction, who's benefiting, and who's completely, again, left out of the conversation. So that notion of if we think about diversity, equity, and even social responsibility as the blanket that goes across and not a separate bucket. It is really a part of every decision, every business decision, all the hiring opportunities. And I love what you stated, Anastasia, is that when we often hire one from either maybe referrals, right, which you'll get a lot of likeness, same experiences. And I give this example. I've been in the DEI space for a very long time. And a few years ago, I was working with a fantastic woman who was looking for someone in real estate. And we had a diverse slate, and she just kept rejecting the slate. And finally, we had to sit down with her, and she said, you know, I want someone who's grew up talking about real estate at the breakfast table. And I was like, there it is. Then that's going to be someone who you're never going to give someone new an opportunity. And that's often what from my colleagues, from other women, people with disability, we don't get invited into the room because it wasn't a part of culture or experience. And so it's really got to be thinking outside of the box. And if there's not a diverse slate, you should keep looking. And that there should be an organization and a leadership team that understands it's going to take a bit longer, right? That it's not going to be, we're not going to rush it. If you really want to get it done and you want it to have deep roots.
There's a lot to unpack here. Emmanuel just shared that the number of female members of executive committees is actually less than 27%. In your experience, and this is a very esteemed panel, are women breaking through? Are you seeing any tangible change? Anastasia, you want to jump in?
Sure. So I am loath to say how long I've been in the sports industry because translates into just how old I am. But I've been in the sports industry for 25 years, a little bit more than that now. And I will say that there has been, at least in my experience, dramatic change over that time. And I think, as Katie said a little earlier, there's this notion of being the only woman in the room. And for sure, for a very long time, I was the only woman in the room. And sometimes that translated into a badge of honor, right? When I was a young, sort of coming out into the industry, I'm the only woman in the room, and that was a great badge of honor. But it's not a well-run, workable environment to be able to thrive in. And I've seen women breaking through at every level in sports in my time. Women are absolutely breaking through. I think where we have a lot more work to do is in retaining and developing those women who are breaking through into senior leaders. And you're seeing more and more women at the board level. You're seeing more and more women breaking into the industry. You are still seeing too few women at that C-suite level who are actually the decision makers on the day-to-day at the organizations. And I think that's someplace that we should also be focusing our efforts. I think getting more women at the board level will be a catalyst for that. But so that is a long-winded way of saying, yes, certainly women are breaking through, and organizations and conferences like this with mentoring programs are a great first step, but there's more work to do.
Yeah, and if I may jump in, I was thinking about this question, and it's kind of a sort of safe answer, yes and no, but I think it is truly yes and no. So in some ways, we have come so far, and I shared with my panelists a photo of me, coming up in the business world, and it's 2006, and it doesn't feel like it was that long ago, and the picture just gave me the visceral reaction looking back on it when I was the only one in this boardroom. So we're past that, but still to this day, every single event, there's this the first woman to coach here, or the first Black agent to, coach an NFL quarterback in the Super Bowl. I think we would have made progress when we're going to stop talking about the first one. Then it's normalized. So we still have too many firsts.
I totally agree. There are still a lot of firsts. Those firsts still need to be celebrated. And we've got a keynote from the first female chair who was appointed at the English Football Association later today. I think sort of with my gold and black boots firmly on the ground with the mentees, I would say that there are a lot more young women who are conscious that want to have, they want to get to the top of the ladder and the top of their career. I would say that they sometimes feel disheartened with some of the experiences. And sometimes I feel disheartened when I listen that, some of these issues that we discuss in a safe space, like sexual harassment and discrimination, it's going on still. Young women are encountering that, and that can be a barrier, and that actually makes women drop out. And you mentioned about dropout rates. So I think getting that retention and also that visibility, because the more women that we can see that have achieved and pierced the ceiling, I think that gives hope, and it also creates a pathway. So we need to come at it from both angles.
Yeah, I'd love to jump in a little bit here. I think there's another consideration around with developing women and girls, but there's also the other piece of ensuring that we're talking about taking down the barriers, and that beyond just representation, that we're ensuring that the seat at the table is a seat that has some power. Far too often, I think folks are invited to the table, and I like to say, well, don't just give me any seat, right? If you're in a leather chair, don't give me a foldable wicker seat. I want to know that I have a seat at the table, and I cannot be the only person that knows that you've been at the table, and you're like, I might just be representation, and I'm speaking, but it's just wind, right? No one is listening.
Maybe you could go a step even further. I mean, you're talking about equity systems, processes, it's beyond training. Let's dig a little deeper too, like give us some other tangible examples of what we can do to break down those barriers.
Yeah, I think anyone, any organization, any group needs to consider before, because also we bring in women, we bring in people of color, we bring in folks who've been marginalized, and then we ask them to do the heavy lifting. So there's got to be some internal conversation first, with an understanding that the work will be disruptive, that it will require change and sometimes shifts in power. And that is a difficult conversation for most. We get stuck often in the hire, right? And that we talked about the hire without the considering what changes need to happen for folks to feel safe, welcome, wanted, included, valued, a sense of belonging, that if we just hire or pluck people to join the panels and groups and teams without considering what is it going to take for folks to feel welcome? So Anastasia, I see you.
Yeah, no, and I want to jump on that because I think it's so important, and you can probably all tell we spent some time together yesterday talking through some of these issues, and I think we could talk about them for days on end. But, I think what you're saying is so spot on, because it's not just I don't want to call them extreme, but the most awful cases of harassment, discrimination that will diminish women's feeling of self and motivation and ambition. But it's also the smaller things. And people have written about this for years now. There's an interesting article this morning in Fortune talking about, women will be much more likely to be given sort of the more menial tasks. Put together the project plan a party, do the following things, and they will be 50 to 70% more likely to say yes, even if it's not within their job responsibilities. And it's funny, one of, when I used to talk to young lawyers or young women breaking into sports, I used to say to them, and I stand by this, which is take on any task, right? Like, when you're a junior and coming in, do that work to get yourself the exposure to leadership, even if it is a thankless task. But I've been rethinking that in years. And that might be a really valuable lesson for anybody coming into a new organization, men or women. But I think that there needs to be sort of a new book of behavior and a new book of expectations when it comes to women who are in the industry, who are showing their value, who are gaining experience, where you're no longer just working harder to prove your value, you're working smarter, and you're working more strategically. And that is a place where I think mentoring can be really helpful. For sure, it's also some place where I think women are just going to have to show their confidence. And, it's an extra burden on women, but it's important. I also think that mentoring is a good first step, but mentoring is nothing without sponsorship. Because especially when you get into the C-suite level and the board level, opportunities that there is this notion of mentoring as if, the women who are on that slate need to be developed. They need the skills, they need the talent. I'd put forth the women, have that talent. They have those skills. They have everything it takes to be in that role. They don't need more mentoring. They need a sponsor who's going to give them the opportunity. And that's where we need allies.
Yeah, I was just actually, brilliant segue. I was going to talk about male allies. And again, it's the term that's, sometimes sort of overused or feels like a cliche, but it is so important. And in fact, we need more men at conferences like this, right? Because most of the women here are, I'm sure we're preaching to the choir, but those who are not there yet are the ones who need to listen. And those men who are there and are male allies, they need to be celebrated, but importantly, they're the ones that have to do the heavy lifting of breaking down the biases and setting those examples and bringing women along. And I'm just going to give, 2 examples here and how much damage sort of someone with a big platform can do. And I don't know if all of you have seen the articles that have gone viral about, Tiger Woods with the tampon antics on the golf course. That action is so damaging on so many levels, right, that you can be unpacking here for, hours, but someone with a platform who can make change can also do very much damage. And again, we're talking about sort of a small joke, but in a nutshell, it sort of undermines a lot of what we're talking about here. And at the same time, there could be an action. Again, it wasn't maybe as well received, but I'm going to bring another sports story of Andy Murray hiring Amelie Mauresmo as a coach, right, with a platform that he has. While he may have been criticized, but those are the actions where he's saying, yeah, she's the best person and she can do the job, and we need more of those examples of sort of breaking down those biases and barriers.
Yeah, and sometimes it's small things that everybody who's, in the audience and watching can do. I often see, even the legal industry, it's still very male-dominated in a lot of ways, especially at the senior levels. There are so many calls where the junior person on the call is the only woman on the call. And, there is a rationale to the junior person on the call sends out the meeting invites, the junior person on the call takes the notes. But good allyship may mean that the mid-level male associate or partner will take that task on. They may not be the most junior person on the phone, but putting sort of the young women in the role of also being administrator is just bad business, and it's not good allyship. So we can all think about those opportunities, whether we're the allies in the room or the women in the room, especially as we become more senior, saying like, hey, Joe, can you send out the meeting invite? They may not be the most junior person on the call, but let's start thinking about ways where we can elevate women so that they're not just viewed in the most administrative way.
Okay. Thank you for that. If anyone has a question, by the way, just raise your hand. Definitely want audience participation. So I have a lot more questions, though, so I'm going to continue. Next question. Do quotas, I know that's your favorite word, Olga, or metrics or targets, do they translate into meaningful change, or do they simply create artificial opportunities that are not based on merit? How do you feel? How do you feel about that?
I'll jump in on the second part, and I know that I'll let Olga take the first part. I think that I'm probably troubled by the notion that when we say targets or quotas, we automatically start to question merit, right? And instead, without the viewpoint of saying a lot of systems weren't built with women in mind, parents in mind, people of color in mind. So we're starting from behind. And that notion is not that because you're giving different people an opportunity, there should not automatically be a call or question of merit. I think it's simply about expanding and increasing the pools. And so thinking about targets and goals in a way to keep us accountable and transparent. That's really, for me, when we talk about targets and goals, because I think we talk about targets and goals with every other aspect of the business, and that is to keep us on track, to keep us moving, and to make sure that we're accountable to those targets and goals that we're setting. Otherwise, they're just wonderful mission statements, and things don't change.
Yeah, not a whole lot more to say. Very, very well said. But yeah, the word quota is not a good one. But what's get measured, get done, as they say. So measurements, metrics, goals are super important, and they're different. It's not 50-50 is not always what we have to strive for. In fact, if you probably all have heard Ruth Bader Ginsburg when she was asked, how many women on the Supreme Court is enough. She was like, well, when we get to 9, let's talk, right? So, at the Women's Sports Foundation, our board composition, we have almost 75% women, and I think we're doing pretty well. We're not, excluding men, but that works for us. And but what I did hear someone say that anything less than 30% is never going to be enough, because that's sort of the minimal critical mass that you need to feel included. So that sort of goes to that. That's like the minimum sort of standard for any diverse population you want to seek, and then you build from there. Then that builds sort of the inclusion, the belonging, and the feeling of true sort of, diverse situation.
Yeah, just to add, I think the point about accountability, we might not like the words quotas, targets, but they are a useful tool to instigate change and to hold organizations accountable, as long as they're meaningful. And I think we touched on it. We want women or to include different people in the organizations that are valuable, that can make a difference. Otherwise, that's going to be counterproductive as well. And then just to share a brilliant lesson I learned last week on the mentorship program with the Male Allies, Dan Mannix, who's one of the founders of Underdog Venture Team, who's our official partner, he said experience is overrated, which is something that I've never heard anyone in leadership say, which I thought was great, because he was saying about bringing different people into the conversation, which was something you touched on with the real estate anecdote.
Anything else to add, or we'll keep going?
Yeah, I mean, look, I would also, the thing I'd add is quotas or targets, they're tactics, they're part of a bigger program, and they seem to work, right? If you look at the targets that were set by, Britain's largest publicly traded company, they now have 40% of women represented on those boards in the UK. And that's not where the story should end. And those targets should be supported by other programs to make sure that it's not just diversity on the board, but inclusion on the board. So it's not just a seat at the table, but it is a meaningful role. But I do think that there is something about, sort of that, creating that change through those targets that seem to work.
So you mentioned across the pond. What about here domestically? Are there lessons that our industry can learn from other industries here? I don't know, CPG, pharma. Are there companies, are there industries doing governance better than sport is?
Yeah, so I mean, the short answer is some companies have it better figured out, some don't. I think it's really incumbent on the leaders or on the board chairs to make this a priority and to believe deeply in it, not just to check the box exercise, because that's never going to be successful. And that could breed real inequity at the company. But I do think that there are a lot of companies, whether it's in pharma, while they've not figured it out yet, I think banking is making great strides in this direction. And I think, bringing together a lot of these sort of best practices in various industry trade groups is a really smart way to get there. And the thing that I'd, sort of advise everybody in the sports industry to do is reach across to other industries and learn what their best practices are. What are they getting right? More importantly, what are they getting wrong? Sports is somewhat insular, even though it's global. Mm-hmm. So let's get those ideas on the things that are working and not working in the other industries, and see how we can apply them to ours.
Okay, so what is the governance change you'd like to make in the sports industry to create systemic, ongoing cultural change and gender equity, DEI? We'll start with you.
Yeah, so obviously a lot of different things, but I'm just going to kind of lead with one example, and let's just talk about search firms. So the definition of insanity, right? Do the same thing, expect a different result. So if the search firm does not have the track record of placing women's, why do you think it's going to be different? So looking at who you pick, then who the leaders within that search firm are. They need to look like the population we're trying to hire, more women, more people of color in those search firms, because again, those who you're looking for, they're going to be more comfortable, right? They're going to open up to those who, may look like them. And again, too many times we have made mistakes, and every time I look at it, and in the sports business, we're just repeating people look like the leaders of those organizations, and collegiate sport, athletic directors, and you just look at it and you say, you know what, like let's change things up. So to me, that's a big piece. Just try different ways you're going to approach the hiring.
From my perspective, from using the SIGA Universal Standards on Good Governance, I would say term limits. And I'd say that's what's different to sports organizations and opposed to commercial companies, because you have an elected president or a CEO, and the idea of perpetuating power. So if you change the Constitution and introduce term limits for a set number of years, which is what our gold standard is, that will ensure that good governance and that there's those checks and balances in place.
I am not often at a loss for words, but I can't say it better than the two of you just did.
We nailed it.
Yeah, I did know that.
So last question from me. It is the International Women's Day Eve. It is International Women's Day Eve. Give a shout out to a woman who has impacted you in a very positive way, who's made a difference in your life.
Before any one of these ladies steals it, I'm going to have to give out a shout out to Billie Jean King, the one and the only, and she happens to be the founder of the Women's Sports Foundation, but probably such a role model for so many of you guys in the room and for me. And she has so many inspiring quotes. I don't even know where to start, right? Everyone knows pressure is a privilege. But the one thing I would leave you with is that she said her vision, and by the way, this is a big year for her and for gender equity. There's 50 years of equal pay at the US Open, which is incredible feat. The Battle of the Sexes is going to be 50 years as well, 73 Astrodome, right, Houston Astrodome, and then Billie Jean herself is turning 80, but she said her dream was always that every girl in this world has an opportunity to play and compete, that she is appreciated for her accomplishments, not just her looks, and if she's good enough, she can earn a living playing sports or doing whatever job she wants all the way to the boardroom. So admire her.
You go, because
Sure. I've got a professional and a personal. So if I can throw two out, since it's International Women's Week, we get the week. Personally, it's got to be my mom, who, and I know that sounds corny, but who, didn't go to college until she was in her late 30s while raising me by herself, and then went on to be a doctor. And she's the one who showed me you can do whatever you want to do as long as you work hard. And then professionally, I would say Amy Trask, who's the first president of an NFL team, and who I met in early 2000 when I started working at the NFL, who was a mentor before mentoring was a thing. And I am, grateful to her to this day for kind of taking a young lawyer under her wing and just kind of being kind and showing me the ropes.
Awesome. I'm going to cheat because I'm going to probably do three really quickly. Yeah. My mom, who, right, that's right. My mom who my mother and father raised 6 children, but my mom could have been a military sergeant, right? Like warm, welcoming, just a superhero of mine. And so she's 84 years young and amazing. So I got to shout out Dorothy Edwards. And then the other 2 people really quickly are Cent Marshall, CEO of Dallas Mavericks, who I think is just amazing. And if you haven't read her book, read it. She's like super, I'm a fangirl, Cent, so looking to meet you. And Allison Desir, who authored Running While Black. I met her recently in the last 2 or 3 years, and I just think her courage, bravery, the way that she always speaks truth and power and love, and I think she's amazing. So,
thank you. Yeah. Are there any questions before we move on to the next panel?
Well, thank you all so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you all so much. This has been so insightful. We really appreciate your time today. So something that kind of blew my mind when Erica was talking about that example of the real estate talk at breakfast and your quote of, experience is overrated. I'm just thinking to myself, like, as a hiring manager, I will admit you're always looking for merit and experience, someone who can be the most productive and hit the ground running so that you can then be the most productive. So my question is, how would you think about ways that organizations can structure themselves to incentivize this process of looking at someone who's more of a long-term great hire with mentorship and coaching that obviously is going to take more time off your plate, to have that long-term vision versus the short-term of like someone who can get in there, has the right experience, has done the job before, and like I said, can hit the ground running?
Yeah, go for it.
Part of that, I think, is like culture shift. And there's a phrase recently I heard in a training around allowing people to stand on the balcony for a bit before they get on the dance floor. And that, so they get to observe. And I in a previous place I worked, that they would say to you when you came in, it's going to take you 6 months to feel like you know what's going on here. Take the time. And so that is easier said than done when everything is moving this quickly. So it's often, if you can focus on what those transferable skills are, we talk about that what's the nice to have versus what's the need to have. And if you can distinguish the two, if the person has the ability, the willingness to learn, that's fantastic. But we also have to have a culture shift within the org to say we need to give people time to just kind of get their legs in a space. And I think that is, again, that is a great in theory and much harder to do. It takes a bit of a culture shift.
Yeah, and men are often hired on potential and women on performance. So we can turn that around and we'll be just fine.
Yeah.
That's very well put.
Fake it till you make it.
Well, thank you so much for a meaningful discussion.
Thank
and
you.
Back to you, Bonnie. Floor is yours.
Jill, thank you. I'd like to touch on a couple of things before we move on to our next panel. Anastasia mentioned Amy Trask, who to date is the only female CEO of an NFL team. I'm not at all about shameless self-promotion, but there's a new podcast dropping on Audible, which is, you can get it globally. It's called She Got Game. And Amy Trask happens to be one of our guests. Amy was an equestrian, growing up, and she talks about teamwork, but she also talks about working for the Raiders. And if you're not familiar with the Raiders, whether it's the Oakland or the LA version, Al Davis, who is one of the great patriarchs of the NFL, was one of the notoriously toughest owners out there. And so if you're looking for inspiration, Amy is an extraordinary inspiration. The comment that Katie shared about experience being overrated is such a valuable conversation to have. I do a lot of stuff in college athletics. I can tell you that there are athletics directors at some of the biggest universities across the country who have not followed the traditional administrative track to be an athletic director. There are conference commissioners in college who have no experience in the college game. And I don't say that at all to disqualify them. What I'm sharing is that valuable skill sets are valuable skill sets. They don't necessarily have to be achieved in industry. The other thing is there are tangible qualifications and intangible qualifications. The tangible qualifications are what are going to show up on your resume or your CV. The intangible things are things that you are born with, that you inherently possess: drive, ambition, the willingness to be a great teammate, getting out of bed every day with the commitment to yourself and everybody around you to be the best version of yourself and the best version for your teammates. You can't put that on a resume. And that's why the interviewing process for employee candidates is so critical, because that is your opportunity as the person doing the hiring to just get a window into who the person is. They may not necessarily have the CV or the resume you're looking for, but you should be able to tell by the way you conduct that conversation in the room whether that person, based on their ambition, their passion, their willingness to learn, and what they see on their CV, whether they are a right fit for your organization. So I hope during our breaks and during conversations after this conference that y'all continue to have that conversation, because this is a critical one in our march toward equity. Okay, I'm gonna get off that soapbox now. And we are moving on to our second panel, which is Knowing Your Value, Commercializing the Game. And this is a really important conversation, critical from a brand perspective, from a media rights holder's perspective, and from a marketing perspective. So we in this panel will be talking about the complexity of knowing your value, shining a spotlight on the men and women who are leading the charge on this front, closing the gender gap when it comes to commercializing the game, revenue, airtime, media coverage, and fan perspectives. We'll ask the question, is increased attention to women's sports actually converting to increased sponsorship and support for female athletes? And how has the sports sponsorship landscape changed for women over the years? We will have a keynote, we will have a panel in-house, but we will be throwing to a video right now with Angela Ruggiero, who, if you're a hockey fan, you know she was a badass gold medalist and a 4-time Olympian, and she is currently CEO and co-founder of the Sports Innovation Lab.
Hi, I'm Angela Ruggiero, a 4-time Olympian in the sport of women's ice hockey, Olympic gold medalist, Hockey Hall of Fame member. I loved hockey. I loved playing sports. After I played, I went on to serve on the IOC as a member and then executive board member. And while I was at the IOC, I'm very proud to initiate the Gender Equality Review Project way back in 2017, and currently serve on the Gender Diversity and Equity Inclusion within the IOC. My background, obviously, as an athlete, I served as the president of the Women's Sports Foundation, a board member there. I care very deeply about the subject we're about to learn about. What I do now is I founded and am CEO of a company called Sports Innovation Lab. We're a market research company. We were built to empower the industry to be a better version of itself through data insights and innovation strategy. We focus on helping the whole sports ecosystem around understanding their fan, their consumer, in order to better represent their fan base, build better innovation strategy, and use data really at our core to advise our clients and to build sport, to have more impact in women's sports, to have social impact, to just be a more inclusive, innovative forward-thinking approach to the market. So we're very much aligned to SIGA's mission to have a positive impact through sport. And I'm incredibly excited today to announce that Sports Innovation Lab has been accepted as a member of SIGA. We're really looking forward to bringing our research capabilities to the SIGA ecosystem and continuing to push for sustainable practices that promote the integrity of sport globally that we all love. So special shout out, thank you to Emmanuel for his guidance throughout this process, for MasterCard for putting this amazing event, partnering Ali to support us. Sandra Lopez, who's put our name forward, many people to thank, but really excited as a company we're part of SIGA. So I want to quickly talk about women's sports. We've done a tremendous amount of research in the women's sports space, kicking off a few years ago with the groundbreaking report called the FAM Project. Google it, look it up, download it, it's great. What we found through this research in the FAM Project was that women's sports is one of the biggest growing trends in the sports market, full stop. We found that these fans of women's sports, that's men and women, are avid. They're loyal. They're absolutely hungry for more. There is a tremendous amount of demand in this market that we can't capture today. There isn't enough inventory. There isn't enough supply, but the demand is there. Fans are hungry. They're these future consumers. They want more. So fans of women's sports love it. They're depth over breadth, as I always say. In our second groundbreaking report, titled The Growth of the Women's Sports Community, we actually conducted the largest observational spending study ever for the women's sports sector. We looked at where fans are actually spending their money versus taking a survey and saying they love women's sports. No, where were you putting your money? And what we found through that report was that despite the fact that women's sports receives only a fraction of media coverage and sponsorship investment, just a fraction, we're already behind the curve. In spite of that, we found that fans of women's sports, this community specifically, is growing at a rate significantly higher than that of the general sports fan. Let me repeat that. If you think about the acquisition and retention, the growth rate of this community in particular, it's off the charts. So women's sports fans are growing at a clip much, much higher than the general sports fan or than any other sector that we looked at. So fans of women's sports are growing. There's high demand, but they're also purpose-driven. They're digitally savvy. They're this future consumer that the entire sports market should watch. Yes, there's a big opportunity to support and see it grow, but also it's the future consumer. We call it the fluid fan. The fluid fan lives in the women's sports community because they have to. They're downloading, they're figuring out where their content is or figuring out how to follow these athletes. It's a really interesting sector to understand and to support because it's only on its up and up. And this research has led us to a big announcement. Today, we are actually announcing the official launch of the Women's Sports Club powered by Ally Financial with the goal of improving media and investment in this landscape. So we're going to convene some of the most influential buyers and sellers in the women's sports ecosystem to facilitate a dialogue to continue to figure out how do we invest more? How do properties, brands, and media companies come together to invest and amplify women's sports? So let's break this cycle. Let's go hard at this consumer. Let's build a better place for our daughters, for our sons to have more female role models. Let's do more to make the women's sports ecosystem thrive. I'm really proud to be a part of that conversation, really proud to be here with SIGA, and want to just thank everyone here for your continued support of women's sports, and I wish you the best today in the conference.
Full disclosure, I had no idea that Angela was going to make that announcement about Sports Innovation Lab teaming up with Ally Financial. If you're not familiar with Ally Financial, this is one of the brands that is truly setting the standard when it comes to supporting women in sports. Because what do we know? Media dollars drive decision making. Ally has made the decision and the commitment that over the next 5 years, they are going to be doing equal spends on men's and women's sports. They are a primary sponsor. I don't know if they're one of the founding sponsors for the National Women's Soccer League. They are, thank you. See, I've got my fact checker right in the front row. Thank you, Katie. But as a sponsor of the NWSL and the games air on CBS and Paramount Plus, Ally Financial went to CBS and said, you want our dollars? Guess what you're going to do? You're going to put the NWSL championship game on CBS, not on Paramount Plus, but you're going to put it on CBS. Not only are you going to put it on the mothership, but you're going to put it on primetime. And they did. These are the types of decisions that come from leaders like Andrea Brimmer, the CMO at Ally Financial, who, by the way, was a soccer player at Michigan State. So we're going to connect those dots there. These are the types of decisions that brands make that can drive sustainable impact. So I had no idea that Angela's going to announce that, but that's like totally baller, so yay. We now have a full panel to dive deeper into this discussion. On our panel today, we have Coley Anderson, SVP and Chief Growth Officer of the WNBA. For our friends globally, if you don't know the WNBA, you should watch. It's the Women's National Basketball Association. Courtney Copatelli, the VP of Partnership Activation at Major League Baseball. David Pachowski, Head of Global Marketing Partnerships and Collaborations for Team Sports at Wilson Sporting Goods. That is a title. Katrina Polanka, VP of Global Partnerships for Spurs Sports and Entertainment. And moderating this discussion will be Christine Franklin, EVP of Octagon, which also happens to be a member of SIGA. Thank you all so much for being here today. The floor is yours.
I'm going to do a little, hold on, we're just going to
A little
do a
rework.
little, so we can be conversational. We're going to do a semicircle. So there's a lot of us. All right, good, perfect. Hi, everybody. We're going to talk about commercializing the women's game today. I think that Bonnie did a great job of introducing us already, so I won't reintroduce. But when we get to some of the questions, I'll have people give a little bit of color around what they do for the organization they work with and maybe what inspires them to work in women's sports or not in women's sports, but want to influence or impact the women's sports in general. We're going to start with like something very broad just because it's fun. It's a topical thing. This is another year for women's sports, massive year with the Women's World Cup coming up. And we're going to get right to controversy because that's how we roll. There has been a lot of controversy surrounding the tournament with the announcement of Visit Saudi's partnership of FIFA World Cup. What do you think? I'm going to start with Coley because she took the end seat over there.
Thank you so much. No, listen, it's so nice to be here, and thank you for having me. I think ultimately what drives women's sports is the play on the field, the play on the court, and it's our players and our coaches, and that's the product that we're commercializing, right? So we have to listen to those voices. And so, in this case, it's protecting the rights and beliefs and values of the players, and they're putting that to their power, and whether it the game happens as it's planned or it's protested or, I think what's important is listening to the players. And that's something that at the WNBA is the heart of everything we do.
Would you like to, Katrina, you want to take a? Good.
Couldn't agree more.
Couldn't agree. Great. Okay. Next up. So as we're talking, one of the key things about women's sports over time is we are really growing participation at the youth levels. Women and men, but mostly girls, are earning more spots on the field. And if you look at the numbers in 2019, we're now 3.4 million participants at the high school sport level. In 1972, we were only 294,000 for girls. Now, this still pales in comparison to boys, who are 4.5 million. But what does it mean for the growth of the women's game, commercially and from a business perspective?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for us on the Wilson side, it's an incredible opportunity for us to grow the women's game, especially at the grassroots level, right? And then for me in particular, it's the first time I'm on the endemic side of the brand side, so it's cool to be able to impact play on the field, like actual play on the field with our product. So for us, we take a very intentional approach in wanting to grow the game on the grassroots level, high school level, leading into college and professional. And a lot of it's driven around our product, but I think the cool part and something that we're hoping to instill a little bit more is storytelling of that, right? So it's one thing to actually have a ball in your hands, but what does that mean to girl, female athletes, right? And that's one way that we are able to grow the brand, commercialize, obviously, the sport, but give a voice to the female athlete, which I think is incredibly important.
For the Spurs, we're re-optimizing all of our partnerships around building leaders and legacies, particularly attacking a data point that states 94% of women in C-suite roles played sports. That means that if you can get more girls in sports, you build a more diverse leadership pipeline. So at the Spurs, it's our goal to get 10 million girls playing sports by 2032. When I say playing, we don't just mean athletes, we mean participation in sports. So we think sports journalism, we think STEM, we think all of the front office roles that we can start to train the next generation of women to be. And a lot of that stems from inspiring the next generation of women through storytelling of women who have done it or are pursuing it. So we're re-optimizing all of our impact programming around gender equity and what it means to get girls starting to play. We know that by the age of 17, 51% of girls are going to quit sports for a myriad of reasons, right? Their bodies are changing, there's a social stigma around it, but we know that if you stick with it, you're building teamwork, leadership, confidence, all of the skills that you need to eventually crack the code on being in the C-suite.
It's a great stat. Love that one. Courtney, what does it mean from a fan perspective? Because you're really in charge of sponsorship activation at Major League Baseball, and girls and boys are both watching baseball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think the female audience is a key one to us. Our marketing team is doing a lot, especially this coming season, to capture more of that female fan. Things like bringing baseball to more culturally relevant environments and events like food fests and concerts and fashion shows, just to make it ingrained more in the culture. Technology is a key of ours to be able to make it easier for people to plan trips to the ballpark by buying food and tickets and merchandise that is probably a little bit more appealing to females who tend to be more of the planners. And then also our content. Our content is just going to take on more of a lifestyle approach, featuring players, celebrities, MLB ambassadors, all targeted toward the female audience. That is just such a key, important one to us. And then just also mention on the youth side, youth development is so important to us on both the baseball and the softball side, and we continue to grow those initiatives and put resources against it.
And this is for anyone, but really, what are the brands doing to influence that you're working with, the partners and activating? How are they activating differently maybe than they did 5, 10 years ago? What are they doing now that is different that can influence that?
For us, it really starts with program design. So as an example, this past season, we launched the Spurs Community Leadership Institute. In December of 2021, we reevaluated what our approach is. And we really just looked at what the Spurs are already really good at doing, which is building leaders. I mean, a third of NBA coaches come from Coach Pop's tree. That means we're an incubator for leadership. How do we apply that to leaders that are not just on the court, but leaders off the court as well? So we launched the Spurs Community Leadership Institute. It's a cohort of 10 nonprofit leaders, and the idea is if you train someone, they're going to train 10 others who are going to train 10 others who are going to train 10 others. And so we hand-selected 10 future nonprofit leaders. They're going through a month, well, throughout the season, so a year-long program, and we're working with our brand partners to design the program around key areas of learning, including finance, budgeting, all of the skills that you'll need, marketing. They'll go through a course with a few different leaders within our organization. And if you almost think back to the origins of what sponsorship is, right? Our brands are sponsoring each of those leaders, and they're paying for essentially a spot for that leader to be trained across all of these different skills and work their way through the program. So this year it was focused on nonprofit leaders, specifically in the mental health space, knowing how important that was coming out of the pandemic. The idea is to then expand that and look into other types of industries. If we could do one specifically around future women leaders, do one around other areas in tech. That's the evolution of that program.
Coley, how about you tell us about the Changemakers program?
I would love to. So at the WNBA, we launched our Changemakers program. This is a collective of very powerful organizations committed to growing the WNBA with us for our players and the communities in which we play in, as well as the league. So as we've embarked on our transformation, it started when Kathy Engelbert came on as our CEO. The founding partner in Changemakers is AT&T, and AT&T is really has a platform around She's Connected, right? So part of what this is, it's not just a one-way sponsorship that everyone is so used to. It's about establishing a two-way partnership. So these brands, which now include AT&T, Deloitte, US Bank, Nike, and Google, will have all of your traditional assets and logos and marketing benefits, but we're also helping them in their DE&I initiatives, in their gender and pay gap initiatives, and really working together to grow women's sports and to meaningfully change the dynamic that exists in not just sports, but in the business world. Another part of Changemakers is not just what happens on the court, but what happens off the court, right? So we always say we have 144 of the best basketball players in the world, but they all have two stories. It's them on the court and off the court. So there's 288 stories to be told. So with Deloitte, who has really helped us with our business transformation, they're working with the league, but they're also working with the players. What about internships? What does it look like after a WNBA player comes off the court? The average career is only 5 to 7 years. And as you know, our players are, limited in their opportunities because the season's only 4 months. So how can we extend that? What can we do with them beyond just those 4 months on the court? Another thing is, another company who's really stepping up is Google. Google has been working with our amazing partners at ESPN, ensuring that all of our playoff games are on broadcast television. That's huge for us. US Bank is teaching financial literacy to the players. Nike, of course, is our outfitters, and doing more in the grassroots space as well as we look to develop more youth basketball. But we're excited to grow the Changemakers platform, and we really think it is changing the game as far as how sponsors can work within women's sports.
It's a great program, really giving another level of platform to the brands and to the organization. I want to flip a little bit to the difference between the influence an endemic brand would have on women's sports versus a non-endemic. Dave, you and I talked a little bit about this.
Yeah, I alluded to it in my answer previously, but for me, it's personally a new experience now working on the endemic side, but I think the impact that endemic brands can make is, I would say, so much more tangible and relatable to the athlete themselves, right? And I've worked at other brands before where we were a corporate partner, right? And so that opens up other opportunities as well, primarily from a funding perspective, et cetera. But when you work at an endemic brand, you actually have the ability to change someone's perspective on the sport or change someone's life by just putting a product in their hands, right? Which is so impactful, especially for the women's game, right? And at the youth level and the grassroots level, all you need is a ball. And sometimes it's that simple, but it is very true. And so we take that to heart, and we understand the power that we hold as a sporting goods company and the responsibility that we have to try to equip every child, right, with a ball that could potentially change their life.
It's awesome. And Courtney, you and I talked a little bit about the influence of baseball and softball, and that baseball and softball are, in the US at least, the highest participation sport for 6 to 12-year-olds. And what is MLB doing to encourage that?
Yeah, I mean, just kind of what I said before, youth development is just a key initiative internally, and we work with across major league, minor leagues, all of the local youth programs that we have affiliations with to increase the fandom, to bring resources to those groups, and just provide support.
Yeah, from an endemic perspective, how do you feel with a change maker perspective? Like, how do you feel, is it better to have a founding partner that's endemic, or is it better to have one that's non, or is it a combination?
I think it's best to have a partner who is committed to the organization and wants to work with you to create change. That's what we are all about in establishing this platform. If you look at our league, we are a league of 80% women of color. We are a league of LGBTQ plus members. And if, when it comes to youth, if I can see myself, then I can believe that I can achieve as well. And I think that's what we're trying to do. So when we think about our Changemakers platform, whether it's the endemics or the non-endemics, I think it's this collective that's coming together to say, what can we do to change the narrative here? And we're gonna see that in not just partnerships, but media rights, and how we are able to seize this momentum around women's sports and ultimately commercialize it. We at the league did a $75 million capital raise last year. That's never been done before. We're using those proceeds towards digital products, to brand awareness and fan engagement activations. But ultimately, we need more partners to step up. I always say, are all of your consumers men? No, but is all of your sports activation going to men's sports? It is. We need to change that narrative. And I'm not afraid to say that out loud because, it's time that we flip the script. And our Changemakers program is one of the first to do that. But also our work around social justice, DE&I, it's really establishing who we are as a league and bringing in partners who want to tell that story with us.
It reminds me that women are coming of age in their professional sports careers in a time where culture and society is just blowing our minds, and social and digital is so important. How have you leveraged social and digital to reach female fans, sell product? How have you used that platform differently with women's sports programming or reaching fans?
I mean, I can talk about some specific examples our partners have done. Church and Dwight, with their brand Arm & Hammer, sponsors the Jenny Finch Empowerment Award. For anyone who doesn't know, Jenny Finch is a USA softball legend and an MLB youth ambassador. She's been a wonderful partner of ours. And they recognize 4 girls throughout the year for their performance on and off the field in terms of leadership, integrity. They're brought to the World Series. They're announced in the ballpark in front of everyone with Jenny by their sides and just celebrated through content. She plays a game with them at some of our All-Star activities. And it's a really great program, and I think it's a really good way to bring the female audience into the fold. I have to talk about one of my favorite programs, and with my valued partner, MasterCard, the Youth Ambassadors Program. I've had the privilege of being able to work firsthand on this program for the last several years. MasterCard's the presenting sponsor of the MLB All-Star Game. They come into the local market and they bring their Girls for Tech program, which I think you're going to hear a lot about today. And they partner with one of our local youth organizations, bring the programming to the girls, pick 18 to 20 of the girls who will go to the game and who will be announced during the starting lineups, live on Fox. Just being there firsthand, I can tell you the excitement and of not just the girls, but also the way the players embrace it has just been amazing. And I can imagine little girls watching the game at home, and hopefully that will make more little girls want to watch the game at home as we continue to promote this program. It just delivers the same priceless experience to everyone.
Yeah, for us, we are the longest running women's sports league, but we're still on here? Okay. We are the only women's sports league that has our own D2C, our direct-to-consumer platform in the WNBA League Pass. And it's really important. Fans of women's sports have always had to seek out the product, right? They've always had to go digital first. It's never been easy to find us. Our number one goal is to make it easier to be a fan of the WNBA, and digital is the number one way we can do that. So we are launching a new app at the start of the season. We just announced that Athletes Unlimited, if you're familiar with that platform, is actually on our WNBA League Pass. So we're building WNBA League Pass as the streaming home for women's basketball. And one day that might look like the streaming home for all of women's sports. So I think, we're going to continue to reach that Gen Z audience, that female-led audience, because she knows she can find us at WNBA League Pass.
Yeah, and on the product side, we kind of flipped it on its head a bit. So everyone knows and loves the WNBA ball, the orange and white ball. It's so synonymous and iconic, right, with the W. But in order to try to reach a male audience as well and get them more ingrained in the game, we actually made a men's-sized version of the WNBA ball. So WNBA ball is a little bit smaller, and ran that as a campaign on social, obviously through e-com, digital, et cetera. And it was the best performing social campaign of the year last year in terms of conversion for sales. And I want to say it was about 63% of purchasers were male on that. So it just goes to show that there is an interest and demand from the male side to be more ingrained, to be interested in, want to participate in the women's game or be involved in the women's game at some point through a product.
Right, and obviously we all know the term pink it, shrink it and pink it.
Yeah.
But I don't know which one comes first, but
Yeah.
The chicken or the egg, right? Yeah. But it's really the same model. You basically took that model and said, we're not going to do that to the men. We're not going to make the men use the little ball.
Yeah.
Can we make them wear pink jerseys?
I don't know. I'll leave that to Nike.
Sometimes we do. Sometimes we do, right? So we touched a little bit. We have a few minutes left, but we touched a little bit about the athletes themselves and how they're personally driving the interest in the women's game and commercial. They're really so invested in themselves, but also in their leagues. How are the athletes themselves really investing in commercializing the sports themselves? Men or women, really. I'm going to start by saying some of our male athletes have actually contributed and are part owners of some of the teams and really promoting their female counterparts. I think the WNBA example,
I'm fine, I'll just say it. It started with Kobe wearing the orange hoodie, right? And we've established the Kobe and Gigi Bryant Advocacy Award for certain players who really go above and beyond. We're thankful for our partnership at the NBA. We're thankful for Adam Silver and everything that he does to support our growth. We've given the award to the likes of Chris Paul, and Pau just received it this year. But I think it's our athletes who are storytelling and building the narrative. One reason that people maybe don't watch the WNBA is they don't know enough about it, right? They don't know that there's good guys or bad guys. And we are entering our super team era. So we have the New York Liberty, woo! And the Las Vegas Aces who are building these super teams, but that's the rivalry that people who watch men's sports want. I also think it's really important that our partners utilize our players in their marketing efforts. So you look at someone like CarMax, who put Sue Bird and Candace Parker in their TVC, and not only did they get great feedback from it, but they're internally at their company, we heard the feedback like, wow, it was so great to see a WNBA player, up there in our TV commercial. And we see that across the board. We actually established something called PMA. So these are player marketing agreements. This is part of our CBA, our collective bargaining agreement, where we as the league will pay players to support the league, market the league, and actually work with our partners throughout the course of the season. And I think that's a really unique approach to utilizing players to activate on behalf of partners and activate on behalf of the league. We started that a couple years ago, and it's just grown and grown. We started with 2 PMAs. This year we have 10 PMAs. So it's a model that's working, and we're going to continue to build upon.
Love it, love it. Do we have any questions from the audience? Anybody want to raise their hand? Brave.
Hi, Nicole Jeter-West with Underdog. Question for anyone on the panel, but curious to hear, what are you not seeing from partners as their support, and what would you like to see from partners as it pertains to women in sports, and that if there was that sort of additional effort from that partner or the partners in the space, that could help accelerate where we are in women's sports. You get groups that are out there doing it right now and are clearly aligning themselves with women's sports, but there's definitely more to be done. What is it that you're not seeing?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's really cyclical, right? So like on the media rights side, you're going to see this idea that Well, we can't give you the windows because you don't have the viewership. But you don't have the viewership because you don't have the windows. And you don't have the windows because you don't have the partnership dollars. And that just feeds into this vicious cycle. And if you look at women's sports on paper and you just continue to use the old models of valuation, we will never grow. So we'd like to see partners, whether it's in the media space or on the brand side, create a new valuation model for women's sports where you're able to see the non-tangentials, right? So what is the value of our players in the community who are activists and can really galvanize support behind what they're doing? So I think it's looking at those partners like our change makers who are willing to see beyond the spreadsheet model. Because if we stick to that, women will never succeed. Women are always undervalued if you only look at the spreadsheet. So my hope is partners will come on board, and we have great partners already, but we're always wanting more who will work with us to create a new value model, a new way to flip the script of undervaluing women's sports and really right-size this ship. That was my soapbox, so I'll get off. I'll get off now.
I almost got a flutter in my heart because I've been saying this for so long, and I'm just glad somebody else articulated it better than I have ever. So thank you. We're going to work on that together.
Thank you.
We talked a lot about redesigning the world like that you live in, Courtney, in the sponsorship activation space, and the Spurs is doing a lot to do that as well from a venue perspective. What can we teach this group? What can we teach venues, partners, anyone on how to redesign the space for women?
I think just, I spoke a little bit about technology earlier. I think it's very important to infuse that and build products that allow for more people to get access, whether it's streaming or whether it's being able to buy tickets easier, planning your trip to the next game. I feel like technology and leveraging the data that we have already and seeing what those audiences we want to bring more of, what they're interested in and how we can better meet their needs is probably the key to that.
I think so much of the work is not sexy. So much of the work is not the headline that you're going to read. So much of it happens in a conference room when you have diverse leadership speaking up over how to get there. And that work is never going to make a headline. But at the Spurs, we're really committed to actually doing that work. So we've been working with the Female Quotient to do an internal audit on our own organization. And right now, 30% of our leadership team is women. We're trying to get that up to 50%. Because you don't get to that result if you don't have the right people in the room. And that's never going to be written about in an ad age. We're never going to win an award for that. And that's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to do the work from the inside and have that be the plan for the next 3, 5, 7 years. And if you have the right people in the room, that's when the magic is going to happen. We're not going to come out the gates solving for these big issues. We need to solve for the systemic reasons why we're not there yet. And for us, it starts with people.
Great. I think that's 100% true. And I think that's kind of goes right back to the mission here at SIGA is to really, and I think Emmanuel mentioned earlier that we have more women board members now than we do male, not on purpose, but just because, and that's fine too. We love male allies as well. We'll find out from some of those folks later. We'll hear from some of those folks later. I just want to recap really quickly because there's some really amazing sound bites, and this is what I like to do. I like to remind people the amazing things that they just told us. Courtney, you talked about redesigning activation for lifestyle and food and better fan experience geared towards women and female fans. I love that. Coley, beyond the spreadsheet, we have a task force. I hope you're not too busy. It's also about two-way partnerships and collaborating in a meaningful way to change. And you do have 144 of the best basketball players on and off the court. Dave, all you need is a ball. I love that, right? It's so true. Sometimes to change someone's life and their trajectory in life, all you need is to hand someone the right equipment. And Katrina, do the work from the inside. We're going to make 10 million we're going to have 10 million girls in sport, leading sponsorship, sports, and maybe playing on new fields in the future and courts. We have a lot of basketball people up here, so I got to say court, not field. Thank you so much for your time and your effort today and for joining me in this conversation. We're going to try to commercialize the game. And next year, hopefully, we'll have new stats, new social campaigns that change the game, and a lot more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, no problem. As somebody who moderates a lot of panels, Christine, you did a phenomenal job. So round of applause for Christine, because it's not as easy as she makes it look.
I didn't know she would introduce everyone, so I wasn't totally sure about that, but thank you.
Of course. And thank you all for coming.
Thanks, everyone.
Couple of post notes on this panel. Coley was talking a little bit about the player agreements that are now in place at the WNBA. There is a huge opportunity to change the business model in women's sports because the research tells us that female athletes engage in a different, more impactful way with audiences on social. Now, I'm not going to go get granular on that. But when you think about how everything equates to dollars in sports, that's really important. I'll give you an example. In the National Women's Soccer League, Angel City Football Club, which is one of the newest clubs that came online based in LA, they do a couple of different things. Number one, they are allocating 1% of the gate to a fund that goes to any player who's willing to leverage their name, image, and likeness to help sell tickets. So if a player goes on social media and says, hey, come watch us at the bank, the stadium's now changed and I'm forgetting the name of it, but hey, come watch us, and includes a link to Ticketmaster, they get put into that pool. That's not important just because it helps raise the level of money that athletes are making. But it also changes the perspective for fans, because if fans know that they are supporting players by buying tickets, maybe that's a little extra incentive to, instead of watching that game at home, pick up the family, get in the car, make the trip to watch the players play, because they, to a certain degree, are contributing to how much the players they love and want to watch are making. The other thing that Angel City does is for each one of their sponsors, they say, okay, whatever your spend is, 10% of that spend is getting allocated into community initiatives. And when you combine that with the level of engagement that female players have in their community, it's a wonderful way to build business, because ultimately when your community feels invested, they're going to buy tickets. If they go to games, they're going to buy a Coke and a hot dog, and they're going to buy merch. So ultimately, all of these efforts and the willingness to reimagine what business models look like all contribute to the bottom line. So I'm just going to plant that seed, and you can do whatever you'd like with it. So with that, we're going to take a 20-minute break. Is that right, Katie? Take a little 20-minute break. Few reminders. If you're enjoying what you're hearing today, please put it out there on social media. Our 3 hashtags today are SIGAWomen, IWD 2023 for International Women's Day, and hashtag Embrace Equity, and a gentle nudge. If you're willing to make a donation to women's leaders, female leaders in sports here at SIGA, it would be greatly appreciated. No amount is too little. And consider a donation, or if you're in the room, hang out with Katie for a little bit during the break to see about becoming a global mentor or a partner. So enjoy the break. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
I have been an actor for most of my life. I started acting when I was 17 years old. And the natural progression from that, it's been 20 odd years since when I started. And I've done more than 25 movies in various languages across India. And after that, when me and my husband, the natural progression for us was to do an entertainment company, a film production company. And once we started that, we were obviously very much into sports. We had a sports website called the MMA India Show, which is one of the premier websites for mixed martial arts. But when we decided to get into promoting sport, we decided not to go with a sport that involved a lot of blood, and decided to go into something that we felt we could make a difference to the athletes' lives, as well as this was the sport that we could actually take forward internationally as well. We had the capability and the infrastructure to do so. So, which is why we started the Pro Panja League, which is an arm wrestling league. And because the sporting world is not something that I had that much of an experience with, navigating the sporting world as a woman, which, as we know in most places and not just India, is very male dominated. My husband, of course, Parveen Dabas, was associated with SIGA. He knew some of the members, and he knew of this mentorship course, and he actually introduced me to it. And then once I heard about it, I was very, very excited, in fact, and very, very keen to learn from some of the women who have higher positions in sport, because to suddenly go from being an actor or a producer, also again I would say producer would be a leadership role in film, but then to own and to start and to navigate your own sports league through various different channels, starting with investment to franchisee to actually creating the league, to knowing how many teams there'll be, how many players in each team, to navigating through channel deals and things like that. Number one, it was male dominated, and number two, it was a very different field from what I was used to. And that is why I was very keen and very excited to go ahead with the SIGA mentorship program.
So I applied to the SIGA mentorship program as I was finishing my master's degree in sports ethics and integrity, and it felt right to connect and get to know more women inside the sports industry who were interested in the same themes that I was. My mentor was Fernanda Borba from the Associação de Futebol da Ponta Delgada, and we had a great partnership where she shared some of her experiences leading projects at a football association, and I got to share a bit of my academic knowledge and how it could be applied to some of the real-life situations they were facing. This connection between my mentor and I was certainly the best thing about the program, because we had meaningful conversations about the current state of sport and how we can act to make it a better place for women especially. So if you're thinking of having a great group of women who are connected to sports in many different levels, this is a program that I would definitely recommend. And I can see it evolving into a big network of women that lift each other into the sports market.
Great. So I decided to participate in the SIGA Global Mentorship Program because, fortunately, through my experience at work, I have had other women who have mentored me and helped me get to where I am now. I do believe that in this industry, women often aren't invited to the table and may have to make their own table and build their own chairs and bring other women along with them. I think this program does that in an excellent way. To see the support that is given on all of our periodic meetings is just breathtaking. Women get very vulnerable, get really real, share some pretty unfortunate experiences, but also share real life tools on how to kind of improve situations, how they might have responded to something, given feedback on something. My experience has been excellent. I really love who I was paired up with. We're kind of a really nice match. And I noticed that our meetings together go by very quickly. We always have a lot of content to talk about. It's a very supportive environment, and I feel, just as much mentoring in maybe a reverse mentorship aspect, because I feel like we have a really great relationship and we have a safe space to talk about really anything as it relates to the sporting industry. So I would say it's relevant because, or I will pick three words that make it relevant. I would say it's vulnerability. I would say it is strength, and I would say it's support. I think those three things really show what it's all about. I absolutely would recommend that other women should join this program. It really connects you and people outside of your comfort zone. I think it's really easy to get caught up in your own world and your own work. And when you expand your network to different areas of sport, to different, areas around the world, you get invaluable input. I think, when you connect with someone that you might not otherwise see on a day-to-day basis, you're getting a view into a space that you might never come across in your whole career. So I think the way that this program expands networks, no other programs can do that. So I highly recommend putting the time in, opening up yourself, being vulnerable, talking to people, sharing your experiences, sharing what has worked, sharing what hasn't worked. I think there's something really beautiful in a shared experience. And when that's someone that's across the world from you, you kind of have this eye-opening moment. And you're saying, like, wow, someone else is going through that, and here's what they used that helped. Or maybe you can learn from something that they went through that maybe didn't work out the way they wanted it to. So I can't recommend it enough. I think it's a wonderful thing, and it's a thing that you absolutely should make time for to help advance your career.
So SIGAWomen is important to the sports industry because it gives customers, members, investors and sponsors confidence in the organisation that they're investing or wanting to be a part of. To achieve SIGAWomen, we undertook 2.5 full days of auditing with the British Standards Institute. The first day involved a deep look into the organisation and spent time with the auditor, showing them our policies, showing how these are enacted, and discussing areas on the framework. The second day involved a wider group of stakeholders, including our members of our board and staff, who helped to reinforce the fact that these policies and our procedures are in place. There was also a half day focused purely on equality, diversity and inclusion to ensure that European Rugby League meets SIGAWomen's robust standards for that area of the framework. SIGAWomen has been really valuable to European Rugby League. It's allowed us to understand what excellence looks like and given us the tools to spot gaps and to fill those gaps and to give our members confidence that the organisation demonstrates the high standards of governance that SIGA, through the SIGAWomen framework, expects.
Let's unwind. We're here driven by our hearts. It's priceless between us. Following our love, we see eye to eye. We hold this moment dearly. We look low and high. We stay side by side. We don't have to say a word. All that we have to do is simply be. It's more than just in our minds. Let's unwind. We're here driven by our hearts. It's priceless between us. Following our love, we see eye to eye. We hold this moment dearly. We look low and high. last drop. Is there anything left of your love? You're the only one who can pick it up, who can carry you home. There's a sailing in the air, it's watching your back, it's riding the planes, it's something it knows you well. You could call it a sign, you could call it whatever you like. It is the light, saying things are gonna work out fine. There's a sailing in the air, it's watching your back, it's riding the planes, it's something it knows you well. You could call it a sign, you could call it whatever you like. It is the light, saying things are gonna work out fine.
Hey, get it, get it, get it. I love what you bring. You like streaming water clank. Put yourself beside me, come and drench me with your rain. Yeah, I'ma call out your name. I'll never complain. And mañana do the dance. This our chance. Like, make the priceless move, yeah. Soon enough, bring it with you. I can feel it in the air, Bubba. Our song on the vinyl spinning. Things have changed, should've figured. Used to be in my Insta picture. I can feel it in your hair blowing. They could tease us, we don't care, nah, nah, nah. Cause we know if I could dial that watch back to the 0, I could be your hero, yeah. Feel like we clicked, feel like a kid again. Oh, what you do to me, you make it stick. Don't wanna miss, don't wanna miss a thing. Count every second, our time is quick. We're running away. Running and running and running away. I love how you think. You make me wanna quit this music thing. We might buy a couple novels and go off the grid again. I can't wait to live again in your head. In many ways we're friends. I ain't got time to explain. Yeah, look at you, you're vibrant. Life is funny, we just winging this stuff. Days and nights in silence. On the weekends I'm singing with you. Look at us, we're blinded. Soon enough I'll be ringing with you. Hope that we could be timeless. We both know that the clock's ticking. Yeah, I know if I could dial that watch back to the 0, I could be your hero. Yeah, feel like we click, feel like a kid again. Oh, what you do to me, you make it stick. Don't wanna miss, don't wanna miss a thing. Count every second, our time is quick. We're running away. Running and running and running away. We got plenty space to grow. We don't got much time to spend. We got so much love to show. I can't let this end. Yeah, we got plenty space to grow. We don't got much time to spend. We got so much love to show. I can't let this end. Yeah, we got plenty space to grow. We don't got much time to spend. We got so much love to show. I can't let this end. Hey, I can't let this end. Hey, I can't let this end. Hey, I can't let this end. Let this end. Let this end. Hey. run it away. Run it and run it and run it away.
Your seats, please. We're about to get started. For those who are watching online, welcome back to the SIGA Summit on Female Leadership in Sport in the lead up to International Women's Day. I am Bonnie Bernstein, your morning MC from ESPN and CBS Sports, and the founder, entrepreneurship, yes, founder and CEO of Walk Swiftly Productions. For this audience, in-house and globally, new podcast dropping called She Got Game. Thursday, exclusively on Audible. All of the things that we are talking about today, what propels women to be great leaders, are in these stories, connecting successful women and the role that sports played in their lives to parlay them to success. We have Chelsea Clinton, we have the actress Aisha Tyler, we have Layla Ali, we have the great Olympic gymnast Shawn Johnson, and 10 inspiring guests who, if you are in our space, the messages they share will ring true so powerfully with you. Speaking of athletes, that's exactly what our next panel is about. We are going to be tackling athlete activism, combining passion and performance with purpose, and how we overcome those challenges. This is such an important topic to me as somebody who's been in our industry close to 30 years now. I am of the age that I remember Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Bill Russell, Jim Brown, Muhammad Ali, who understood the power of their platform and their voice. And they advocated for social justice and for positive change. They wanted to orchestrate, and be the faces for uncomfortable conversations that make our society better. Somewhere along the line, that disappeared. Michael Jordan is one of the greatest basketball players ever to set foot on a basketball court. But there was a quote that I always think about when I think about why did the athlete voice go silent for a while? And the quote was, "Republicans buy shoes too." There was a long period where athletes were afraid to use their voices because they were concerned about backlash. They were concerned about how it would impact their brand, how it would impact their teams, how it might impact the league. And so the voices were quiet. And for me, one of the quintessential moments that got things back on track was several years ago. For those of you who are joining us globally, this may not be a story that's on your radar, but a boy by the name of Trayvon Martin, who was in his neighborhood in Florida, was wearing a hoodie, and he was shot down by a neighborhood volunteer watch person. And the big three at the time were playing for the Miami Heat: LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh. And they spearheaded a photo on Instagram with hoods. And it was the signal that enough was enough. It was time for athletes to start using their voices for change, using their voices for good again. And it has opened the floodgates. And because their names are so big and so powerful, and because they were so successful in the NBA, it said to athletes of the current generation and the generation of athletes coming up, it's not only okay, it's important. Athletes are humans, just like anybody else on this earth. And that's why the conversation we have coming up with this wonderful panel is so important. Because we're going to celebrate the athletes, and we're going to talk about the challenges that they work through and the courage they face and have every day to leverage their platforms and leverage their voices for good. So joining us, Batuli Kamara, founder of Women and Kids Empowerment, also known as WAKE. Lauren Essrig, former USC athlete and head of development, Voice in Sport Foundation. Liz Agunwo, VP of International Development and Global Impact for the NBA Players Association. And moderating this fantastic panel is Angela LaChica, President and CEO of LaChica Sports Group, who's also a representative of the Players Coalition. Take it away, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for having us. We're really excited about this panel. And as we celebrate female leadership, I'd like to proudly tout that we're an all-female athlete impact firm. I've committed myself to empowering women in our industry, and that's important for us to be here and celebrating. And I would love to now, we just want to take the conversation that our panel had outside and bring it to you all. So if you're okay with that, we'd like to keep this real conversational, real casual, starting off about accountability. You know, I think that's really important these days about what that looks like in the league and the player perspective. So I'd love to hear all of your vantage points on what accountability looks like when you're talking about athlete activism.
I am born and raised in New York City and a first-generation Guinean. And by the time I was a junior in college, one of my favorite quotes by Maya Angelou was, "I stand as one, but I come as 10,000." And I remember being a part of, you know, the Yukon Huskies, and we go and play, you know, huge games with 60,000 people, right? And I come back to my neighborhood, and it was nothing like the places I'd been, the hotels that I'd stayed in, the experiences that I was having. And feeling like I was living a very different life. And I realized that so many of the community members were rooting me on, right? They had Yukon Flyers. They'd, you know, spent their last to get one hoodie to support me. And it was all of us. When I stepped on the court, it was 10,000 strong. And I realized that it was almost disrespectful to silence who I was and to silence my story, because there was a community behind me who was screaming mine. We were screaming our story, our name, our success. And I feel like it was really irresponsible of me as an athlete and as athletes to silence that. And so I think, you know, as we always say, sport is a microcosm for life and where we are. And I think if we can zoom in to our stories, to our authentic selves, to what we bring in these sports spaces, we can connect and unite. And I think that's the power of sport. And I think that's a role we have as athletes, and that's our responsibility in that.
Definitely. I think when I think about my journey as an athlete and now leading partnerships at the Voice in Sport Foundation, which is really focused on advocating for girls and women in sport, I think what I think about is you know, being accountable to yourself too, right? And being accountable for your own voice. And I think that really starts with education. So my journey is around, you know, coming up as an athlete and seeing the inequities around me, but not truly understanding what I was seeing until I learned about Title IX and how to really think about evaluating the environment that we live in now. You know, 50 years after Title IX, you know, through our work, we have found that 98% of Title IX evaluations that are conducted by high school and college girls through our Viz Advocate program fail compliance on at least one element. And so through educating girls on their Title IX rights, they can really be accountable to themselves in terms of turning that education into advocacy and really lifting their voice for change and for that next generation.
That's amazing. Well, for me, I'll be honest and say I only made it up to my senior year in high school as an athlete, but I love in this capacity being able to protect, support, and amplify the work of our players. Working at the NBA Players Association, all day, every day, our focus is on how can we support and help our players on this journey in the limelight, right? These are the top 450 basketball players from around the world who are living out their life, living out their experiences in front of a public audience. So how are we supporting them and remaining authentic to their understanding of the world, how they're interacting with the world, the lived experiences they've had being in this world, and how they want to show up in that space? How are we accountable to them and supporting them in any messages, any ways they want to give back to the communities where they're from or where they're playing? How can we remain accountable to them on this journey?
I think that's great. And I think, I know on the NFL side, when we're talking about what the league support and accountability looks like from the player standpoint, it means being in the room when those decisions are being made on social justice issues. So the Players Coalition has a seat at the table to understand where all those millions of dollars of grant funds go to. They bring groups to the league to say, hey, we think these groups are doing really good work, whether it's around prison reform, police accountability, and then even down to things like sideline apparel. You see the Inspire Change sideline during the month of November. Our players approve that, and they say, this is what we want it to say, and they take it back to the locker room. And so those conversations and decisions are really important, especially at a league level, right? I'd like, Liz, if you could talk about some player experiences. What are some of the activations that you've seen when you're talking about this activism space specifically?
It's like so many examples, right? And I'm thinking of most recently, we call it the bubble, right? Where in the midst of COVID, our players went down to Florida and play in the bubble. And life was happening while they had taken it upon themselves to continue the game, to be that somewhat beacon of hope during COVID. And also during that time was when George Floyd was murdered. And while they were still, contractually obligated to play in the bubble, they leveraged that time to continue to raise awareness around the issues, everything that was going on, whether it was what they were wearing on their jerseys or coming to the table with the league to establish the first ever National Basketball Social Justice Coalition, the first ever NBA foundation focused on these key issues, advancing economic opportunities for brown and black boys and girls of color from across the U.S., or really pressing, keeping the foot to the pedal, to the gas on key issues around criminal justice reform, around voting, around just critical activism. This was all happening while they're still playing in the bubble, and it's still happening to this date. So that's the first example that comes to mind for me.
And there's endless examples, I'm sure. I'd like to shift gears a little bit to the financial implications. We see a lot of brands and organizations wanting to be change agents and wanting to figure out how they support activism, but there's fundraising challenges with that. I know a lot of our clients don't just take checks, especially after George Floyd's murder, Breonna Taylor. You had companies and teams wanting to send cash just to check the box, and that's not what they were about. So can you talk to me a little bit about some fundraising challenges and needs that you both have? Batuli, we'd start with you.
Yeah. I would say for me, I started Women and Kids Empowerment, a nonprofit, back in 2017 when I was a junior in college. And the main mission, when we talk about accountability, to your last question, was I had young girls keeping me accountable, both in New York City and in Guinea, where there was a lack of opportunity, a lack of infrastructure, particularly in Guinea. And early on, we received a ton of grants, some of which I couldn't have access to as a player, but thank goodness for the NIL now. So I'll probably go back to them. But as a player early on, funds that we didn't have access to. And I realized that there was brands reaching out who wanted to partner and who wanted to connect, but didn't really know about our work or our girls and didn't really want to follow up. And there are some awesome, organizations such as the Billie Jean King Foundation, where we're able to build a basketball court, for girls, and now 1,000 girls play there a week at a public school. So there was brands who had follow-up and who had engagement, who really wanted to know our crowd and their clientele. And I think we have long-lasting relationships. And I think often now, there's no moral compass when it comes to giving, funds. We've done it. We've checked our box. We, are now tax exempt. But I think that there's no real follow-up and no relationship that are gained through these partnerships and connections that we saw right post-COVID.
Definitely. I think I'd like to just pick up on one specific thing that you mentioned there, which I think is so important, is longevity and making sure that these are long-lasting, genuine relationships and really co-creating something that's going to benefit the future. And so, there are brands that are doing this work. So an incredible partnership that we have is with Cliff, who is investing in Title IX education here in the US, as well as our Viz Advocate program. So really marrying those two things, again, education and advocacy. Another incredible example actually goes back to what you were saying around spotlighting the players and what their journey looks like as well. So Champs and Puma have also partnered with our foundation and through an event with Katie Lou Samuelson, who is really passionate about giving back to the next generation and ensuring that they have the tools to raise their voice, we were able to come together and build a partnership with Taft High School in Los Angeles, which is one of the most diverse high schools there. And we're able to provide a micro grant to fill an inequity that the girls identified at their school around an unequal locker room with the boys versus the girls teams. And so it's really kind of combining essentially that longevity piece, as well as even bringing the players in and bringing in brand partners that have those connections to really, again, make that change and make an impact. A call to action is we need more support, right? And we need brands who are interested in partnering with organizations that are, making an impact at the grassroots level, as well as on the national level.
I love that. And I'm sorry, Liz.
Sorry, I was just going to pick on, there was something that you shared around that partnership between the individual player and the brand and the authenticity behind it. I mean, I would love to be able to say, sure, we can partner with LeBron or Steph Curry or Giannis for whatever, but there is something so powerful around connecting with a player who's had that lived experience that connects to that specific community that brand is trying to reach and making that connection. And I just wanted to just reiterate what you were speaking about there and how much more impactful that can be.
Yeah, we were talking about authenticity earlier, right? Never having to give your clients talking points and just them speaking from the heart. And then shifting to call to action, you had mentioned, I think what we found, it was really important that we had an ask ready for our athletes. So when Ahmaud Arbery was murdered, our ask, instead of the social media outcry that we saw, players and teams knew to come to Players Coalition for what that call to action was, and that call to action was legislation. It was prosecutor accountability in the state of Georgia. It goes back to voting. It goes back to voting rights. I mean, everything. George Floyd's murder was a qualified immunity call to action. So here's what you can do. We had 1,000 players write a letter to Congress to sign to ask for federal qualified immunity. And that was a real opportunity to kind of gather everyone together for change. Do you see that lacking in some of the areas that you all work in when you're working with your audiences? Is there an ask there? What does that look like?
I think, go ahead.
Please go.
Well, I was going to say, I think when I reflect on my experience as an athlete, for so long, I felt like I had all this passion. I was noticing, again, inequities that I was seeing, but I didn't have a conduit or a channel to be able to make an impact, right? What is that call to action? And I think something that I'm really, really proud of building at the Voice in Sport Foundation is that conduit, right? Being able to connect the lived experiences of high school and college girls, through our program with the people and the resources in power who can make real change, specifically. Just this past year, we introduced the Fair Play for Women Act, which strengthens Title IX and is really the outcome of sharing all of those lived experiences with those senators and with the House of Representatives to be able to introduce that. And so I think that that's just really truly an example of that.
Yeah. And Liz, how do I know the NBA Social Justice Committee does some legislative work. What does that look like?
The Social Justice Coalition is amazing, right? Bringing together players, coaches, team governors as well. Really, how can we work together to advance change across the activism space, right? So how are we able to work closely with CJ McCollum, who is the president of the Players Association, who's also a journalist, right? Who's also a storyteller, right? How can he use his passion to write about and speak to issues in New Orleans while he's playing there, right? How can he address some of the legislation that's happening at that state level and help to advance change in that regard? Going back to your original question, when you're thinking about 450 players with completely different backgrounds, right, who are seeing the world from completely different vantage points, there's always going to be the challenge. I mean, how many football players are there as well, too, right, of trying to unify everybody move in this direction at this time when you have, players at different stages of their career, whether they are on their second contract or they are a rookie. So I think the notion is always to think global, but to act local, and going back to those local community partnerships where you can have an impact, whether it is Kyle Kuzma coming from Flint, Michigan, and he's able to work with the mayor there to ensure that everyone has their ballot to vote in the previous elections, or Rajon Rondo, who has seen the perils of recidivism within the teenagers in their community. How can he partner with local officials to create a safe space for the youth in Louisville, Kentucky to reduce that recidivism, right? How can we act locally?
And I feel like the NBA, I know the struggles in the NFL is that we had early on, when it wasn't cool to do athlete activism, for lack of a better phrase, we had struggles getting athletes engaged because they were afraid to speak out because of teen ownership. And so we had to create different levels of involvement. Maybe it was just a social media post. We had just social media all the way up to going to Capitol Hill. You don't have that problem in the NBA, do you? Or do you guys? What does that look like player engagement wise?
I mean, it all varies, right? And from player to player who are leveraging their platform, who are going to the Hill, right? If they are getting to receive that coveted award in the White House for winning a ring, they're also having those conversations on the Hill while they're spending their time in D.C. So I think our players are leaning into it. They're establishing funds. They're establishing organizations while they are fighting for change.
Right. So, please.
If I may add to that. So separate from, the organizational personal work that I do is around, Muslim women and hijabi athletes. And this work started in college as I was transitioning into, my spiritual journey and began covering. And there was a FIBA hijab ban at that time, and it banned all religious headwear, whether that was a yarmulke or hijab, and said that it was a safety issue when there was no record of any, safety incidents occurring on the sports field. And so I think one key thing that you all said was language, and I think that's so important because now here in the U.S., outside of the NCAA, at the high school level and at elementary level, there is no specific language that supports or supports or solidifies religious headwear. And so I think that's truly important, right? Legislation and creating a shared language of support of this. And I think there are so many times or so many posts that I'll see or girls who reach out and say, I was banned from the championship race, right? My championship wrestling match due to, what I was wearing and me practicing my faith out loud. And there's no, real, just as safety measures. And that's up to the officials who have, their own discretion. And so I think that is a really important aspect right now that needs to be, there's, Nikes of the world, the Adidas of the world have all created sport equipment, supporting Muslim women, but I think there needs to be more legislation and language surrounding that, surrounding Muslim women.
I'd like to stay on you, but you have one more thing to add?
No, go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I'd like to talk about impact, how we measure impact. What does that look like in your space when you're quantifying?
Yeah, quantifying impact. That's how we should rephrase our panel, quantifying impact. I think for us, it's really being authentic to what we do. So at Women and Kids Empowerment, initially, ignorance is bliss. When we started, every girl should have a sport experience. And that led us to do camps in France, in Spain, in India, right? And so we really went global, and now we're really focusing on our home bases in New York City and in Guinea, West Africa. And for us, in Guinea right now, Guinea ranks number 6 overall for girls who do not graduate secondary education. And so our focus is on the courts that we've built, one at a private school and one at a public school, is to measure how long are girls staying in school now, right? What is their retention rate based on, one, this basketball court for all students, but also providing scholarships for these girls to stay in school if financial measures, is the impact, is a barrier to education. And what that also leads to is young child in marriage, where Guinea ranks number 8 overall across the world. And, oftentimes you're sitting across a mother and saying, why would you allow your 14, 15, right, year old to be married? And it's a transaction of a financial means and of protection. And they look at you and say, I want the best. And this is the only option. And I'm not here to change. That was my goal initially, but to change the culture, but to offer you a new perspective. There's another way. and it's through sport, right? She may be this, but she's also an awesome point guard. She's bright, she has leadership qualities. And so through our scholarship programming and through our infrastructure and building basketball courts, we've been able to see that change. And so, you know, there are measures, right? We can say we've been across 11 countries or, you know, built these 2 courts and have 2 more and, you know, are working to build a boarding school with 5 acres of land. But I think real impact is in having those one-on-one conversations and having a parent trust me with their daughter, with a way where there's not a way I can see, but I'm gonna be brave enough to trust this because I want the best. And so that's the real impact in my life. And that's what I really hold close.
Yeah, I mean, that's incredibly powerful. I would say that through my work at the Voice in Sport Foundation, through our work, I think about it in a similar way, right? It's important to track the growth of our programs and what we're putting out into the world. I mean, you know, we track, you know, the number of Title IX trainings that we give. We track the growth of our Viz Advocate program with the goal to ultimately have, you know, at least one Viz Advocate in every high school and college, with a goal of 23,000, hopefully. And we currently have at least one advocate in all 50 states currently, so we are growing. But you know, the experience of going into a school, you know, just a few months ago, I went to a high school in Los Angeles and presented, you know, on Title IX and really educating. And I think when you make that unlock and you see the girls understand what's around them and then how they can raise their voice and really advocate for change, it's like that is the impact that you see, right? When you see those kind of headline numbers that we do track. And that's something that I think is really, really powerful.
That's amazing. You know, I work for a union, right? So in terms of impact, of course, it's getting our collective bargaining agreement signed again, coming soon, right? That's one of those things too. And then also protecting and supporting our players. I think not every player is going to have the experience of a 15-plus year career. The average age of a player is around 24, 25. Their average tenure is around 4 to 5 years. So impact for us is how are we able to accelerate that growth from one step on that, whether it is that philanthropic learning curve or that business acumen learning curve, how are we able to advance and move it in a shortened period of time. But then also as the league continues to grow with about 25% of our players being from around the world, how are we also helping our players to have influence in the communities where they're from? I think we were having that conversation earlier around the work in Guinea. How are our Guinea players also working with their women counterparts to advance some of the barriers that they've seen from their own countries, and how can they move one step further towards idolizing the change that they collectively want to see?
The Players Coalition just extended a 5-year, $15 million agreement with the NFL last month. And that doesn't happen without being able to send them the impact report saying, here's the 26 pieces of legislation our athletes have passed. Here's the X amount of voting rights symposiums we've hosted, countless listen and learns. Just being able to really track and quantify that has been really, really impactful. So before we part, I would love to hear individually from each of you how you use your platform in an activism way. You know, I'll start. I vote. That's how I use my platform, and I convene my resources, the athletes, the brands, the teams. And I think that's important. I didn't think I had a voice, but I realized I did in my own little space, right? What does that look like for each of you? Liz.
Okay, me first. No, I'd say collaboration is the new competition, right? And how can we really
writing that down?
No,
I love that. We're going to applaud that on this. I love that.
No, honestly, how are we bringing unlikely bedfellows together? Like, you know, me personally, I can speak to my experience of, you know, a decade in politics and, you know, leaving politics to go serve in the Peace Corps as, you know, mid-career Peace Corps volunteer, right? But those experiences, like working with other Peace Corps volunteers who have these strong connections in the community, what does that mean for a league that's looking to grow the game in Africa, and how are you able to bring those connections together between Peace Corps Senegal and NBA Africa, right? What does that connection look like? And just knowing the experience of unlikely career trajectories coming together, how can you amplify and push for those unlikely bedfellows to come together?
I would say, for me, advocacy begins with education. So I am advocating through educating the girls and women in sport today so that they feel like they have the language and the resources and the access to power to be able to make a change at their school, in their community, as well as on Capitol Hill and across the globe.
I would say, education, I think, is huge. I'm currently a first-year PhD student at UMass Amherst, and I'm studying girls in sport in West Africa. And so I think that's my contribution. And, circling back to my initial quote, I stand as one, but I come as 10,000. And I hope that what I learn can impact the lives of 10,000. And I think showing up and trying to be that one and sharing their stories is my contribution, hopefully to my girls, to future generations, and I think the world. Tied it up.
I love that. Thank you all so much. This has been so just enlightening. I know that we all talked about projects we could start working on together when we were out there, so I look forward to continuing the work with you all, with my new collaborators. So thank you for all that you all are doing. All right, thank you, everyone.
Ooh, 51
Wonderful job,
seconds to
ladies.
spare.
Thank you so much. Hearing so many extraordinary and powerful women speak today makes me think about Katie's comments at the beginning of our time together, and how initially, when Emmanuel came to her with this opportunity to build SIGA together, there was a hesitancy because of how she was treated by other women. And I hope that you here in the room and those of you watching online around the world can come away from our time together understanding that there are so many women who all they want to do is lift each other up. We have this extraordinary sisterhood that already exists, but it's also incumbent upon all of us to take that initiative, to take that torch and run to it and be proactive about seeing young women who are coming up in our industry and extending a hand and taking them under our wings so they know that we can provide a safe space and an industry that, while it's obviously getting a lot better for women, there's still equally as obviously room for growth. We have a special guest live on Zoom. Ariana Cristioni, are you here?
Hello.
Hello. Ariana is a former pro footballer, currently the director of women's football at Next Sport. Ariana, where are you coming to us from?
I'm in Rennes, France.
Why couldn't we come to you? Wait,
I would love to be in New York with you guys. Honestly, it would be fantastic to be in New York, but unfortunately other travels for other events are coming up and I couldn't make it, but anybody's welcome to visit Rennes at any point. Honestly, look me up on LinkedIn and I'll take you to get the best galette and all the cool French food that you don't know about, and that's not Paris.
Well, the time is yours. Thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you for having me. And again, I really wish I was there with you guys in New York, but tight on time, so I will just jump right in. The nature of being a female athlete in itself makes you an activist. Historically, sport was created by men for men. You never have to make a specific social media post or go on TV chanting a certain cause. The mere fact, as a woman, you step on the field, court, clay, or any other sporting stadia, you are standing up for you and all the women who came before and were not allowed to practice, and all the women that will be able to because you played your sport. Sometimes we're battling for righteous causes that have nothing to do with our personal situations or lives. But many times we're just standing up for our own rights and trying to make our lives a little better, such as Allison Felix challenging Nike for maternity rights. She just wanted to be an athlete and be a mother and to continue to do what she loves. It should be simple. but for so many, every day is a struggle and a fight, not just on the field or court, but to even get there. I was recently invited to take part in the Street Child United World Cup in Qatar before the men's tournament. I was at the tournament because a friend of mine is an advisor to the organization, and I thought it was a great sponsorship opportunity for one of my clients. I never imagined how the experience could profoundly change the way I think. I've never been afraid to speak out for what I think is right. So I was always available to groups or organizations to help out or use my voice as a player for a cause. But this was different. I went to Qatar with no expectations or understanding about what was actually going to happen. The organization was very happy I'd brought in a sponsor, as that meant an entire team from Mauritius could come and participate in the tournament. They were also happy that an ex-pro player would be coming and could chat and hang out with the kids. For most of you in the audience or on the call or YouTube or wherever you are in the world, you probably have no idea who I am, and that's fine. You've definitely never watched me play football. And those of you who might know who I am, you probably know me more for the work I've done off the field in women's football than the sweat I put on it. So it's easy to say none of these kids knew who I was either. Nor am I regularly invited to participate in events for my sporting popularity. But seeing those kids light up to play was one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. These kids come from some of the worst situations imaginable. For some, it was the first time they've slept in a real bed, let alone 3 meals a day or getting on a plane. One of the organizers explained when they met one of the teams at the airport, they were all already wearing their football boots. Confused, the woman found out it was the only shoes that the kids owned. I don't want to stress the poverty or misfortune these kids live with every day, but rather their smiles, their enthusiasm, and their openness to play. They were playing in heat up to 95 degrees Fahrenheit and 35 degrees Celsius, but they didn't care. There were countries singing and chanting for each other that were normally at war. These were kids just being kids, boys and girls speaking different languages, and the one thing uniting them all was their love for this sport. It was beautiful to see and incredible to be a part of. I did a goalkeeper session for the boys and the girls. The girls all came on time and were extremely enthusiastic to participate. The boys were something different. Only 3 showed up. And then as they saw the training progress and the level of play and the enjoyment from the other boys, more boys started to trickle in. One boy was extremely late and hesitant to start, but then he didn't want to leave. I later learned that his coach had been watching me for a while before he sent him over, due to religious and cultural differences that prohibited him from believing a woman could teach men and boys anything about football. And I've been using football, and I realize you guys are in the States, so I am talking about soccer. I don't necessarily consider myself an activist, and I don't share the story to tell you how great I am, only that little things can start to make a difference. There will be incredible women on the panel right after me, women who are truly change makers and creating a better world for all of us. I just want to share that by being you and being true to yourself, you have no idea what kind of change you can make and how much better the world can be. Before I leave you, there's one more thing I'd like to stress. And while I believe that just by playing our sports, we're all fighting our own fight in our own way, I do not believe that athletes have to consider themselves activists, and we should not force this designation upon them. Just like some women shy away from the word feminism, labeling an athlete anything other than the sport they play is wrong to me. Athletes set out to play their respective sport, and what happens from there should be their choice. They should not be forced or coerced into activism because the community around them believes that that's what they should be doing. So as an athlete or just an active woman, I encourage you to grab your soapbox and speak your truth, or just lace up your cleats and walk on the field. We're all doing our part in our own way, and we all should be applauded for that. So let's try to be a little nicer to one another when it comes to these designations and how we treat our athletes. Thank you.
Amazing. Ariana, I'm not sure you're still there. If you are, thank you. And we're all going to take you up on that invitation to come to France, so be careful what you wish for. Thanks to the wonderful technological wonders of Zoom, Ariana was able to come visit us, which provides a perfect transition to our next panel, which is Advancements in Technology, Women Innovating sport through tech. So obviously this whole day is all about lifting women up in sports and positioning them to thrive in whatever aspect of the industry they're in. One of the many areas where there's room for growth is technology. And there's lots of opportunity to make women's market share in the space much more appreciable. On a grander scale, the sports tech industry is supposed to become a $30 billion industry by 2034. So lots of possibility when it comes to range, scope, diversity of the sector. We know more broadly that despite some amazing organizations that you may have heard of, like Girls Who Code and MasterCard's wonderful STEM program, Girls for Tech here in the States, when you look at the diversity numbers in Silicon Valley and regions that are supportive of tech, the numbers are disappointing, to be kind. So that's what this panel is all about. So how can we in this room supercharge this movement, be agents for change? And we're going to do that by shining a light on pioneers in the sports tech industry who are not only doing great things with product and innovation, but lifting women up and bringing them along the way. This panel, we have Mary Lou McFarland, who is co-founder and CEO of Women in Sports Technology, Haley Price, head of North America Sports Sponsorships at Tata CS, Sandra Lopez, who is very largely responsible for me standing here in front of you today. She is a former C-suite goddess at Intel and Microsoft, tech executive and current deputy chair of SIGA, the America Advisory Board. Kelly Sullivan, Director of Data Products for Breakaway Data, and moderating this panel will be Susan Warner, Talent and Community Engagement, founder of Girls for Tech at MasterCard. And we welcome them all in. Ladies.
Remind me to tell you something. Where do they want us to sit?
It's in the crowd. All right, being short, wearing a dress, and a stool.
I did the
Perfect.
same thing.
I know. Should have wrote remember. Come on, excuse me. All right.
We can figure this
thank
out.
you for having us. Really appreciate this. Susan Warner, and I'm the founder of Girls for Tech. Not as very athletic as all my panelists here in my childhood, but I am a huge advocate of STEM and pushing girls into this space and giving them opportunity. We say at MasterCard, you know, talent is equal, opportunity is not. And it definitely translates the same in sports technology. So I'm with this amazing panel. Thank you for joining me. We're going to make this a little interactive, and I know my video crew is going to be like, but we have a couple of questions to ask you, so I want to get this right. So how many in this room, and I realize this is probably a heavily rotated room, but how many participated in sports beyond the age of 12? We just have I told you it was kind of heavily rotated. And for those of you who stayed in sports beyond the age of 12, what values did you gain? Just real quick, and I'll shout it out, David, so you don't need a microphone.
Grit. Confidence.
Grit, confidence. What? Teamwork, tenacity. All right, and for those of us who didn't pursue sports beyond the age of 12, do you want to raise your hand? All right. And what intimidated you, or what held you back? What were you thinking about?
I grew up in a country where women were practicing sports. So.
Yeah. Latoya?
Yeah. I just grew up in an artsy community, so I did violin, dance, ballet, tap.
Yeah. I'd say that there are women who are intimidated. You know, lack of confidence may be one of the reasons why. We're certainly seeing that in the STEM industry. You know, 1 in 5 men will pursue a STEM career. 1 in 20 will pursue, 1 in 20 women will pursue a STEM career. So there is a difference. So today we're all about sports technology, talking about it. And when we talk about sports technology, I just want to mention it's athlete, team, and coach performance. it's fan engagement, it's venue and event innovation, it's digital media, it's wearable sports, it's business of sports, it's esports and fantasy sports. So that's what we're talking about, and how we can encourage girls to pursue this very lucrative, exciting career. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions. We talked earlier in the day about girls who do pursue sports and how there is a correlation between women CEOs and more women in corporate leadership have pursued sports beyond the age of 12. So what can we do more to encourage, first, before we get to sports technology, what can we do more to encourage girls to pursue this sports?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can see here with everyone's response that sports are so impactful for a variety of reasons. And I think just a small way that changing the narrative, which I think is not universal, but at times becomes, for young women, that sports is a good way to move your body or get active, which is obviously true. But the powers of sports of just like learning about teamwork and learning how to show up and find your purpose is like well beyond and like way, larger in some ways. So I think switching that narrative could be really powerful for a lot of young women. I don't think that's the only thing, but I think that could be a part of it to keep young girls playing sports longer.
I think it really comes down to funding and access, right? Because if you're not funding these programs for young girls to get into sports at an early age, I mean, I see it in my town, right? Some sports are better funded than others, and that's where you get more kids to show up. So I think, and then that also creates access.
Having a 12-year-old daughter, she just doesn't see women in sports. She watches a lot of media, whether it's streaming and or on TV, and so she doesn't see herself. So she doesn't see that that's an opportunity for her in terms of long-term success. Ironically, it's great to see new social media platforms, whether you're pro or against it, TikTok, where they're highlighting stories about, and she showed it to me, which is super cute, a woman who disguised herself as a man to go play football and outperformed the guys. And so it's both media and also saying that girls can play sports too. And I do believe that we've made some progress last year with individuals like Serena, who's a GOAT. But I do believe that we have systemic issues that exist. And let's just start with the media. If I can see her, I can be her.
Yep. Yeah. And I would add everything to what you said is role models. The opportunity for a girl to see a girl, young girls tend to really emulate just that superstar 3 or 4 years older than them. So if they can see the girls playing sports in their high school years and on into college, that will often really encourage them to keep going because they want to be just like that person who's their role model. Yeah. To your point, see it to be it.
Absolutely, absolutely. So we know at MasterCard, if there is 50-50 representation to create a product or service, to create the next gen technology, we know if it's 50-50, and we're not there yet, but we're working hard to get there, we know we're going to create a better product and service because everyone's at the table giving voice to what that product or experience should be. So what are you doing in your space to be more inclusive and bringing women in, getting them in the door?
Well, I think at TCS, Tata Consultancy Services, we're a massive IT consulting company and technology company, and we have 600,000 employees across the globe. So we're talking about diversity at scale, right? So we really believe in diversity by design and that everyone should be a champion of equity from the top down. Now that's a lot of pretty words, right? What does that actually mean in action? It really means looking at the numbers, right? So we're closing in at 40% women workforce, and that's good, but that's not good enough, right? So I think we just need to keep pushing on that, and we have strategic partnerships with Million Women Mentors. Through that, we were a founding partner, and we have a 1 million active women mentorship relationships, and then really looking at how we can make the difference on like a smaller level, just in the daily actions, right? So maybe it's just something as simple as inviting someone new to your team, bringing in different voices, looking at your hiring practices, and I think it's something we challenge ourselves to do every day.
I can go. I'm just a vocal advocate for equality and representation, and so oftentimes I'm called the AOC of tech. I think that's a compliment. But I do believe that the stats are really concerning, and I think COVID, we went backwards. And so Joanna Coles, who's the editor of, who was a former editor of Cosmopolitan, gave me this advice one day, is like, maybe you can't change within, but you can change on the outside. And if I look at the 1%, the board of directors, the C-suite, we need to get diversity there, and so actively challenging publicly traded companies that you need to see complete diversity. So you need to see Blacks, Latinos, people with disabilities, people with mental health issues, so that it can actually trickle down throughout the entire organization. So actively working and trying to do change within the BOD and C-suite.
That's great. That's great. And what I would say with Women in Sports Tech, so our entire organization was built around driving growth opportunities for women at all career stages, but also employers to allow them to walk the walk. And we develop and deliver innovative programs that provide significant, tangible results for employers. So we have the WIS Fellowship Program, which gives college, grad, and PhD students experience working in the industry. They get a very carefully paired mentor and amazing workshops, and then a community, courage, confidence, and community going forward. We also have the single source for diverse hiring. It's the WIS Network. So this is a career hub for all women, people of color, LGBTQ, veterans, disabled people. Anyone who's not currently included in our sports tech industry has found amazing dream jobs. They get connected to employers who are looking to diversify their workforces. And at the end of the day, what WIS really does is solve for that struggle to diversify talent pipelines. We've expanded from Change the Ratio to include Culture Matters, because it's also really important to have an inclusive culture. Once you have the people there and you create more diversity, how do you have everyone feel like they belong?
Absolutely. Now, girls will drop out of STEM, around that in the U.S., the middle school age, while they will score the same at the third grade level as boys. There is a significant drop-off, and there are many reasons, and it's been heavily researched, but it is lack of confidence, lack of role models, lack of parents and teachers being comfortable with the subject, and we're seeing the same thing with girls in sports. So from 12 years old to the time they can join your beautiful internship program, mentorship program, there's 6 years there that we're missing and that the drop-off is occurring. What can we do that's a scary place to me.
Well, Susan, you have to give yourself credit because you're doing so much amazing work with Girls for Tech. Girls 8 to 16, I've loved learning about your programs. Really introduce them to careers and to areas of STEM that they may not know lead to super exciting careers. So I think what you're doing is significant. And then we are developing content that would be for the high school age and older of your cohort to show them what does a cool career in sports tech look like. We have DJ Heat, who's the Washington Mystics and Washington Wizards DJ. She does the music at every one of these basketball, NBA, and WNBA events. So I think what you're doing, your programs are certainly paving the way, and the rest of us can hopefully take them from what you're doing into their careers and support them with their next step.
I did not pay Mary Lou to say that. Just want you to know.
It's pretty phenomenal.
Much. Thank you.
3 million girls so far?
3.7, yeah.
Yeah.
So you're right. It is exposure. It's again, that opportunity. It's reaching the hand out, getting the girls in the door. Kelly, you were talking about when you were applying into this industry, you didn't see a lot of people who look like you. Tell us a little bit about you. I know you're a math and computer science major. She is STEM. And you're sports technology. Just give us a little bit about your background.
Yeah, so I played collegiate soccer, which was awesome and a super big joy for me. And I studied math and comp sci, but left college not really knowing ways to stay in sport. I thought I probably was gonna have to coach, which is awesome, but I didn't really see that maybe for myself. And so with some research and going through things, I did find that there was some really amazing sports tech careers out there. But I think the thing I found, and I really tried not to do, but I see other people doing it, I think both in tech and in sports, and it's kind of a double whammy when you're in sports tech, is I think as a woman, you maybe feel the need to self-select out. Maybe I don't love sports enough, or maybe I'm not as good, of a coder or whatever it is to be in this field. And I just, knew at the end of the day, with my experience, I thought I really could do a good job in sports tech. And because I had male allies at the company I'm at now that lifted me up and saw the potential in me, I'm really enjoying what I do with Breakaway, and I'm in the sports tech field. And yeah, I'm on a lot of calls, and it's a lot of teams, and all of the, the people representing or the team I'm on a call with are men, and that's tough. I have allies in my company that coach me through it. And I'm just really glad I didn't self-select out, whether it was the engineering side or the sports side. I said, I can do this. And I think encouraging more women to do so, and then also having male allies who are willing to bring us in, is just so important for our field to grow with inclusion and more women, for sure, in the sports tech field. So.
That's the grit that someone was talking about that you get in sports.
Yeah.
So, all right, there's a lot of STEM in sports. So there's aerodynamics, physics, behavioral biometrics. There's so much. I could create a curriculum on just this. Wait, I did. But tell us about the cool, innovating things that you guys are doing in your field. Because we want girls to hear about this. Like, I can do this.
Well, there's an interesting product I'm super excited about as a runner. It's called NICS Biosensors. You all know this, founded by Meredith Cass. One of the things I'm really excited about is all the startups that are coming up, and investors are finally funding them. And they're literally innovating biometrics and the way that we can train and recover. There's also Kelly Proct, who created NVenue, which is predictive analytics that's being used in live MLB games now. She's another female founder that's super inspiring.
That's amazing. So when a girl is saying, what am I doing in math? Well, there's a reason right there. Physics. What else? What other?
Well, I'm really excited about where we're going with digital twin technology, right? So a digital twin is a digital representation of a real life physical object, process, or system, right? And so when you create something like that for an athlete, right, a digital twin of yourself, and we're not quite there yet, but we are seeing digital twins of knees and hearts and nasal passages, right? And you start to run these simulations and drive performance and really understand the results of where the body can go. I think where this brings it back to gender, right, and how it builds equity and access is that we don't have to rely on faulty science and bad data from the past 20 years where they've just been studying men, right? Because we were too complicated, AKA different, right? So we can actually see digital twins of these athletes and really customize the performance analysis to them.
Such a critical reason to have women in sports technology, to govern that. Wow, that's pretty incredible. So tell me, guys, and I'm going to copy a question before in the panel, just who's your role model? Like, how did you get here, and who inspired you? Sandra?
I could start. To be honest, it was my father. So my father was a former horse jockey, and he taught me many of the traits that made me successful today in passion, hard work, and as a woman and as a Latina, I always tell people I recognize that every single time I enter a room, I have to work harder, spend a lot of time preparing, more so than a man, and I'm just going to be judged differently. And so I really took the traits that my father gave me and instilled in me in terms of you pursue your passion, you're going to fall, and I've fallen a couple times in corporate America, and you get up. And those are the greatest lessons. And I always tell people, like, I go back to that moment in time that I went from a large team to a team of one. And if that didn't happen, I would not be where I am today. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's great. All right, who else?
I mean, as a soccer gal, I think when it comes to leadership, which is a big part of this summit, Abby Wambach was a personal leader like I always looked up to. And one of the big things I saw, actually recently it's not that recently, but when I consumed it, was just, her idea of thanking the people, pointing to those that are supporting you, and then leading from the sidelines, and learning how to do that really well, coming into a startup where, I was lowest on the totem pole and trying to make an impact, from maybe the sidelines at times, I think is super important and a really important lesson in leadership that I'm just, really glad that there's great role models out there to get that from, so.
My role models in the room, I think Michelle Taylor. I honestly wouldn't be here without her. I've been working on and off with Michelle for 15 years, way back when I used to work at New York Roadrunners. She was my boss, and now she's my boss at Tata Consultancy Services, and she's really a leader by example, right? Her presence, or the way she has really blazed the path in sport, I'm going to try not to choke up, but it's really an inspiration to all of us at TCS. So.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
I would like to give a shout out to my daughters as I think about it, because my young girls have really driven so many of my own career decisions. Their tenacity, their confidence, their natural confidence and courage is something I've wanted to foster along the way. I coached them when they were young and kept their joy for sports alive, and they played in college and have gone on to be pretty awesome adults. And I think that literally, if I think back to what drives me, they are very much my inspiration, like every day.
So you guys are going to make me cry. All right, and so fast forward, we're 20 years from now, we're celebrating my 40th birthday. Don't laugh. What does the sports technology industry look like? Like, we get to create it right now over the next 20 years. So you guys have got the crystal ball, and you're going to tell us. It's breaking news here. So go ahead, whoever wants to start.
Well, we'll have over 600 fellows out into this industry. So we have our WIS fellows get experience every summer, and then they stay with us and end up working oftentimes for where they interned. But there will be many, many women in leadership positions across all disciplines. So when we say sports tech, we define it very broadly to include any role in the sports business, to your point. So it could be marketing analytics, it could be data science for your HR team, So it's going to be a very different world. And just seeing MIT Sloan Sports Conference, which I was in Boston last week, from 6 years ago to today, it is remarkable how well the work is working. This is not magic. We are literally offering opportunities that drive the change that we want to see. So every day, as we said, this is for the girls. This is for the women who will come after us. And it's a very bright future.
I could say we're following the puck. Where's the future consumer? It's going to be Latino. The average age is 17. The average non-Latino age is 61. We are the 5th largest economy in the world. We spend over 1.7 trillion. The Latino male is 95% sports fan. So we are actively looking to invest in sports-based companies that are Latino founded, so that we could make sure that organization, that cohort, is better served, both from a fan, both from an athlete, and from an experience perspective.
On the technology front, I'm really excited to see where data science goes. So we talked about digital twin and how that's going to push performance analysis, but as we start to really understand how women athletes perform, right, looking at hormones, right? I don't know if anyone read that fascinating article in the New York Times Magazine about menopause and how we've been gaslit, right? Fascinating article, but understanding each phase of a woman's life and how that plays into athlete performance, right? That's a whole field that hasn't been studied. So in 20 years from now, that's going to be a game changer. Where we're going with 3D printing and full customization, so you'll be able to walk into a store and just have a 3D printed garments exactly to your needs, right? And that's already happening in putters for golf. It's happening for climbing shoes. What's exciting about that is it doesn't just equal the playing field there, but it's more sustainable. You're using less product, and it's all customized directly to that person. And I think the last thing, which is just an ever-evolving landscape day by day, is Web3, right? That's going to be the ultimate disruptor in the space, because it's going to eliminate barriers for ownership for teams and create a whole new white space there.
Yeah, I would just kind of add to one kind of piece Haley talked about with just being able to understand performance, especially for women. A lot of that takes data points and stuff to power, AI, and Breakaway Data is very committed to giving athletes their data back, but also then just having it in a way that then can be used to help the next generation of athletes catch injuries sooner, learn better ways to perform, during periods and all of that stuff. And so I think that's really big for us. We know the power of AI and all those things, but that really comes down to data and having that data and taking the time to track it down and aggregate it. And we're really committed to doing that. And I think it's really going to reap benefits 20 years down the road with all the data we collect.
I'd just like to add, I heard what's super exciting in our industry is that sports tech companies are realizing that women are not small men. Isn't that great? And there are data platforms now being developed that incorporate the different cycles that women go through with hormones and everything else into their performance training. We should not be training the exact way that men train. Our bodies are very different. Wild AI is a phenomenal product. If you all know Helene Guillaume, she's really leading the way, I think, in terms of an app that's private. The data's private, which is also very, very important. Don't get Sandra, we won't get started on that right now. There's a lot of interesting questions around the privacy of data. But as long as that is secure, it is a phenomenal way for coaches and trainers to be able to adapt the way that they're training to maybe avoid injury, to come back from injury more safely. So it's exciting. That frontier is one of my most exciting things I'm most excited about.
And yet another quote, women are not small men, that we can take away. That's really good. All right. Well, any questions from the audience? I know we're, oh, go ahead. With two ladies in red.
Hi. So I do a lot of work with tech companies, and I've seen the impact.
Oh, sorry. Just.
I do a lot of work with tech companies, Facebook, Instagram, Google, Twitter, and I've watched what happens when allyships are formed, when the male engineers all of a sudden understand the barriers to entry for women. And it's something that needs to be experienced. What have you all found effective in gaining allies, in turning that understanding on in those organizations?
I would share that we do what we call fireside chats. Culture matters, and we do them for all of our partners. We have 30 corporate partners, and we have this conversation that really demystifies DEI. We give specific business reasons why diverse teams are more successful. We also give specific steps to take. If you're a manager of a team that is not fully diverse, maybe you have a lonely only on your team. So how do you make everyone feel like they belong? So again, tangible steps people can take to recognize their biases, to break them, because we all have them. So I think our fireside chats have been very well received by our partners, and that's a nice, informal, we lead with love. None of us have got it figured out. We're always learning, and as long as we approach it that way, it's the way that we're all going to get better.
My point of view is allies build allies. So oftentimes it's the men and the individuals, like those in the room, Emmanuel, Dan back there, that talk to other men and talk about how they've seen a woman that they chose to mentor or a woman that they chose to sponsor rise through the ranks. And so for Women's History Month, every day I identify one person that I want to thank for where I am today. And I went back to this gentleman, Eli Goodrich. I came to New York without a job back in the dot-com bust. And he saw something in me that I didn't even see, and he placed a bet on me. And so day 3 of Women's History Month, I picked up the phone. I haven't spoken to him in like 3 years, and I gave him that feedback. And he was like, you did it yourself. I'm like, no, you had to open up that door so that I could be there, so thank you. And continue to do your allyships, because it makes a change in the world. So thank you to the men in the room for supporting us.
I feel like to build allyship, we've done a lot of education, but I don't feel like the education should solely fall on us, because that's yet another task, right? We talked about the tasks that sometimes fall onto women accidentally, right? Whether it's party planning, administrative tasks, but sometimes the DEI task force suddenly is now in our bailiwick. So I think the education part's important, but then what we've seen is those men allies actually doing the job for us, right? And then we've started to see that next level at TCS, where they're sending us the articles and they're pointing it out to other groups and they're bringing the knowledge to other people, and that's been really exciting to see them really step into that. And so we don't have to fight those battles ourselves anymore.
Great. Do you want to add anything?
No, I think they did a great job. I love the male allies. They're awesome.
Really great answers. I will tell you, with Girls for Tech, where our employees will be like, well, can our male employees be the instructors as well? And we say, absolutely. Everyone should be a champion of girls pursuing technology. So yeah, allyship, I like mentorship, sponsorship, all three are very important. All right, and my friend, also in red, you had a question.
Thank you. Thank you. My question is very simple, I think. How do you stay motivated in two fields that are mainly male-dominated, and how do you sustain yourselves? Because I think that's pretty important.
It's an injustice. It's an injustice that 50% of the population is not represented. It's an injustice that, I guess, in the Black community, 12% is not represented. 23% of the population is not represented in C-suite board seats. So every day, that's my fight. And oftentimes, I'm asked to quiet down, and I'm like, no, I'm going to roar to drive the change. And at times, it can cost you your life. So you just have to have conviction to drive that change and leverage that. What I learned when I was a little girl playing sports, never give up, and I'm here to win the Super Bowl.
Well, I would add to that, I feel that in my heart and soul, everything that you said, but I've also, I've also found along the way the importance of trying to give the benefit of the doubt, like if I'm working with a man, as I often have, who truly may not be enlightened yet. He may not be thinking about the way that he's rolling or the way that he's interviewing with all homogenous people, interviewing diverse people. Like, they're just specific things they may not know yet. And for me, I just feel it's really important to provide tangible solutions to the problems because they are real problems. But if we can provide programs that provide these results for the employers, that for me feels like positive change.
And some people don't want to change, and I think we have to acknowledge that. Very strong points of view, and we talk about diversity of thought, and some individuals don't believe that you should have 50%, and that's okay. But our responsibility is, let's make it easier for when you go into corporate America or whatever you choose. You won't have to get as many bruises as some of us had to, or when Daisy, who's about to graduate from Yale, has the opportunity to go into corporate. We just made it slightly easier, and that's how we're going to drive change.
Humor's helpful.
Yeah.
Unless you're being harmed physically, if you can find a way, this is where we coach our young women, to assume maybe this person is insecure, maybe they are not enlightened, as I mentioned. But if you're learning and growing and you just look to your next step, because what I say is the men may not be on the train today, and I say men with love in my heart. I'm married to a fabulous white man. But it's important to know that if you're not on the train today, you will be on this train because no one's going to want to work for you. And the data shows that.
I would just add, I think it really plays well into what you both said, is just being curious and not judgmental, really trying to understand, but also finding the small wins, right? Just sometimes the problem feels so big and it's overwhelming, but then finding the small wins where and celebrating them together. I think that's what we try to focus on. Community.
Yeah, I think the community piece is huge. I mean, I think even being here today, right? It's me talking to my, company, I really got to go to these things. I got to meet more women in sports and tech, and them supporting that and then growing that network is huge, and committing to that as companies, I think, is really important. Because community, I mean, that's what it is. And I do believe, though, that when I hop on a call and I see those people, that I just tell myself they know I should be here and I know I should be here. If they think anything else, then that is not my problem. That's theirs a little bit. So there's a little bit of that too, maybe.
That's awesome. That's the confidence that sports brings. That's what.
Yeah, exactly.
That's awesome. All right. Well, we have another minute. Any other questions from the audience? Yes.
As someone that's not hiring and not a C-level, and someone that's not kind of at the bottom of the totem pole, but someone kind of in the middle, white, male, speaking of myself, what action items on a daily basis can you go about to help promote that in a very Zoom cultured world? how do you create, more community and camaraderie, or make that process easier for women, kind of when you are so isolated, but also when you don't have decision-making powers?
If I could, that's a great question. So I would say make sure that voices are heard. So a perfect example is a Zoom call, right? And lots of people. I feel like there's usually a few folks that dominate, right? So find those people who aren't maybe finding the opportunity, or maybe they're intimidated, and give them the opportunity to share their voice.
That happens in meetings too,
Yeah.
where a woman will say an idea and then a man will repeat it and they'll be like, hey, Bob, that was a great idea. So if you see that, say, wait, Kelly said that or Haley said that. Just that being that champion is just in quiet actions too.
Then I have a challenge for you. If you're ever on panels and you do not see a woman, like if you go to the sports conference, because mostly I see a sea of white men in blue suits, you should not participate in that panel until you see diversity on that panel. And so that's something that's easy. And by having those conversations with the conference planners and the programming, you can drive change.
There's an interesting way to look at inclusivity, diversity, and inclusivity. Diversity is getting an invitation to the party. Yep. Inclusivity is making sure everyone's having fun at the party.
That's right. That's right. Well, what a great note to end on. Thank you very much. Thank you, my ladies.
Wonderful panel. Kelly and Mary Lou brought something up that, as we tie a bow on this session, is worth just taking another moment to talk about. Our reality is, and I'm reiterating what they said, we are all aligned in this room. We in this room are all aligned with you who are watching and participating across the world. Not everybody feels the same way. And it's very easy, as those of us who live our lives with such conviction and such commitment to lifting women up, to say, what's wrong with you? It's not a question we need to ask. Why? Because it's not our problem. And we want to make it our problem sometimes. We want to take it personally. There are some people whose minds we cannot change, and you know what? That's okay. Because we only have so much energy in the day, and for all the things in life we can't control, what we can control is how we spend our energy. So rather than being all tied in knots about those who don't want to come along for the journey, have compassion and empathy for whatever it is that they feel and their unwillingness to grow and evolve, and focus your energy in all the right places, because you'll be much happier if you do. Susan and she's still here, Susan? No, she's probably outside. I just wanted to say thank you to Susan and to Allie, because without MasterCard, without SIGA and all of the hard work that Emmanuel and Katie have done, this wouldn't be possible. And these forums are just so critical. So thank you very much to MasterCard and SIGA. Also, we've been talking all day and have mentioned periodically about the SIGA's Global Mentorship Program. If you are looking for ways to support, either as a mentor, you can certainly reach out to Katie Simmons. If you're willing to donate, all donations are graciously welcome and so greatly appreciated. Last panel of the day, well, not of the day, sorry. Last panel of the morning. I don't want you all leaving. Last panel of the morning before we break. It's such a critical one. And it's about youth development and protection of female athletes in sport. What do we know? We know that whether we like it or not, we are all byproducts of our environments. When we are young, we don't have the choice where we live, and we don't have choice about our environments. And why I'm asking is because we have seen an environment in sports that media has brought to light about physical, sexual, mental, and emotional abuse of athletes. Why? Sports is supposed to be everything good in life. Sports is where kids, girls are supposed to come and escape and find joy and community and build all the life skills they need to thrive in life. We know that sports participation Reduces the likelihood of teenage pregnancy. We know that sports participation reduces the likelihood of drug and alcohol dependence. We know everything about sports should be good. Why isn't it? 5 words. I talk for a living because I'm not good at math. Governance and lack of accountability. Period. End of story. We don't need to look any further. So now we know why. The next question is what? And last year, SIGA launched the SIGA Universal Standards on Youth Development and Protection. And this was designed to provide a tangible way for sport to adopt and implement the highest standards and best practices in this arena. So what we're going to do now is we're going to get real. We're going to dive into the ugly side of the issue. More importantly, we're going to dive into the proactive solutions that are available to us to help mitigate risk and empower girls to reap only the positive benefits of participating in sports. We have a wonderful panel waiting, but before we get to that, Jessica Berman, who is the Commissioner of the National Women's Soccer League and Deputy Chair of SIGA America Advisory Board, has been kind enough to share a message with us on tape.
I'm delighted to be here with you today, and I wish I could be with you in person, but I know from looking at the agenda, you all are having and are going to have an incredible day of learning and networking, and I'm just excited to be with you virtually and want to welcome you on behalf of SIGA to the summit focused on female leadership in sport, sponsored by MasterCard, our shared partner, and very excited for you all to be with us today. I've been serving as the vice chairman of the North American Advisory Board for SIGA for the last several years. And the reason I got involved with SIGA is because of their demonstrated experience and leadership around the importance of minimum standards in the areas of governance and integrity. And in my role as commissioner of the NWSL, we've experienced firsthand how important these topics are for the build and the growth of any professional league or team in sports. When I got involved with SIGA, I was the deputy commissioner of the National Lacrosse League. And prior to that, I spent 13 years of my career at the NHL. Most of my career was spent working on the areas of sport league operation focused on matters of integrity and the issues that drive the brand narrative and the trust and confidence that all key constituents and stakeholders have in sport in order to be able to unlock the growth potential from a business perspective. All of those experiences over the course of the last 2 decades have really empowered and informed the strategies and tactics and approach that we are currently using to build the future of the NWSL and really use the NWSL as a role model for what's possible when we come together as a community and build an ecosystem around women's soccer. We are so excited for the upcoming season, which kicks off on March 25th. And we will be, as a league, infusing all of the standards of integrity and governance that we have learned through experience over the last several years, and layering onto that very strong foundation all of the excitement to celebrate the athleticism of incredible athletes and bring joy to our fans and to our communities. The work that the National Women's Soccer League has undertaken is informed by the incredible courage that has been demonstrated by our players who have really shined a light on the incredible challenges that they have had to endure in women's soccer and have put us in a position to be empowered to now create the safeguards through programs and policies and procedures that provide the protection and create the environment and culture that makes every player proud to play in our league. And that has been and will continue to be our North Star as we embark on the second decade of the NWSL story. Part of our growth story as we turn the page from the last year of challenges has been about ensuring that we are in the places and spaces where our fans live, even if they don't yet know that they are our fans. We're excited to be in a position to expand our league, and we are proud that next season, for the 2024 season, we will be 14 teams. News to come on that front, hopefully in the coming weeks. We're also really focused on our future media distribution strategy, and we are actively in negotiations with media properties to determine for the 2024 season where our fans, future and current, will be able to watch and enjoy our games, and looking at new ways to reach fans, whether it's through content creation, social media, gaming, and other mechanisms that we know offer us an opportunity to reach people where they are, and particularly to grow this demographic of new fans in the next generation who we know and have seen through data are engaged and ready to support women's soccer. In conclusion, I just want to thank you for giving me a chance to join you through these short remarks. Wish you a great summit, and excited about the fact that tomorrow is International Women's Day and an opportunity for us to celebrate, elevate, and acknowledge the incredible contributions of so many female leaders in our industry, many of whom are in the room. And I continue to be inspired by all of you and look forward to what we can accomplish together.
Thank you to Jessica. Knowing her a little bit, the NWSL has been through it the last couple of years. A lot of very disappointing realities have come to light, but Jessica's got a tough job and she knows it, but she is completely committed to getting a league full of wonderful teams and wonderful people turned around. This panel is split. We've got two rock stars virtually, Dana Resnicia-Zola, who's the deputy chair of the management board of FIDE. Also visiting with us virtually is Sarah Axelson, VP of Advocacy for the Women's Sports Foundation. And in the room, we have Karen Korb, wheelchair tennis two-time Paralympian, 10-time member of the USA World Team, SIGA champion, and member of the SIGA Council and the SIGA Grid Committee, Vice President of Strategic Partnerships for IMG Academy, Vanessa Tavares, and moderating this panel is Mark Riccio, who is the CEO of USA Lacrosse and an advisory board member of SIGA America. Come on in.
Web3.
Oh,
yeah. Middle three? Got it. All right. First thing I'm going to do is reverse Karen and Sarah.
Yeah.
Sarah's here live. Karen is here.
All that tech development that they were just talking about on the last panel. I'm just a hologram.
All right. So first and foremost, welcome. Pleasure to be here. This is always meant to be interactive. So at any moment in time, if anybody has a question, either on a comment, please feel free to raise your hand. Don't worry about waiting any moment in time for the right time to ask questions. It's always a good time to ask questions. So we're going to dig into it. We had a little prep session late last week, so you might hear us reference, based off of our previous conversations, and that's really what that is referencing. So let's jump into it. And just in terms of, and this is going to open up to the entire panel, is how do we ensure safe spaces from physical harm? And we'll get to the mental in a bit, but physical harm during sports. And we'll just go right across the board.
How do we want to integrate our friends on that?
We'll go live first, and then we'll go virtual for this round.
I think it comes down to, Jessica mentioned it, right? It's the programs, policies, procedures, really making sure that the systems are in place to protect athletes and that those systems are enforced. And that folks are aware of it, right? Like, it doesn't help to have systems in place if those policies aren't followed, if people aren't aware of what their rights are. So really making sure that we're looking at it as a holistic. It doesn't help to just have a law on the books or a program in place if it's not actually being enforced or followed. And so I think that that's one of the big things that we can do, is really pay attention holistically to how we're addressing abuse in sports.
I think specific to the physical question too, and talking about youth sports in particular, recognizing that the development of these athletes is at a different place than professional sports or even collegiate sports. So treating youth sports from a physical protection standpoint differently than we think about sport at the highest level, right? So the development of sport-specific rules, guidelines informed by research, I think has been important. I've worked over my career with several different youth sports organizations, and again, informed by different sport delivery. Baseball different than lacrosse, different than football in terms of the physical impact, and making sure that the programs, the rules and regulations, and the people in charge of making sure that's enforced have the right training specific to not just the age demographic, but also the sport.
For sure. Karen, we'll go to you first. You've got a unique perspective, certainly from able-bodied and disabled athlete perspective. Love to hear your take on, safe spaces from physical harm.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. First, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to be here with you all, and thank you, Manuel and Katie and Nuno and your entire team at SIGA for making this possible. It's an incredibly important summit, and this conversation especially. When you're talking about disabled people or disabled youth and non-disabled youth, there are many, many similarities, and we get to solutions in possibly different ways, because so much of what people with disabilities are working through are the inherent barriers that are the primary. How do you even get to the policy when you're not even invited into the conversation? So those of us who do this work, if you are a professional with a disability, for me, it is the accountability piece. What is it in my lane that I am very privileged to have? What is it that I don't know? The accountability piece, I know on the last panel, she talked about that. We are incredibly reluctant to be honest with ourselves about where we are lacking the information, because we often think we know everything. And we also must be deeply aware that we are white. I'm a white woman. And you need to say that out loud. And I'm accountable for so many of these systemic issues. So how do I dismantle them before I come and give everyone else advice? What is my learning and unlearning? So the accountability piece, and everything that everyone else said as well, is where I think we should start in this process.
Thank you. Dana.
Yes, first of all, I would also like to thank you for this great opportunity to be part of this distinguished panel and part of this very important discussion. Coming from the male-dominated sports as chess is, I think one of the first issues in place, it is acknowledgement of the problem as it is, and then tackling it. If you do not acknowledge it, you miss this great opportunity to put the policies in place and implement those. So in our case, it is just now the momentum, then the issue and the problems have been acknowledged, and now it's the great task for us to first, I guess, put the policies in place. Secondly, to increase the awareness. I do agree with the argument that even if you have the best guidelines, the best strategies, the best ethic codes in place, but people do not know them and do not implement them and do not understand why they are there, it would not help a lot. So training the federations, the members, is of vital importance. And then last but not least, I think that it is also very important to build the reputation of your organization as well. Because even if you would have the mechanisms in place, for example, the reporting mechanisms, the safeguarding principles, but people would not trust you it would not help. So starting from your own reputation, putting the reputable people in high-end positions till very practical examples when you do get a report, when you see the problem and then really bring it to the results and demonstrate them, would build the trust so that the kids, the women who are exposed to abuse would really approach you and believe that you could help.
Thank you. So some takeaways there, some common themes. One, having the right policies, procedures in place, so AKA good governance. But real key takeaways: awareness, honesty, accountability, trust. And if you look at the athlete experience, you've got the athlete, of course, you have coaches, you have parents, in particular, in that process. You have physical abuse, you have mental abuse. So let's start from a parental perspective, and let's start with online first, maybe in reverse order, Dana, just in terms of what responsibility does the parent play in these areas of awareness, honesty, accountability, and trust? And what are some things that you have seen that have been helpful in terms of either resources or education for parents around both mental and physical athlete experience?
You know, when you think about the responsibilities of the parents, I think what is to be understood that they also have to be educated. That you know, sports is of course about the great achievements, but it shouldn't become the main goal of educating the kid, raising the champion. So the mental health and the balance between the sportive life and the quality life of the kid is very important. So this is something that we have been putting much attention to in our policies lately. We do have several talent academies where for years we've been training the kids only to play chess, only to become the better players. But now we've understood, and that is actually a lot of irresponsibility on our side, not only to teach them to become the better players, but also to become the better personalities. And a large duty in our hands is actually to work with the parents. So what we are doing, we are now including in our programs the training of the parents. So telling how important it is to balance the private life and the social and emotional well-being of their kids with their ambition to become the champions. But I would also like to emphasize that it is of vital importance to make them aware of their rights. The parents should know what the instruments are in place if they see that there is a potential abuse there, how the international organization could help in case they see that they cannot get any protection at the national level. And it is also the duty of the international organization to understand actually what is their role in the national legislation. Because quite often the international organizations limit themselves to the ethical and disciplinary codes of theirs. You know, if they get some report, they take the action, you know, probably penalizing a coach or a trainer or an arbiter, but that's it. They do not pursue further the case. They do not engage in getting the protection put in place at the national level, advising on what the rights of the kid, what the rights of the women, what the rights of the parents are, how to protect them at the national level through the criminal proceedings, for example.
Thank you, Karen. I'd love for you to get some perspective on what you have seen around parental obligations and some of the best practices and resources for parents in this topic.
Yeah, thank you, Mark. I echo Dana's focus. One of the things that parents, especially parents of disabled children, are unaware of is what their rights are. Like, so the primary is know what those laws are that are going to protect your children. Here in the States, we have national legislation on anti-bullying, and we have an extensive list of what is not acceptable here. We also have the United States Center for Safe Sport, which has a wealth of knowledge. And we have our national governing bodies of sport that I would like to believe are educated in prevention of abuse. The responsibility is very much on our shoulders, the educators, administrators, and not necessarily on the parent. I'm saying, and that might sound a little bit confusing, sometimes when you have a child with a disability, there is an additional factor. You're trying to keep your child alive. Let's start with that. And you're not necessarily concerned about a lot of other things. And then another thing is to recognize not all families have parents, not all children have parents, and they also don't have traditional parentage. So that's another factor, not just with disabled children, but also non-disabled children. And then knowing, what are your children's rights? Disabled children, you have a right to a free, accessible education. You have the right to an accessible location. And these are all things that are part of the dynamics of the education piece that so often those of us with physical disabilities who are in positions of leadership can educate or create the programming around the education. It's not just enough. Awareness is not where it's at. That is just like the dirt under my fingernail. And yeah, perhaps that's where it starts. But if we are not having strategies for implementation, even including our parents in these discussions, and more so including our children in these discussions, then that's what's going to facilitate the change.
Great points. I want to shift gears a bit just in terms of society, external expectations, external resources. And we'll go to the crew in the room here. What have you seen in terms of expectations of partners or media entities or key stakeholders in the sports ecosystem around wellness, safety for athletes?
I would start just, I think they're connected, so I don't want to lose that thought, but thinking about the parents from the space that I sit, Karen and Dana's perspective is so valuable in our role, and I think this is why they're connected. At the youth sports space in this country, I think it's become so expectation heavy, and parents play a huge role in that. So the education of parents about the optimal outcomes of youth sports, and that not every child is going to be the next professional athlete, and that not every child is going to be able to buy their mom a house or live the dream that they're seeing on TV, but that there's so much more that the child and the family can benefit from through the youth sports and even through the further, into collegiate sport levels. The NCAA has used that tagline for so many years about how, most of these kids are going pro in something other than sports, right? And so reinforcing and finding creative ways to get buy-in from parents about how important those collective outcomes are, and not just the ultimate sort of thing that we've put a bow on, I think at the top level is incredibly important. And for organizations like mine, leaning on the work that organizations like Sarah's have done in terms of giving us those tools to educate parents and talk to them about these things, because there's a huge amount of pressure on all families as it relates to this development. So I would say that I think part of that what I'm seeing from brands, and I sit in more of a commercial role working with partners in the youth sports space and now at IMG in this sort of high school pathway to college space, is reinforcing some of the things that made sport so important to our culture and our society, right? Gatorade is a big partner of ours, and their current campaign is about sport is supposed to be fun, right? Fun and fundamentals. And so how do we get back to the notion that, sure, there are heavy expectations, economic implications for a lot of families and the outcomes of these student athletes and kids, but at the heart of it, giving access to kids and families to this type of programming with that spirit in mind will create more positive outcomes than just a one sort of track to success.
Yeah, and I think to build on that, right, we have research at the Women's Sports Foundation that really shows that to keep kids, to keep girls especially in sports, it's at the youth level, it's about making sports fun, right? It's not about the super intense coach who's focused on the win-loss. It's about making sports fun for girls, for kids, to really instill the love of sports at that young age, right? And have those coach role models who can teach them the skills, but in a way that isn't creating the cutthroat culture, putting a value on a, a college scholarship that may or may not come in 15 years, right? To really focus on instilling those initial values of sport, why we all likely, right? I saw the hands raised earlier in the room, why we all started playing sports in the first place, why we stuck with it, and instill those values young and relay that to the parents as well. I mean, I coached Little League softball for a few years, and it's a range of realities, right, of the parents that are in that space. But one of the things that stuck with me was, as a coach, the ability to really instill that love with the athletes, but also talk to them in a way and on a different level, in a way that they're not going to listen to other folks, right? That you have such a formative role in that child's life, and valuing that and really taking that with a huge level of responsibility as well, right? I had a mom come up to me, she had 2 daughters on the team, and they were bickering back and forth because they weren't twins, but they were super close in age, that they were on the same team in the same age bracket. She was like, they're gonna listen to you differently than they will listen to me, right? And it was in that moment that I understood the amount of power and influence, and that's just 9 and 10-year-old girls' Little League, right? And you can imagine how that translates as you get into more competitive spaces, as you get into bigger roles and bigger teams, that really understanding that as a coach, understanding that as parents, right? To really focus on the love of the game, especially at the youth level, is really just so important. And the role that a coach has in that child's life, I think, cannot be overstated. But to the point of brands, I think, kind of having 2 conversations here, right? But what we've seen also is that there is the ability, especially as we're looking at safeguarding of sport and safe sport, we've even seen brands where maybe the safe sport training here in the US is not a requirement of certain programs because of where the sports program falls. It doesn't technically fall under the umbrella of safe sport here in the US. But we've even seen brands who have said, in order for us to fund you, right, you need to have all of your employees safe sport trained. So I think that there are things that, even if it's not, right, like the policies and the laws are the floor, not the ceiling, right? Like, we can go above and beyond. Just because safe sport training is not required for a certain program because they don't fall under that NGB umbrella does not mean that we can't say, hey, this is a valuable training and your coaches should take it. Right? So I think that that's the other thing too, is just because it's not a requirement, there are resources and values, and there are ways for brands to even get behind that and help push the conversation forward, even if it's, just taking trainings that are maybe optional and making them required or recommended.
Lots of places we could go with that, particularly on the coaching side. But one of the things that I did want to make sure that we spend time with is really understanding stress, mental health, and awareness in the context of sport and social media, and what organizations can do, or things that this panel has seen organizations do to incentivize that conversation and that safe space around the impact of sport, pressure, and the both positive and negative effects of social media. So I'll begin, Karen, possibly with you. Are there examples and/or resources and/or benefits that you've seen around the awareness of mental health and wellness with youth in sport, and particularly the social media and its impact?
Yeah, that's a massive question. Thanks, Mark. I think I really want to, some quick things that we can all do is, just to address the social media part and the mental health. I mean, we pretty much know the illusion of social media and what that's been creating, specifically for girls and women, as we know that gender is often, not even often, it's a social construct, how we're supposed to be, how we're supposed to act, what is appropriate, how you're supposed to dress, your weight, all the things. It's like having another full-time job. and then you put disability or any other intersection into the mix, and then you have another disparity of your time and where you're spending your time. Some basic things, check privacy settings, you know, have conversations that are transparent. What are the things that have been working? When you're thinking about girls with disabilities, we are working with all of the constructs of girls without disabilities, and then an additional layer. One of the things that we are often taught, we face microaggressions daily. Non-accessibility, you can't get in. There's the doubling down of harm. Just statistically, I wanted to throw some numbers up, because I don't think the audience is really aware of what women and girls with disabilities are facing with respect to the levels of abuse. So when we're not promoting inclusion and diversity in our leadership and also representation of disabled women in leadership, we're not showing our girls what is possible. So they are relegated often to what I call the Scooby snacks. And we're supposed to be grateful for those crumbs. So in 2020, the World Health Organization came up with some data that children without disabilities, children with disabilities are 3.7 times more likely than children without disabilities to be victims of any sort of violence. And then they are 3.6 times more likely to be victims of physical violence. And then they're three times more likely to be victims of sexual violence. Very often we have a tendency to also infantilize disabled children. You can think about your own lives, and if you've ever talked to a disabled person, has your head ever done the tilt and the lean in? Let's stop doing that. Let's stop doing that. And again, Mark, I could talk about this subject for hours, because we are just getting started. We as a population of disabled people are just coming to fruition and recognizing 30 plus years after the passing of the Americans with Disabilities Act. That's literally 3 decades of now children who are adults who have received education. So we are in a different framework and a different narrative around disability, where we're not necessarily just focusing on disability rights. The conversation is about justice and the demand for inclusion in every space.
Thank you. I mean, obviously you can sense the passionate advocacy there, and inclusion being such an important element to that. Dana, I would like to follow up on that in terms of inclusion, and in terms of cultivating a space where athletes can feel comfortable talking about their mental state. And either some of the things that you're doing or you've seen within your organization that help cultivate that inclusive, safe environment, particularly around mental well-being.
Yes, if I may share our experience, only 10% of all the internationally rated players in chess are women. And we see that especially after 20s, 30s, you see that the numbers of women drop notably. And that is largely connected with the fact that women are to balance the family and professional life. When they get kids, when they get family, many of them are forced to leave. And sports ladies, they're very competitive. And then quite often we have seen that they tend to believe that if I cannot be at the very top, I'm not needed in the sports environment, which is not truth. We want to show them that the sports world, it is so much more than being just a professional sportsman. There's so many professions besides that. You can become a trainer, you can become an arbiter, you can become a sports photographer, opinion leader, manager at your international organization. And this is something that we've put much emphasis on while advocating women to come into the chess world and stay there. Last year was announced the Year of the Women in Chess, and we launched a special initiative actually training, online training for those ladies who've quit chess, hopefully for a while, and we want to get them back, telling them these success stories of combining the professional and family life, talking about the mental health, giving them information, boosting their self-confidence so that they feel welcome and needed. And there are some success stories I'm very happy about. So this is something that we will for sure continue. We see that quite often at the national level, this part is missing. They're pushed for getting only the medals, for reaching for the highest goals, but not that often their trainers, their officials think about their emotional welfare. We will do.
Thank you. We've got a few minutes left, and before I ask any additional questions, I would like to check with the audience to see if anybody has either a new question or a follow-up to anything we've discussed. Yes.
Hi, it's been a really interesting conversation, and one of the things that has come up a couple times is the educational value of sport, but also the ways in which that's not necessarily what's emphasized. And I was just sort of wondering if you all would be willing to elaborate on how do you protect those other values that you want to have and not just allow youth sport, including, middle school, even high school, to just be a pipeline to professional sports and allow it to be all the other things.
Do you want to give it a run?
And how much time do we have, right?
2 minutes and 37 seconds.
Like,
Go.
oof. I think that that's part of what all of us are trying to work towards, right? And trying to figure out. I don't think we have the answer to that, but we know that the professionalization of sports, of youth sports in particular, right, is a concern. And you can see it on the horizon with the changes to college sports as well, that there's change to the collegiate model on the horizon, and what is that going to do for broad-based sports programming overall at colleges? And again, right, like I was a college athlete, but I played D3. I wasn't going to the Olympics, but did I get some educational benefits of just the lessons learned of competing on that scale, for the time commitment that it took to balance a part-time job, full-time college, full-time sports? You learn things, whether or not you're playing at the most elite scale. So I think, it's the work that we as the Women's Sports Foundation need to continue doing, the research that we need to continue producing to make the case for it, right? And giving the backup for folks to make that argument, to have those conversations, and investing in our community, youth sports programming, so it doesn't all go into that privatization where it's pay-to-play model, and then who's losing out, right? And it's the kids who can't afford to play, and that gets into a lot of other pieces and factors into this, and we want as many kids as possible to have access to those lifelong benefits.
Final 60 seconds.
No, I was just going to say, I think it was Dana that referenced it earlier, but trying as organizations to keep bringing back to that message of we're not trying, or our mission is not explicitly to create the future best chess player or the future best football star or baseball player, whatever it is, but to surround these kids through the opportunities that we have with the tools, the programming, the resources to make them better, more well-rounded people, is keeping that at the center of conversations. It's about outcomes that create the future leaders in corporate America, the future leaders in advocacy work and politics that make change, that ultimately, feeds back into the system of youth sports. So it is a tough thing to continue to remind ourselves, but I think it's the responsibility of all folks within this space is to keep bringing that back to the forefront of the conversation.
Well, the first thing I'd like to do is thank the panelists for their advocacy, their dedication, and commitment to sport, and particularly youth sport. I will leave you as we wrap up with a couple of takeaways. One, awareness, honesty, accountability, and trust, and drive those home. Good governance matters, and as individuals that are responsible for sport, and particularly youth sport, we all have an obligation to keep asking questions. I talk to our head of athlete protection all the time, and she says consistently, don't take the first answer. Just keep asking questions on behalf of that young athlete that you are entrusted with. And so with that, thank you to everyone. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to those online. Appreciate it. And great job. Thank you.
Wonderfully enlightening, Mark. Thank you to you and to all of our panelists. We had a really open and honest and vulnerable discussion about where we are and where we want to get. I will say 3 letters to all of you, in-house and online, CTA. This is your call to action. All of these conversations are critical, but they don't matter if they only stay in this room. I would encourage you and implore you and hopefully inspire you to take everything that you have heard and learned about today and put it in your mental pocket and take it with you. And just be mindful of the reality that we all have the ability, both individually and collectively, to inspire change. So CTA, call to action. Thank you so much. Quick thank you to Emmanuel and Katie for inviting me to be involved in this, trying to help orchestrate these incredible conversations, to Ali and Susan and the entire MasterCard team for taking the torch and running with it, because without their support and their funding, this would not be possible. One more gentle plug to donate to support SIGA's Global Mentorship Program. We're in need of money and resources and mentors, and hopefully with all of that, many more mentees will be beneficiaries. I'm going to be around for lunch. Clearly, I'm very passionate about all of this stuff. Please come say hello. Thank you again for being here. Lunch, I believe, will be an hour, so we're going to start back up with the afternoon session at 2 o'clock or 1400 hours for those of you who are on military time in other places across the world. And Nicole Jeter-West, who is the CEO of Underdog Ventures, will be taking over as your afternoon MC. Thank you so much for your time and your passion.
Thought leadership is a vision to transform the world into a better place and to deliver that vision. At SIGA, our vision was to develop the first ever set of universal standards on sport integrity and create the first ever independent rating and verification system, otherwise called SERVS. Why? It was so the values of sport off the field would mirror those played on the field. We set this in motion with the appointment of an independent jury that awarded the independent third party the rating system to the British Standards Institution. We then worked hand in glove with BSI to ensure our standards were capable of being audited against. And we then worked with the European Rugby League, the first ever sports organisation to go through SERVS. We invite the sports industry to seize the momentum, join the global movement, and be the change.
BSI is proud to be the official third-party auditors of SIGAS for the independent rating and verification system SI-RVS. We have a long history of providing assurance services to industry, and through SIGA we now welcome sport, embracing good practices and getting third-party professional oversight from BSI. Our commitment to promote use of standard and robust auditing processes helps the entire sport community. This initiative will in fact help to bring confidence in clean sport, and through good governance we will ensure integrity is maintained in this global industry for the benefit of players, of the clubs, of the sponsors, and ultimately of society.
Today is the day because we cannot afford to wait any longer. Today is the day because we have here the leadership, we have here the foresight, and we have undoubtedly a vision of future and for the future.
Sports is a passion, and everything that we put a passion, we have to make sure that we combine the right passion with the right integrity, transparency in governance on the other side, that we have to give back to the fans what they are looking for.
We saw in SIGA the same principles, the same concerns, the same dreams that we have, and the not better way to do again, join together.
I take a commitment, and this commitment is still more alive than ever. This is the reason, dear friend, for what I will never deny my support, a declaration, an interview, never.
Education is the most powerful weapon that you can have to change the world. And this is what we want to do. This is what we will do now in partnership with SIGA.
One of the things that really drew me to the universal standards was, that possibility of creating a consistent environment for athletes to thrive.
We have a moral obligation to develop and protect our youth.
It's absolutely in our interest and in the interest of our members that the integrity of those rights is protected.
We need to see more diversity as well in refereeing and judging. Someone has mentioned coaching already.
Well, if we're going to have women in sports, we're going to have girls in sports first. I guess the third piece is really calling on men to be allies.
So they have to, if they really want a bright future for their daughters in sport specifically, they have to work. And there are more and more men who are really supporting this.
In the words of Elvis Presley, and this is what we're all here for, a little less conversation and a little more action.
We must act with integrity to ensure that marginalized voices are heard, that discrimination is loudly rebuked, and that the individual privileges we each hold are leveraged to even the playing field for all.
Because together, we have come a long way. Together, we have transformed vision into ambition and ambition into achievement.
Sport has a long way to go when we look at in mainstream media what are the behaviors and values that we're celebrating and that we're tolerating, because that's what's defining the culture. And I think we know that sport does have a culture problem.
But this is not just about publicity. This is about changing a culture.
Then we slowly through sport are making a cultural change.
I fundamentally believe that there is a crucial role for sponsors.
Brands build that trust and authenticity in the marketplace, and they want to make sure that nowadays who they're partnering with is going to share on those values and make sure that that trust and that authenticity isn't at risk.
For us, from a cultural point of view, and how we all started here with SIGA years ago was with the UN and the Partnership Against Corruption Initiative. Patchy just deciding that we were going to be a company, we were going to be a brand that wanted to stand for integrity.
So we're not just talking about our customers and our communities, but we're also talking about our employee base, and we're accountable to everyone, not just auditors, but ourselves.
When I started years ago, decades ago, any sponsor was welcome.
Corruption and criminality impacts all sectors, not only in the physical markets, but across the digital world as well.
But what does it mean for the athletes themselves? And we at Microsoft have a very big belief that data is a human right.
It's the people. It's the people that will make the difference in this. For all of our technology and all our regulation and all of our systems and computers.
The youth needs the opportunities and stages like this in order to help and get a voice. Because we are not only digital, we can do powerful, meaningful work if given the opportunity.
It's everybody's responsibility. No one is only responsible for sport integrity. We cannot just blame sport organization or only government. Everybody should play a role in this.
De clube, gestor de clube, apenas porque se tem vontade e disponibilidade. É preciso também ter requisitos de profissionalismo da gestão. Deixem-me dizer-vos, hoje ninguém é gestor de banco sem passar por uma apreciação prévia de uma entidade reguladora.
When we established the partnership with SIGA in 2019, Emmanuel Macedo de Medeiros called us trailblazers of the integrity of football. Now I invite everyone to follow our trail. Rest assured that in UEFA, our member associations, and other stakeholders, you will always have a supportive and reliable partner.
This moment is yours. This Sport Integrity Week is yours. And that is why I want to ask you to seize it, to make it worth, to make it count.
So I applied to the SIGA mentorship program as I was finishing my master's degree in sports ethics and integrity, and it felt right to connect and get to know more women inside the sports industry who were interested in the same themes that I was. My mentor was Fernanda Borba from the Associação de Futebol da Ponta Delgada, and we had a great partnership where she shared some of her experiences leading projects at a football association, and I got to share a bit of my academic knowledge and how it could be applied to some of the real-life situations they were facing. This connection between my mentor and I was certainly the best thing about the program, because we had meaningful conversations about the current state of sport and how we can act to make it a better place for women especially. So if you're thinking of having a great group of women who are connected to sports in many different levels, this is a program that I would definitely recommend. And I can see it evolving into a big network of women that lift each other into the sports market.
SIGA's mission of sports integrity aligns with Women X. We educate, elevate, and empower women through education. And part of that is through mentorship. It's so important to share our experiences over our career and listen, most importantly, listen to our mentees on, what are their issues and how can we support them? And the more we get to know these women and women have the opportunity to build relationships, this is where and how we will get gender equity in all areas. And in sports, where it's primarily a male-dominated industry, connections and relationships are vital. And so what's important to me and why SIGA was a wonderful partner for us is that we're based in the US, yet sports is international. And the issues that we experience here in the US are very similar around the world. So we want to connect with women around the world and support their goals and visions to be their best selves and to achieve the goals and career goals that they have in their lives, to be their best selves. And if we can do that, all of society will benefit. Relationships, partnerships, and friendship. The mentorship program brought us so much. It's hard to, those three words were hard to choose. I definitely recommend it for other women who want to give back, and it's not just about giving back. In fact, it's about, we got so much out of our relationships with our mentees. They will be with us, I think, for the rest of our time. And those relationships are what life is all about.
The topic of today's SIGA Summit, Female Leadership in Sport, is just one single aspect of the reform agenda that is part of our drive to promote good governance in our industry.
How can sport fulfill its mission to the full if we look at the highest executive organs of international sports federations and we see female leadership reduced to insignificant 17.8%? Is this the best we can do?
When you think about what message you want to deliver to the world, people are expecting companies to stand for something these days, to have a purpose.
You know, how can we transition our brand values, our mission as a company to have equity?
Microsoft has many strategic partnerships, and more than anything, it's such an honor to work with the CEO who has put integrity in the forefront in terms of bringing technology that's accessible to all.
It's really about using your leverage, using your voice to really make sure people understand that before we are athletes, we are human beings.
It's me pushing through that thing, but it's bringing others through with me. That keeps me going at this moment in time, creating that change.
And on behalf of all of us, the SIGA Special Recognition Award. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our job as leaders in sport is to make all of those participants welcome.
And we always talking about get a seat at the table. I don't think it stops there. I say bring a chair with you. You get a seat, bring a chair. And that's a part of mentoring to me as well.
It's really important to mentor. We have a program that we call Advantage All, which we launched in 2017. And it's a program that's really designed to make sure that tennis is an equal sport for all.
And the beauty of sport is that sport can unite people, doesn't matter the age, the ability, the gender, the ethnicity, where they come from.
What plays out on the big field fuels dreams and shapes the culture, and hence it is how the girls of today imagine themselves as the leaders of tomorrow.
Choose courage over comfort. Embrace ongoing best practice to enhance and innovate your governance, your reputation, and your credibility. This is what the fans, the consumers, and the brands are demanding, and we want to work with you in a collaborative way and go through our independent rating and verification system.
Women X met SIGA on International Women's Day of last year, and we were thoroughly impressed by the conference that we attended that SIGA hosted at MasterCard, because we saw before us women leaders in sports and related industries who were committed to not only giving voice to the issues that matter to women, but also really effectuating change. And Women X's mission is about supporting the advancement of women in all industries through education. And the heart of education is conversation, and conversation rooted in activism. And so we align with SIGA's mission, and we were so hungry to be a part of a community that was really committed to making the world a better place for the next generation. And the best way we could do that was by supporting SIGA's education initiatives that directly impact the lives of women who want to advance in sport. I think it's thought-provoking. All of the conversations that SIGA has led, the connectivity has been integral, building true bonds and relationships with other women across the globe, and platform. I think it's really important for women not just to think of these issues that SIGA raises in silos, but to have speaking opportunities to really educate the world on what's happening with women. So of course, I would advise anyone to become a mentor, and I'll speak, I guess, from a personal frame of reference. Mary and I are entrepreneurs, and sometimes in building a business, you have your head down and you're so focused on what that looks like and achieving your goals. And SIGA really helped us bring into perspective the importance of mentoring again, and really having a close relationship with a woman who's developing her own voice and her own path. And I think when we all look to the power of mentoring, it's really important in the advancement of women and the advancement of community. And so I appreciate wholly the opportunity to serve in that way.
The SIGA Sport mentorship program is to me the opportunity to support and encourage young aspiring female leaders to fulfill their full potential from the very start of their career. It's actually something I've noticed quite a lot in the sport industry, that female employees, female counterparts struggle to find a certain path for leadership. And that's what I thought, that maybe from the start of their career in the sport industry, having a plan, a strategy, and being part of a mentorship program could lead them to better results several years later. Community, solidarity, and visibility. I would definitely advise women to join as mentees, and then they would have certainly the opportunity to become mentors as myself. Since I joined as a mentee the program, and a couple of years later I became a mentor. I would definitely sorry, I forgot the first part of the question. What did you?
What was the best thing the program brought you, and if you would advise other women to join the program as mentors or as mentees?
Okay, so the best part of the program to me is actually the great relationship that you develop on a human side with amongst women, and the level of also confidence and confidentiality that we develop in this mentorship relationship is something I've never seen before, for instance. And yes, I would advise any any women to sign up as a mentee, but also to not hesitate to sign up as a mentor, as this can be done over the course of the years to be a mentee and then become a mentor in the program, as myself.
Hello, everyone, and greetings from Budapest, Hungary.
Good day. My name is John Duncan.
I'm Gabrielle Armand.
My name is Rusa.
My name is Jessica Berman.
I'm Renee Brown.
My name is Taylor Green.
I'm Vice President of Enforcement at the NCAA.
I currently work in the space of diversity, equity, inclusion in the United States.
I'm Chairman of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council.
CEO of USA Lacrosse.
Former England international rugby player and SIGA champion.
The standards and principles set forward by SIGA are vital.
For those people new to stats performance business, we're a sports tech and AI business.
I stand with SIGA because I'm unapologetic about gender and racial equity in sport.
And I'm proud to stand with SIGA and join leaders in sport to promote the movement and goals and initiatives around the integrity of sport.
I am privileged and glad to participate in SIGA Sport Integrity Week.
And I'm glad to be sharing this stage with my fellow IOC leader, Laura. And also I'm the community leader for Africa for Sport Hub, which is a global social business network creating solutions in and through sport.
Yeah, many thanks to SIGA and to you, Emmanuel, for having me, and congratulations, first of all, on the staging of this second SIGA Sport Integrity Week.
Growth of women's football, the product gets better because more money's being invested in it, and that is why this is really, really important for both broadcasters and rights owners. We've got to get the virtuous circle between rights owners and broadcasters back, and not the vicious circle where the pirate has stuck his oar in.
Match fixing poisons the head of the game, it ruins fair play, and it creates doubts and suspicion instead of drama and excitement. It is clear that the sport movement alone cannot deal with this global problem.
Sports betting in North America and here in the US is taking us by storm, literally, and is changing every single day.
Illegal betting, which is, as a matter of fact, very closely linked with match fixing, match manipulation, is a threat that not only undermines the integrity and credibility of sports, including soccer, but also, and importantly, provides organized crime networks with the opportunity to infiltrate sport and soccer and attempt to corrupt players, referees, and officials in order to manipulate matches with the aim of gaining massive illegal profits.
It is important that we are accountable, and accountability means transparency, and this is also what the SIGA independent rating system exists for.
For SIGA to really have an impact as a global organization, this verification system is obviously a huge benefit. And Michael specifically, I'd love to have you tell us what's your call to action to other brands to join?
They just need to get involved, right? They need to understand that there's not just a benefit for sport, but specifically for their business. How could they not want to go back to their company and say, here's where we're spending our money, and here's what here's math that I can put toward it that says why this is a good place to do it. It matches our shared values, and it's independent. So it just seems to me kind of a no-brainer that. That this is just one of those great things to have to be able to present to any board of directors or any management.
When no women or ethnic minorities are elected presidents of national associations, you got practically no women or minorities in the UEFA or FIFA executive committees, the FIFA Council and UEFA Exco. So basically, it's a system that is self-reproducing. So there needs to be a greater recognition. If you ask me, whether enough is being done, I will certainly say no.
People don't buy what you do; they buy why you do it. So I think that's one of the strongest reasons why I'm with SIGA on this, because I think that that we need to be doing something and doing it now.
World Rugby stands with SIGA in relation to integrity matters. Sport integrity is hugely important to us and our sport.
I stand with SIGA because everybody should have the opportunity to have fun and compete in sport. And that opportunity should come in a safe, healthy environment.
I stand with SIGA for their values of integrity and diversity and inclusion.
I'm therefore proud and honored to stand with SIGA in its pioneering work to bring good governance, integrity, and the fight against corruption to sport at all levels and around the world.
What SIGA stands for, the mission around transparency, good governance, is so important to MasterCard.
Integrity is a catalyst to drive long overdue and meaningful reforms in the world of sport.
By definition, it is the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles.
And at the core of this is accountability to each other, to ourselves, a great sense of inclusivity, and ultimately fairness for all.
I believe that together, we're stronger.
Together, united, we can effect positive change by developing and promoting integrity principles and values.
Sports Integrity Week is the right stage for you to contribute and give your inputs to this global agenda.
We'll learn from the leaders in sport to find solutions for important issues facing the sports industry today.
Integrity in sport is something that's so important in all areas of sport, whether we're talking about professional sport, college sport, Olympic sports. It's really something that should concern us individually and on the organizational level as well.
Really recognizing and respecting the human condition, regardless of where we are on the continuum. That is the key to integrity. That is the key to inclusion. That is the key to diversity. That is the key to good governance. That is the key to goals. That is the key to having the world be more reflective and inclusive of those who we wish to serve and entertain through our sport. Thank you again, SIGA, for having me. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
The opportunity to join SIGA and have this chance to use my voice and share my experience, I hope it really does influence other athletes to come through the program and be associated with such a global powerhouse that's making such an impact in sport.
Because representing sport itself, and just thank everybody, governments, the betting industry, NGOs and others who are all helping to try and protect sport. And thank you to SIGA for bringing us together.
Without integrity in any event, sport is dead.
I am proud to partner with the Sport Integrity Global Alliance and participate in this year's Sports Integrity Week.
I was actually nominated by one of my mentees, a male mentee who actually took part in one of your programs previously. And he just talked to me a little bit about it. He's mentored by himself. And because he was aware that we're doing something similar, trying to build something similar at FIBA level, a program called Women in Leadership, which really focuses also on mentorship. We had a really interesting conversation, and I just found this as a fantastic opportunity to connect with the program, and through the program, of course, with other people and organizations who are doing similar things, specifically focusing on women and the next generation future leaders. And as far as what did I get from that, of course, I got new contacts, I heard stories, and I learned quite a lot. And this is what life is about. We learn every single day. And it was extremely exciting journey to actually connect and be part of this program. For me personally, the three key words would be connect, educates, and motivates. Is the expansion of the network and the confidence. I would add to everything I said previously, the confidence, because to me, a lot of women, especially, they have the knowledge, they have the experience, and they really would like to share and perhaps to pass on this knowledge and mentor somebody, but they don't have necessarily the confidence of actually stepping forward and either offering that or even doing that. If they're asked, they will gladly share, but quite often I have, during these conversations, I have, if you like, back the opinion, am I good enough? I'm not a great speaker. What if I say something wrong? What if I'm not fitting in line with the new generation of thinking? So I think this really gives you the confidence. I would just say to anybody who would like to test and to see if they're good enough or if they can improve this, just join in and listen. And this will really build you confidence to actually step forward and offer your knowledge and experience to others.
We come here together with a clear message to the world. A message that we believe in sport, that we believe in sports values and its social and economic function, that we believe in the sporting leaders of our time. We believe that they understand the unique opportunity that sports faces.
Delighted and honored to announce that His Holiness Pope Francis has a message for us all.
Il Santo Padre Francesco rivolge a tutti I partecipanti.
I must reiterate that fundamentally, UEFA upholds the principle that we have a responsibility, a duty to the millions of football fans worldwide that we are committed to upholding the integrity of the game. Collectively, we must seek to find solutions instead of castigating inaction that perpetuates the problem. We count on all of you.
Sport is at a serious crossroads, and there is a huge amount of work to be done. I urge you all to hold yourselves to the highest standards of integrity. I urge all to be part of SIGA's effort to change the sports industry for the better.
SIGA is combining multi-stakeholders together, working together. There are many government representatives in SIGA as a member, so there is a zone of connections and convergence zone in which UNESCO can collaborate with, SIGA can collaborate with UNESCO and vice versa.
We've seen in SIGA is positive view of a negative situation. So how can we take something that is a challenge for everybody and needs to be addressed, but work together positively for the future and affect change in a way that will be good for sport, good for business, good for government, and ultimately good for the consumer.
It's my pleasure to be here today supporting SIGA. We truly believed in SIGA from day one. As a global connector, it's our role to connect people around the world, and we enter into world-class sponsorship, and it's important for us to maintain the integrity and the transparency of a sport.
Very happy to see that there is a very, very strong attention to integrity, and integrity is a word that has many meanings inside, and the fact that all the stakeholders have the opportunity to have an exchange of opinion and discussions on these matters into an organized framework is very, very encouraging.
I think that it's absolutely necessary that an organization like SIGA is pinpointing these kinds of things, because in the world of sports in general, but also in football, match fixing is a big problem.
Forums like today are really, really important, and SIGA have done an incredible job in getting some really integral, high-profile people from not just within sport, but other areas of society who absolutely need to be listened to, and their views need to be brought into the discussion.
SIGA started as an idea. This is now becoming a genuine global alliance. But we are in this for action and for delivering on integrity.
This is the message we want to launch today as our manifesto here in Rome, a manifesto in which we say we intend to fight for independence and neutrality, where there are often conflicting interests, so that only the spirit and purity of sports values prevail.
And the way all of us in this room, and especially those who have sporting and political responsibilities, will be judged by the generations of tomorrow will depend on how we respond to this challenge.
Choosing the program of SIGA to be a mentor was a chance for me to give back, give back to my former mentors, to give back to the people of youth community. This is a world of mentorship is very important for moving forward, and for a young person, besides being passionate, being inspired by the area where they want to work for, a sport is always very inspiring area. It is also important to build allies. And once I came to the point that somebody comes to me and said, "Hey, do you want to be a mentor?" I couldn't say other answer than yes, I want to be a mentor, and I want to be a mentor for any program that is actually making space and making possibilities for the youth. That's why I couldn't say no to SIGA, and I'm actually very honored that SIGA and myself, we found a way to bring back through building a series of mentorship programs. Diversity, breaking through as a one word, and sustainability. My mentee got the offer from her dream. Can I continue? Can I move?
You can restart that. Do you want me to ask the question again?
No, it's fine. My mentee got a job offer from her dream employee while we were close to the end of the program. So basically, my favorite experience was not only that I had a chance to meet amazing women from super diverse cultures from all around the world and from all around the sectors, organizations, and stakeholders involved in sports and beyond. I actually got a chance to see the progress of my mentee from a shy but full of ideas lady who is already successful in super different areas of work to actually become loud, bold women who knows what she wants through the SIGA Women Mentorship Program. And she has been offered her dream job. So basically, after the SIGA Women Mentorship Program, we together said yes to her dream future.
I decided to participate in SIGA's Global Mentorship Program because I wanted the opportunity to give back to younger colleagues around the world, not just in my immediate home area, to join a community and also to connect with others in and around the field. So to have a more holistic learning experience as a result of it. It has been a wonderful learning experience, and each time I interact with my mentees, I learn something new about myself, about different perspectives in and of the field, different challenges, and the different ways that we can help each other. Power, knowledge sharing, and community. The program has brought me an entirely new community network around the world of colleagues of a variety of different ages, backgrounds, and perspectives, something that I couldn't have done on my own in the same way. And so it is specifically forged ties also with my mentees who have been both brilliant stars on their own right and who helped me to continue to develop in a variety of ways. I would definitely advise other women to join as mentors and mentees in the next cycle.
Hi, my name is Lyndon, and I was lucky enough to be a 2022 SIGA mentee. It was actually an amazing experience. I'm so glad I applied. I actually have one of my professors who's also a mentor for this program, Dr. Lindsay Krasnoff. She actually invited me to apply for the program. So I put my name forward, and I was lucky enough to be selected. I was lucky enough to be mentored by Dr. Pamela Sarah, who's based in Johannesburg, South Africa, and is actually working at a university there. And she's been an amazing mentor. Like, we connected right away, and she had so many great ideas, but I just loved her personality. And she really taught me the importance of connection and just further empowering women in sport, which is something that I was already passionate about. But because she works with students in an academic setting, and I'm actually currently a PhD candidate in New Zealand. And so even though I think like we're in different countries, it just shows that like the power that knowledge can bring together, and that I want to inspire people too in that setting and beyond. So she definitely helped me with that. In terms of my career path, I think this opportunity to be a mentee is just amazing and phenomenal because, you know, we get with all these sessions and we get to meet so many different people from all around the industry. It really opens your horizons about what you can do. And so I loved it.
Sport has a tremendous potential, but to really use its power for the good of the world, it also needs to change, and which is why your mission at SIGA, the world's largest organization for sports integrity, is so important. Today's forum will promote values that are relevant beyond the world of sport.
I think that it's very important that we partner with SIGA to understand best practices for sport integrity.
What is the role of politicians and government, and where can that bear down on some of the policies that we're developing within SIGA as well?
And if the public is going to invest that much money into sport, the public deserve public accountability for the use of their resources.
SIGA has brought together all the actors, all the stakeholders within sports, from government, from the industry, and from all around the world.
the understanding of the integrity which sits at the heart of our sport that they have, and that we continue to work hard to transmit to that next generation as they come through.
The way that we evaluate new opportunities and existing partnerships for our clients has changed quite drastically.
SIGA has created, if you will, a safe environment to come in. It's a positive, forward thinking. It's meant to work together.
When I became the UK Minister for Sport in 2013, that there was a definite lack of diversity, not just in terms of participation.
But when you look at the senior leadership roles and how many are filled by women, it's about 12%. And at the very highest levels, I think only 6% of CEO positions are held by women.
We decided for the mentors that we would launch an application process whereby women who are aged 24 upwards could apply to spend 5 business days with one of our female leaders.
What isn't commonly known is that through the International Gaming Institute at UNLV, there is a regulator forum where gaming regulators from around the United States can come and meet and have conversation.
It's great to hear what people think and what people want to do, and now it's a case of going forward and doing that. So I look forward to working with SIGA in order to achieve that.
I think SIGA's initiative is fantastic. It's protecting the athlete, the pureness of sport, and I believe that to do this, the integrity has to be questioned at the top of the tree.
On a personal level, I think it's important for me to be the role model for young girls that didn't exist when I was younger.
The journey that SIGA has taken the past 12 months has been truly remarkable.
GW is so excited to have a partnership with SIGA.
SIGA is really advancing some very important actions and work.
Everyone, including SIGA, needs to be involved.
The fact that SIGA has managed to bring those groups together is great.
SIGA is a crucial part.
So that SIGA has been able to bring them to the table.
We are, as you said, the largest independent, neutral and multi-stakeholder coalition. But that is not the privilege. That is a responsibility that falls on each of the shoulders of the men and women you see in this room. And we are prepared to walk the talk.
I think that SIGA is a fantastic organisation. I love what they're doing in the industry to bring more integrity to it. In terms of the mentoring programme, it's a really valuable programme. I wanted to be a part of it because I think it's really important to particularly connect women who are working in sport with each other to be able to share experiences and help each other to progress. And my experience has proven that that was the right decision to get involved with it, because I've met some fantastic people, learned a lot through the brilliant webinars and gatherings and conferences and things that happen as part of the programme. So it's been a really great experience. Three words is tough. Can I make each other one word and say we need each other? So I think, or there's strength in numbers. No, that's still 4 words. There we go. I just think it's really important to build a trusted community that people can ask questions, share information, check things, to see if they're on the right lines of thinking. And just have a support network. The best thing I would say is the network, really, the people that you meet. Obviously, coming out of that, you then learn more things, see things from different perspectives, from different roles that people might have in the industry, different countries that they're in around the world. So definitely the network is a fantastic thing that you can get from this program, and I would highly recommend to both people who are looking for a mentor and people who want to be a mentor. I think we can all benefit from it together. So yes, I would definitely recommend it.
Hello everyone, SIGAWomen is back, the show dedicated to promoting and celebrating women in sport. I'm your host, Katie Simmons, Global COO at SIGA and Managing Director of the SIGAWomen programme. On the first Wednesday of every month, we invite female leaders who are movers and shakers in sport to share their insights on how we can promote, celebrate and ensure greater gender equity, both in the boardroom and on the field of play.
Nothing better that I'd love to do on a Wednesday than be with wonderful women as yourselves. We all know the places that we are, let's say, proverbially pretending, just so we can keep the temperature stable in the room that somebody else wants us to keep, right? These are the power dynamics that we're always working with, under, around, for. I just, in my own career, in my own life, I simply stopped pretending and began elevating truth.
We've got to continue that drive and hopefully in the end, get 50% of people involved of women involved in all aspects of motorsport.
You have to have self-confidence. There is nobody out there that's doing something that you can't realistically do.
Women's football has a value on its own. We want to prove this.
The conditions surrounding a player is so much more than just the remuneration. And I guess I have to say up front that I would never stand in the way of a woman who is seeking something that she believes that she is worth.
Lately, in the last few years, there is a positive change in that direction. At least the attention is more into that direction, and we should be able to use the opportunity to build, if you like, stronger networks and to provide better opportunities for the female athletes in general.
We have a long way to go from a media perspective. So, why we're in women's football and women's sport in general is pretty simple. Our company at its core is focused on gender balance and driving gender equity in society.
My role, I see it as an opportunity not just to influence the next generation of little girls, but also little boys, and to show them what's possible for men and women.
I've also been really lucky to have some really great female leaders across my career that I have learned a lot from.
Thanks for having me on WOW. I do stalk you as well. I think you're doing really good and it's an awesome program.
And finally, we need male champions to promote and inspire females in sport.
Don't worry if you fuck up. I think it's my piece of advice on that, because we do it and we do it all the time. I think I don't want to battle of the sexes this or anything, but generally my experience is that men cope with their own fuck ups better than women do, and I think it's about time that.
Making bunny ears behind me. I was waiting. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Excited to have everybody back. Hopefully you are full but not sleepy, because we have a really, really jam-packed afternoon for you all. An amazing group of folks behind me, if they're not making bunny ears or some other sort of cartoon, like this is a rowdy bunch back here, but we're excited to get started. I'm Nicole Jeter-West, CEO of Underdog Venture Team, And we have an amazing partnership with SIGA around mentorship and the Global Mentorship Program, and we're really proud of that partnership. And we are proud to be here. Thank you, MasterCard, for also creating this opportunity to have this very important conversation. And really bringing us together to not just have conversation, but how do we move the needle? How do we advance the ball down the field? How do we get ourselves to the next phase? And so hopefully we're gonna have some really good dialogue today. You know, this should not be a one-way conversation. We don't wanna do all the talking up here. I will definitely be somebody who engages and looks, and if I know you, I will call you out and ask, because I know there are such smart people in the crowd, and so we'll ask for that engagement from you all. But we're gonna have a great panel discussion now, and we're gonna get right into it. We're gonna talk about mentorship, and mentorship matters. And I think everybody in this room, are you in with me? Mentorship matters, yes? Yes, yes. All right, good. So, stop. Cut it out. Sorry. When I turn it over to our moderator, I can't promise what will happen next. But we have some great folks here. So Cassandra Brownstein from MasterCard. Yay. Yes. Come on, keep the energy up. Come on. All right. And coming in next, Lindsay Gorman with M&T Bank. All right, Sally, we've been waiting for this moment. The moment of truth. Okay, with Peace Players, Sally Namami? Lamani! You got it, you were close. So close. And then your moderator of choice, you all voted. It is Lisa Murray with Octagon. And then I get to join this panel, so there we go.
Good job.
All right, all the energy.
All right, I have lost full control of this panel. We will have a lot of fun. If there's one topic I love to talk about, it is about mentoring. I've renamed the panel to the magic of mentorship. Love alliteration, so the magic of mentorship. Just keep shaking your head, it's all good.
I'm with you.
And I have to tell you that no matter what your age, I am 65 years old. I've watched all the moderators from today, and I am so impressed, and they're all got their notes. Look at these notes. This is me. I still need a mentor just to help me kind of button up my act. But here we go. So in just one, and I like to sit in the middle. So in just one or two words, tell me the benefit of being a mentor or a mentee.
Non-judgmental space.
Very nice. That's 2 words.
Hyphen.
I'm going to throw a hyphen. 1 or 2 words, it's okay.
The dialogue has started already.
Yeah, I'm not happy with this.
Unconditional support.
Very nice. Can I answer too? Even though I'm
Sure.
I would say privilege.
My word is partnership. Goes both ways.
And mine would be safe space, creating a safe space.
Very nice. So if you put all those words together, it is truly a win-win situation. So my first question for this wonderful panel is, what do you see as the biggest benefit of being either a mentor or a mentee?
I can start.
Please.
So I'd like to speak to actually a term that we use at M&T called reverse mentorship. So I have the privilege of being part of the SIGA mentorship program, and my mentee is Cassie, right on this panel. And it has proven to just be an excellent experience. But I think the important part that you can seek from these mentor relationships is reverse mentorship. There's so much to learn no matter what side you sit on. I find every day that my mentee gives me a lot of really great things to apply to my personal life, my work life. So I think just the idea of reverse mentorship and recognizing as a mentor what you can gain from your mentee is very important.
Sally?
Yeah, I think, is it the benefits, right? I think there's so much value that comes with having someone who's walked the walk already and has kind of learned and figured out some things and being able to engage and learn. Because I think ultimately it's a learning process, right? And it's a two-way learning process. I still think about like when I was graduating high school, like I'm an immigrant kid, like my family moved here when I was 12. Like I didn't really understand the college process, and I had like uncles who moved to the States. as teenagers right after high school as well. And I know how much I would have valued having someone who had navigated the college process. I remember having classmates who were like, hey, I already know what school I'm going to. And I'm just like, oh, I don't know what's going on. So I think having someone who's walked the walk already and who's figured out things and who can give you insights that you might not even be thinking about is super, super valuable.
Wonderful. Yeah. Anything I different? think navigating, I think, Sally, you said it, is just how to avoid any landmines, how to avoid missteps. There's no reason to have to go down a path when someone else has gone down that path and learned from that path and they can share with you. And so to me, that's the most valuable, is when you can have those type of really open, honest dialogue to say, hey, this is where I am in my situation, or this is the type of challenge that I'm facing. What can you share with me? What do you know about this situation? How can you help me be better, smarter about it?
And I think something that we're all talking about today too is putting our words to action. And so when we're talking about the benefits of mentorship, it is also the benefits of giving back and being a mentor to people. And I think that helps you learn too as a mentor when you're talking through these things, when someone younger or someone graduating school comes to you and asks you how to navigate getting a job. It's really difficult and it's getting harder. So the more that you can kind of give back and the more that you can walk through processes, it helps them, but it also helps you to refine your process.
So let's say there are people in our audience that would like to find a mentor. Is there a criteria? There are things that you should think about as you seek a mentor for you?
I can go. I've been very fortunate because Lindsay and I are paired together through the SIGA mentorship program, and we have very similar backgrounds in our work industry and our personal life. We have a lot of similarities. But you don't always have to have the same similarities. So when you are looking for someone, what I like to do is I really like to look for someone that has similar values to me. So different backgrounds, different language, different culture, but same values, so that when you do talk and connect, it really does resonate and you get value out of it.
I think you've got to have a understanding of what someone's definition is of mentorship, because it varies. I've had a number of people throughout my career that I would say were my mentors, but maybe I never officially said, hi, can you be my mentor? And vice versa, the older that you get in the industry. 25 years now in sports, I've had that same experience now happen to me, where someone has come up to me who will say, oh my gosh, you're my mentor, or I don't know if you know, but you were my mentor. And I think that that's the definition around what mentorship means is important, because if you're going to get into a partnership or a relationship with someone, what you're expecting out of that relationship versus what they're expecting, and making sure that you're aligned.
Excellent. That is a great response. I think even finding a mentor is a skill, right? Like, we don't hear that enough. And so I think programs like SIGA, where it's a forum, it's a space where you can meet other women, and it's already a designated space for mentorship. I think it's so important, because especially for women who are younger in their careers, because it could be daunting to go up to someone and say, hey, can you be my mentor? Like, I have a number of people who I go to for advice, but I don't have someone who's like my mentor who I have that type of relationship with. And I would also say, just like in my experience, like in college as well and in grad school, like books, like I read a lot. And I also have people who I just look up to, like Carla Ann Harris. She works at Morgan Stanley. She's a chairman there. Like, I read her books, I follow her on social media. Like, I've gotten so much insights in that way versus pursuing one person actively and wanting that person to be my mentor. So it is a skill, and it needs to be taught more often.
I think part of that skill too is to recognize the different parts of your life that you need mentorship for. So I think there's some obvious things, like at work, you identify someone who you may want to emulate, you may want to get advice from them, you may want them to help bring you to the table and help with experiences. There are times through your personal life that you need someone who is a working mom, and you need to lead on them about the right amount of leave time to take, how to enter back into the workforce, how do they balance, what kind of village do they need to support them. I was just talking to a friend about that during the lunch hour. So I think there's different needs for different types of mentors. And then, to kind of piggyback off of what you were saying, in this world of influencers on social media, you may be following and watching a mentor and they don't even know that they're your mentor. So I think there are many opportunities to identify what type of mentor you might need. It's not always professional. It's not always the traditional, I want to seek advancement in my career, so I'm meeting with you. It may be a lot more personal than that. Some of the great things SIGA offers, though, are our meetings with other women, and we're talking about mental health. We're talking about maternity leave. Like, those are all things that maybe, 10 years ago, I didn't think I would seek from a professional mentor. I thought it was supposed to be all job advancement related. And then I think you start to realize that, you might be trying to avoid landmines, but also you're just learning from their landmines. You may do the same thing, but at least you have some context and background.
So I did some research today, and it said 92% of companies have a mentorship program within their own company, which is great. So one thought I also have is I think multiple mentors are good if you have time in your day. So to have someone within your corporation is a great thing, hopefully in another department, because it just gets you out there. But I would also, like a SIGA, have a mentorship program, participate in a mentorship program like SIGA, so you have multiple people. So if we flip it, if you were a mentor, what criteria would you have for the mentee to work with you? Because I think that's almost more important.
So when anyone approaches me and says, will you be my mentor? I'm very open and transparent about the fact that my time is limited, and that's not to be rude. It's just to say, like, that's what we're working with. So what do you need from me? And let's be clear and understand what that is. And then let's determine what the commitment level is going to be. Is it we're going to meet once a month, and it's going to be a call for this amount of time, and you'll have access if you need me, because I will give you my information and you can get me some other time, but we're gonna have a designated amount of time. And what I ask is you come prepared to that meeting. So what's the agenda for the conversation? And it doesn't have to be super formal, but it should be something specific, because our mentorship is meant to help you get either solutions in your personal life or professional life, or help guide you, but that you come prepared to the conversation so that it can feel productive on both sides. And then what I've always enjoyed out of like the formal or informal mentorships is someone who's trying to figure out, like, well, what can I provide back, right? Just because you may be the mentee in the relationship, the reverse sort of mentorship, how am I not just looking for this to be a take situation, but that it feels reciprocal?
Great answer.
I'll jump in. I think that's spot on in terms of, like, it is a two-way relationship, right? The expectation should not be that the mentor should provide all of the information and resources. Like, we should always be thinking about all of our relationships and how we're adding value and supporting other people in their work. I also mentor a group of young people. They're all high schoolers, and they're fun bunch, and they're figuring out their way in the world. So I don't expect them to come to me with, being able to add value, but they add value in their own unique way, right? And then I'm able to understand, like, issues that young people are facing. I'm able to get another perspective that I might not have, being an older mentor. So I think it depends, like, the stages that your mentee might be in, right? They're in high school, like, you want to, again, it's a skill. Like, and what I try to impart in my younger mentees is, like, there are certain skills that we're expected to know that a lot of people just don't know. And if you don't have exposure or anyone who's guiding you, you can go through college and get into the workforce and just not know things that is expected to be known. So in those relationships, I try to provide, like, that insight, like, you need to be on time to a meeting. You need to be on time to your basketball practice, because guess what? It translates to other parts of your life. Like, you need to think about how you show up on social media and how you're representing yourself, because kids and people, a lot of people are not thinking about this as much as we might think they are. So it varies depending on who the mentee is.
Anything else before we? Perfect. Good. I think for those people that are shy, it is very difficult to ask someone to be a mentor. I'd also add, though, if you are shy, and believe it or not, I am shy. I am.
Wait, did you see Sally's face?
If you put me in a room like this, like I'm the worst one out there, I'm not going to go to someone and say hi. I just won't. But if I can call one person to be a partner with me and be a mentor, I am so in, and I will share, and I will just love every moment of that relationship. So my message to those that are shy, that this is a win-win, man. You can't go wrong when you have this, because I think sometimes being in a big room with a lot of people, it's really difficult to do that. We talked about last week a little bit. I read an article that Black women leaders are more ambitious but less supported at work. So I think for those who are less represented in an organization, that mentorship is even more important. So does anyone want to talk about that?
I mean, I'm a Black woman, so I could take that one.
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
I think, you know, I don't know that I would say we're more ambitious. I think we're ambitious.
Kinsey did, but
I mean,
whatever.
Okay. I think we're ambitious. I think I think you could say that about any woman in this room. I know a number of the women in this room that are of different backgrounds, different cultures, and all are ambitious. And so I think when you put a phrase like ambitious and Black women in a phrase together, there's a microaggression happening there, but that would be a whole nother panel for a whole nother day. But what I would say is we're in a position constantly, and I say we collectively because there are a number of folks who would fit into a marginalized category in this room for a number of different reasons, right? And so if you are in that marginalized category for any number of reasons, you could be seen as someone who is aggressive, ambitious, trying to get ahead, and that's seen as a negative, when in fact, it's just a reflection of the fact that you've had to fight to get to where you are, and you have to continually fight to stay where you are and to grow and get past where you are to the next level. And so that takes a certain level of grit. That takes a certain level of gumption, right? You can't be passive, because if you're passive, you will get walked over. And so I think when you say something like Black women are more ambitious, I call that to question. But I will say from a supportive standpoint, yeah, no brainer, Mackenzie. Yeah, we're less supported. And I think, that just speaks to the systemic nature of what we are dealing with in general. Pick any industry. It's become something where it's commonplace, but it can't be commonplace. And that's why we have to have these settings. It's why we have to have this type of dialogue and be very open and transparent about where are we as a society, what is left to still be done and the work that needs to be done, and then how are we going to make those advancements? Because if we can continue to see articles that come out like this and say nothing and just say, okay, great, that's one more thing that they're gonna put out there, and there are gonna be folks who read that and believe that to be true. So what are we doing to combat that messaging? And each one of you in this room, as well as our male allies, have the ability to do that.
I think from a brand perspective, there's a responsibility internally within an organization and also externally of controlling the opportunities and coming out with programs or operations that lead to more representation, that lead to the ability for young Black women in our communities that we serve to have opportunities they may not have. We try to work with some colleges that we partner with, and instead of traditional athletics partnerships, we'll offer for some schools in the Western New York area, for example, to connect with student athletes and talk about the importance of attendance, talk about the importance of nutrition, of activity. That starts this idea of mentorships early, and it maybe is planting a seed to say, okay, okay, I am looking up to this athlete and I want to emulate what they're doing, we try to take it a step further and have M&T executives connect with the student athletes and talk to them about career development and the importance of mentorship. So I do think there's a responsibility of employers and brands to provide the programming and work to create opportunity where it's currently lacking.
I think one thing I would add to that is just the narratives, right? Because narratives lead to beliefs. And those beliefs create those self-limiting beliefs that if I'm a Black woman, I am a Black woman, and I am ambitious, but if I read that in my mind, I'm like, well, I'm not going to get as much support, so I don't even know how I'm going to move in this space. So one thing I've learned from my young mentees is just this idea of like ownership and self-determination starts up here, because we can have all the mentorship programs available, but if a person has like real deep self-limiting beliefs, like it's going to be hard for a mentor to support them. So I'm very key on like narratives, how we reverse those narratives, how we tell other stories, and also how we begin to change self-limiting beliefs. Because I've seen it's been true in my case, it's been true in a lot of people who I know, like once you get out of your own head, and that narratives are the ones that are what causes those beliefs, the sky is the limit, really. Like the options that are available to you change. But like we have to conquer those narratives first.
Excellent. Switch gears a little bit. Do you have one or two or three things that a mentor has said to you or shared with you that made a difference in your life or your career?
I can go. So I'm earlier on in my career, and brands can be intimidating to go for in job interviews and everything like that. And I'm someone that likes very open, honest, direct feedback. I don't like the sandwich, the compliment sandwich? I don't like that. I don't do well with it. I don't believe it. So if someone comes up to me after this panel and they're like, you were terrible, I'll say, okay, now what can I do, right? So, but don't do the sandwich. But I had a job interview once and I was really nervous. I think it was either MasterCard or Amex, either one. And I was talking to a mentor that was not in the industry at all. And he just goes, can you just like put on your big girl pants and just handle it? And I was like, okay, I can do that. And so then I called him afterwards and he goes, how are your big girl pants? I was like, they're strapped on. They're strapped on. And then I ended up getting the role. So it's just easier if someone just tells you and they're just very direct and honest. And they're like, yes, it's hard. It's competitive. There's going to be a lot of people going for it. But like, you're fine. Just do what you need to do. And then you feel better.
Nicole? I've had a mentor informally who's always told me to know your value. And kind of reminds me from time to time to say, when you're walking into the room, regardless of who's in the room, regardless if they want you in the room or not, if there's a chair or there's no chair, or if it's the leather, somebody said earlier, the leather chair versus the folding chair, which I loved. Know your value. Know that you come to that table with value, you bring value, and that there shouldn't be anyone that takes that away. And so if you can kind of walk into that room and understand what your value is and bring that, then you're going to be able to show up and really deliver in a way that no one else can because it's unique to you. So that's been some of the best advice that I've been given, and constantly am reminded to remember that.
Yeah, I think mine, I wouldn't call her a mentor, but she's definitely an advisor, and she said to me, like, believe it or not, you're smarter than probably 90% of the folks in the room. Because sometimes we walk in or we have a meeting and it's like, oh my God, this guy is this, or this person is that, and they work here and they've done all these great things. You're like, man, what am I going to add to this conversation? And she said to me, like, believe it or not, a lot of the folks who are in that room have the same anxieties and fears that you have, and you're just as smart. So I try to, remember that, often. And of course, like you prepare before you go into those spaces so that your brilliance plus your preparation always gives you an edge.
I would say along the lines of kind of telling rather than asking. I have a vivid memory, and my mentor was my boss at the time at a job before M&T. And he knew that I was going to move on from the organization, and I was kind of dreading the conversation, and I didn't want to have it. And he later told me that instead of telling me or asking me, are you ready for more? He told me, you are ready for more. And it really kind of was my springboard. It took me into my next phase of my career, and I just remember him looking at me, and he had acknowledged it after, but he said, I don't need to ask you if you are. I know you are, so you need to go and do that. So I think that's a key that all mentors should have, is if you're identifying this area of uncertainty through your mentee, it's taking that responsibility and advocacy and saying, like, I don't need to ask you, you're ready, go. And it was very powerful, it was impactful.
So to that point, when does a mentee feel that they're prepared to be a mentor?
Cassie, you're ready.
Is this me? Is this me? Okay. I don't know. I don't know if there is like a real clear line where you wake up in the morning and you're like, it's my turn, I'm here. I think it's when you've learned enough to be able to be dangerous or helpful for somebody else. I have people from my college, we have a very strong alumni network, reach out to me, and I really try to put an effort into communicating with them and being involved. I'm involved with a lot of our alumni shadowing programs, so a lot of college students are able to learn kind of what's going on within these organizations. So I don't know if there's a clear line to answer your question, but I think it's an evolution. I think you're always learning from each other, and then it goes back to the peer-to-peer.
I would add too, I think when you're a mentee, there's always someone who can learn from you. So call it whatever you want to call it, but you can always learn from each other, no matter what level, what stage of your career, no matter where you are, you can learn from each other. So I tend to take those two definitions away and just have a partnership, because there's always some kind of win-win, and someone always has an experience that you're going to benefit from. So I take advice from everybody, and I think everyone in here is smarter than me, so I always need a little bit more advice on that one. What are the tactical benefits of having a mentor? So obviously it's networking, it's to get a new job, it's to ask for a raise. What are the other benefits that someone could expect from having a partnership like this?
I mean, I think the baseline is just that you have a safe space to be able to express anything that's happening. You know, we all deal with this on a regular basis, in which, you know, you have somebody who maybe is difficult on a team that you're having a challenge with, or you have, you know, a supervisor or a manager who's really giving you a hard time, and you don't necessarily feel like maybe you have a safe space within your work culture to have that conversation, that you can go have that open, free conversation and be able to get advice that does not come with sort of all the cliches of, oh, I work here, so I want this person to stay, or I don't want them to, you know, go to HR, or I don't want them to go do this. You have sort of the ability to have those conversations. And I think also really being able to build a rapport where someone has the ability to be really open with their feedback to you. So there doesn't have to be a filter. You know, if you have somebody who works with you or is a teammate or is a supervisor, and you're like asking for that feedback without the sandwich, there's still the feel or the need, like, oh, but I got to sandwich it a little bit, or I got it, right? When you have somebody who's like a true mentor, and you're in a relationship that you've built, that they can just tell you like straight up, like, you need to put your big girl pants on, or you need to, you know, you need to buck up and go do this, or, hey, you know what, that was wrong, and don't let anybody tell you that it was okay, and you need to go talk to so-and-so in HR, or you need to go bring this forward. Like, it's having that person who's just going to tell you honestly. The real deal. Yeah, the real deal.
And it's only a safe space if it's proven to be a safe space. There's so much importance to a long-standing relationship, because then I think you get the value of like, oh wow, they really didn't share anything about that. I can't believe they kept that to themselves. So I think there's also a narrative here that, you know, a mentor-mentee relationship is likely long-term and it benefits from being long-term. I think there's a lot to be said about how a lot of times mentor meetings are over coffee or lunch or drinks, and that automatically makes you kind of put your shoulders down and you're like, okay, this is less formal. And I think that we talked about this when we were talking last week. There's always importance to, you know, scheduling. This is what I want to get out of it. This is my intention. This is my agenda. That's all so important and 101, right? But the benefit comes in the time that you don't expect it. It's that little piece of advice or knowledge that's given to you once you've established, like, hey, it's just you and I here. I'm not telling anyone this story, this thing, but you don't know that to be true until the safe space is created. It's obviously not just assumed that it's going to work out. So I think there's a lot to be said about the longevity of these relationships and the setting that they're in to kind of make things a little more comfortable.
My relationships never end. Well, they just become my friends. So that's the end of that. So as we kind of close out, does anyone have any questions out in the audience? Have we been that
I mean, it's
dynamic?
been very dynamic.
I thought. Yes.
When you reach a certain stage of your career.
Oh, sorry, just the mic.
Do I need the mic? You reach a certain stage of your career where you're looked at to be the mentor in these types of programs or relationships, but still can benefit from being a mentee as well. Does anybody have any perspective on how to, as someone more advanced in your career, seek new mentorship relationships?
I would say, as the eldest member of this panel, this is it.
Yeah.
So we could chat out in the hallway and say, you know what, I just would love to chat, because I've been doing this for 34 years, and I got another 20 years of my career or 5 years of my career, and how do I take it to the end game, whatever it is. But I think this is the type of space where you find people that you would like to chat with. So I think memberships of different groups like this is perfect. And I would say too, as we end this, I think the new mentorship program, $5. I'm just saying $5. In May is starting up again. So if you're not a mentor, my stars, it is a win-win. I can't tell you how great of an opportunity it is. And if you're a mentee, it's even better. So May is when you can go online, and I think the website's just gonna blow up after this, don't you think?
I mean, it's happening right now.
As we speak.
The system might go down.
I know. Put us on a telethon. We'd be crazy. So thank you so much. I have learned so much from each one of you, and I hope we'll remain friends after this.
I mean, Lisa, will you be my mentor?
Yes. Yes. You better have your act together, though. I need an agenda.
Oh gosh.
Thank you so much.
Yay, good job, everybody. All right.
Oh, I had 10 more seconds.
You did. Do you want to stay? We can stay. Thank you so much. All right, so I won. I mean, I can't say that was the best panel of the day, because that would be wrong, because I was on the panel. But love, love, love. Thank you so much to the wonderful women who just participated in that panel. Really, you know, some great highlights, right? One, reverse mentorship. The ability for that to be something that's a give and a take, that you're not just focusing on, what do I take away from this? What is this going to do for me? The ability to really think about mentorship as what is the definition of this for me? What is the definition for someone else? Is this a match? And that mentorship, there's no right or wrong time to start mentoring. You have knowledge, experience, and value that you can share with someone else. No matter how long you've been in your industry, no matter how long you've been in your company, there's something that you can share with someone else that will benefit them.
right? All right, everybody enjoyed that session? It was a great session. Clap it up. All right. So thank you all so much. That was exciting. We're getting ready to go on to our next panel. I'm waiting for my nice screen to change. It's not changing. Thank you. All right. So we are going to get started on a spotlight of women's football and talk about the time is now. And I mean, we all know what type of football we're talking about here, right? Yes? Yes? What is that? Oh, someone says soccer. That's what they call it here in the States. Yes. So football, soccer, but that's what we're going to talk about. We've got an esteemed group of folks who are going to come up and share with us, and we're excited to talk about all that's happening in this space. This is really, I mean, you talk about all of the sports that are emerging, but this is a sport that is not emerging. It's a sport that continues to explode all across the world. And, you know, the ability to understand the popularity of soccer, aka football, aka soccer, whichever one you prefer, it is the most popular sport in the world, bar none. So that's what we're going to talk about next. We have a keynote address from Debbie Hewitt. And so we're going to bring Debbie on to have that keynote that's going to happen for us right on the screen.
Thank you so much for inviting me here to participate in the SIGA Summit on Female Leadership in Sport. For me, it's both an honour and a privilege to be asked to contribute, and specifically to briefly share my journey as a business leader, the lessons I've learned along the way, and more recently, on my experience in sport. As a kid growing up in the north of England in the early 1960s, I had the unusual, but now I realise invaluable experience of having a mother who worked full-time. Whilst all the other kids at my school typically had a mum at home and a dad at work, my mum went back to work as Inspector of Taxes almost immediately after I was born. And so it was that I had my very own role model of a successful working woman, except at the time, it was something that often made me feel decidedly odd amongst my peers, rather than lucky. Fast forward to my teenage years, and there was no doubt that my mum's experience as a working woman had influenced me, probably subtly at the time, to believe that any opportunity was open to a woman. And it's now no surprise, as I look back on my career, to find that I often took on roles that were not, shall we say, the norm for women. But to me, having a role model that told me otherwise, impossible became nothing. In the early days of my career, I was obsessed with business and the financing of business. And that curiosity drove me to explore careers in commerce. My first role as a store management trainee with the retailer Marks & Spencer gave me a tremendous grounding in customer service and the crucial value of an organisation that looked after its people. The importance of being customer focused is even more valid today than it was then, given that customers have so much more choice, but even more so, the lesson that the engagement of your people is one of the biggest differentiators of the success of any organisation. Winning the hearts and minds of your people in good times and not so good times is what, for me, often separates exceptional and average business leaders. A change of direction into the car industry with a company called Lex in the early 1980s saw me face some of my biggest business challenges. I learned how to read a P&L and a balance sheet, or rather I was forced to learn after I made some fundamentally poor decisions that showed I didn't really understand the difference between cash and profit. During that time, I had a boss who promoted me into a role which I arguably did not have the experience for. And although not easy initially, it was his support and mentorship that not only ensured I survived, but thrived. Another great lesson. As a business leader, I think it's our role not only to take a risk on people we see as having talent and potential, but to support, coach, and mentor them when we give them that opportunity. There's no doubt in my mind that without his mentorship, I would never have succeeded in building the business career I have today, which reinforces exactly why the SIGAWomen Global Mentorship Programme is an important initiative to support the development of women in sports leadership. The power of football is unique. It's the world's biggest sport with over 3.5 billion fans. It's an opportunity to be a force for good in society. And arguably, the opportunity in football is unique. The opportunity to lead the board of one of the biggest and oldest football associations in the world was an opportunity that I relished. I never really thought about being the first woman in its 160-year history. I thought about the experience I bring, the opportunity it gave me to shape the future, and the personal development that I could get along the way. It was only when the appointment was announced and I saw the reaction that I realised the significance of being a woman and the extent to which I might inspire other young girls. But if there's one piece of advice that I wished I could have given my younger self, it would be that my attitude to the tough times that I face will be a critical factor in determining just how successful I can be as a leader. It remains for me to commend SIGA for its efforts to promote good governance, sports integrity, and greater gender equality in sport, and to hope that you all enjoy the conference.
All right. Thank you so much, Debbie. I mean, if you're not inspired by that message and the fact that change is happening every day, and we are showing up and having first, but we need to make sure our first stop being first and we can have more people at the table. So we're excited to now have the panel that's going to spotlight for us the opportunities to globalize and commercialize the sport of football. And we've got an esteemed group of folks here, so we're going to ask them to come in. But Allie Ayers with NWSL, Allison Giordano with the Senior Vice President of Global Sponsorship and Consumer Marketing, Sarah Walsh, Head of Women's Football and Women's World Cup Legacy and Inclusion Football in Australia, and Victoria Kovney with the Vice President of One Football, and our esteemed moderator who you have seen throughout the day, Emmanuel. So we're excited for them to kick us off and get started.
Affairs in Europe, all the right where, you know, 2-3 years ago, the NWSL was
pick my phone.
I think they're all chatting away, maybe. Everybody's waiting. Oh. So. We're missing one person. Talk to me, Nicole. Okay. Oh, here they come.
Ah, there she is. We were looking for her.
Hi. Hi. Allie and Allie. Yeah.
You know, maybe I'll go over here. Yes, no, I guess we'll have Allie next to Allie.
Well, it is now my honor and privilege to moderate this debate on a topic of which I know little. Football, or as they say in this country, soccer. And we have here a stellar lineup of female executives from all sides of the industry. I think Sarah is joining us from Australia. Sarah, are you with us?
Hi. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Hope everything is well in Australia. And we are excited to join you later this year for what promises to be the best World Cup ever. Thank you very much. Here, playing at home, we have Alison Giordano. And we also have 2 other female leaders who are giving us the pleasure of sharing some thoughts, provocative thoughts, I would say, and try to look ahead of the curve and try to imagine and influence the course of this great sport called soccer, women's soccer. But to start with, I would like to begin with Sarah and ask her, what are we supposed to witness in the next World Cup? What is the legacy that you envisage leaving behind? How it will transform the industry and push the industry beyond what is the perception of all of us, which is a fast-growing piece of the industry with global appeal, with unrivaled popularity, and how Australia and New Zealand will contribute to that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, look, we won the rights to host the Women's World Cup, which is the biggest, women's sporting event in the world. And for us here in Australia, it's going to be as big as the last major event we had here, which was the Sydney 2000 Olympics. And ironically, we actually also have the Sydney Summer Olympics in 2032 here, in Brisbane. And so for us, when we won the rights to host, we set up a bold legacy plan. And, it kind of coincided with the pandemic. So we, in a lot of ways, got lucky where we were in this position to rebuild the sport as it should have been prior to COVID. And we're talking about gender equity, we're talking about inclusion, and always having an intersectional lens when we think about, bettering the game for women. And our bold plan is really about making sure that football here in Australia has advanced both economically and also socially as a result of hosting the Women's World Cup. And, 3 years on, I'm proud to say that we've brought an extra $288 million into the game through federal and state funding, on top of what they committed to support us to host the Women's World Cup. But also we've been able to fast track a lot of our measures around social inclusion. So in the all abilities space, the COLD space, First Nations communities, but also women, which we're talking about today. We don't see women as an inclusion space, but within our legacy plan, we have a very bold target of reaching 50-50 participation. And much like the US, we actually operate in a very competitive sporting market. So football is the #1 played sport at a club participation level, but it's not the most watched sport. So with the Women's World Cup on our shores, we're leading with our women's teams, particularly our Matildas, to be a part of something big. The Women's World Cup is expected to have 2 billion viewers and also 1.5 million attendees at matches. That is absolutely huge. So we're looking forward to having USA here. They're going to be in New Zealand. We're obviously hosting with New Zealand. We've split the matches, but it's going to be an exciting time.
I could not agree more. And I also noted with great satisfaction the legacy that you are building. How is this impacting in today's society in Australia and New Zealand? You see more businesses supporting football? Do you see more athletes, more women, more girls practicing football? How is this changing the whole country in terms of investment, in terms of global business opportunities, job creation, wealth, and the distribution effect?
Yeah, well, just for note, FIFA are actually running the event, so they're responsible for the volunteer sector, all of the job creation that will come from the delivery of the event. Separate to that, legacy that sits with us is really about, as you discussed, making sure that we're kind of reshaping the narrative, the way in which women's football here operates. And there's probably two parts to that. One is driving more engagement from women in our game. That's either through administration, coaching, refereeing, playing. We actually have constituted 40-40-20 on our board, which is actually quite unique in the sporting sector, which means more often than not, we have 50% women on our board. That has completely changed the way that we operate as an organisation. It's really important. I think the second thing is what's shifted is the way that we commercialise women's sport here and women's football, and I do think football's leading the way. We really don't have any properties left for our women's national team. What an amazing place to be, having to create new properties and assets to be able to bring new partners on for our women's national team. We have Sam Kerr, who has absolutely raised awareness for this team along with her teammates. But for us, it's about, for a long time, women's sport has kind of been, followed the progress of men's, but, there's a lot of unique things about the women's football consumer and fan. And that's not necessarily talking about women's fans of women's football. It's actually men and women and kids and families. And we've really tapped into that to be able to reshape the narrative and the way in which ROI is measured and valued for our women's football. And this is really, really important. because by doing that and talking about social engagement and not just the usual metrics around, match attendance and broadcast viewership, although our numbers are as good as our men's in that market, merchandise sales are so much higher than our men's football fans. They're a really sticky consumer. They are more engaged, and we've been able to capture that in the value that we can offer to partners. And we are leading the way in Australia, and US soccer have been doing that for a long time. And so it's been really exciting to be able to reshape how women's football is, I guess, positioned and valued within the commercial sphere.
That's outstanding. Ali, we are here. The vice chair of SIGA. But on MasterCard, we heard Sarah addressing the social impact, the community impact, the fan engagement, all the legacy that you leave behind, the footprint that you leave behind after a tournament of this magnitude. And MasterCard is undoubtedly one of the most active and influential and significant sponsors in the world of global sport. What exactly do you aim for? What are the criteria that you select in order to choose the properties that you sponsor, or the values that you associate your brand with?
No, it's a great question. And Sarah, thanks for dialing in at, I'm not sure what time there, but appreciate your participation. We can see her here this way. We're looking here as well. No, it's a great question. We have a rich history in women's sport, men's sport. For us, it is about the values. We've heard a lot about values today. And as I mentioned kind of at our opening, ESG is at sort of the heart of MasterCard, whether it's environment, social equity, and good governance. And so those things all play into the mix when we're looking at partners, when we're identifying the right ambassadors that are going to be out there representing our brand. And it goes both ways, right? Because they're brands as well, and they want to make sure that they're aligned with companies like ourselves or others that also align with them. And we've heard that from a number of athletes that we work with specifically. So for us, it's, acting with integrity. Are there specific causes or areas that they're really focused on, whether it's small business, whether it's youth development, whether it's really being a voice for gender equity or LGBTQ. So all of those different things that we as an organization invest in and focus on, whether it be on the society front, whether it be in the commercial or market front, or even with our employees, those same values are what we look for on the property side and on our ambassador side, and governance being a key thing specifically on the property side.
That's really interesting. The following question I would like to ask you is, undoubtedly MasterCard has been a leading light in this space. Also, the association with SIGA has been paramount to influence positively the global business community. What advice would you share with other global brands so that we can have them also at the forefront, pushing for greater integrity, greater diversity, greater inclusion, enhanced governance at all levels of sport, so that sport can truly fulfill its role and its undeclinable society in today's society in a global economy?
Yeah, I think the last part of your point is what's so critical is sport plays such an important role kind of at the forefront of driving culture. It impacts norms across the board, how women and men are depicted can impact what girls and boys think about roles, whether it be gender or what a girl can do and can't do. So the idea that brands have the opportunity, as well as the larger ecosystem, because it's not just the brands, it's media partners, agencies, the properties themselves. Everybody has a part to play. And for me, it's again, if you're aligned with the like-minded organizations that have that same vision, that same mission, and then it's really, stepping in, right? We've talked about, if you can see her, you can be her. There's an organization managed by the ANA here in the United States called See Her, and it's fabulous. Or if you look at what the UN's trying to do with really establishing, one, removing bias from, marketing, activations, but also how do we raise the visibility, right? So if you, I think as organizations, if I'm talking to brands, I mean, you all have your own value system, right? There's all things that you're focused on, whether it's, areas of focus on the mission side, whether it's areas of focus that your specific audiences you're trying to reach. Women's sport is a business opportunity. It is not charity. It is, you heard Sarah talk about the brand she's working with and how, audiences that are engaging that community that is following women's sport, they're first movers in technology. They are engaged, they follow brands, and they actually support those brands that are supporting the things that they love and they care about. So from a brand perspective, tapping into that makes perfect sense. And how can we then accelerate things by bringing content, giving visibility to these amazing athletes, whether that's spotlighting them through content, telling their stories off the pitch. There's so many opportunities. We're just really at the start of this, even though we're not. There's so much more opportunity to go. And so I'd say put your thinking cap on. What you do with men's sport isn't it's not necessarily apples to apples. Take chances. There's just a rich audience out there to reach. And I hope you join MasterCard and the other brands that are here, and Ally's other partners like Ally Bank and Verizon, et cetera, that are really taking the charge in this area.
Excellent. We will follow up with contacts with all these brands so that we can increase the volume and increase the dynamic. And keeping the conversation within the business element of women football. Victoire, what a wonderful name. Stands for victory. No doubt it has an influence on from your father and your mother on the sporting side. But question is, how do you see from your lenses the challenges and also the opportunities that football is facing these days? 6 years or after the FIFA gate and the tsunami that completely swept the industry, not just football, not just the sports organizations, but the whole industry, affecting everyone. How do you see this? How also can One Football contribute to enhance the reputation, the integrity, the credibility, without which there is no investment, there is no sponsorship, there are no fans?
Thank you for that question. And I will say that the FIFA Gate, if anyone watched any of the documentaries, there's no women whatsoever. So I always say, okay, well, then maybe we were the solution all along. So a little bit of hope and faith for the future. But as a football fan my whole life, and speaking about my parents, my little sister and my mother are here with me, and we've all been very big football fans from a young age. I'm half Greek, half Argentinian, 100% Argentinian when it comes to football, especially after the last World Cup. And, I've never felt as a consumer that football was for me as a woman. I was ushered into football by my older brother, who took me to a stadium at the age of 5. And I fell in love with a sport that was never for me. Going to a stadium wasn't an experience I ever thought for me. Consuming football or even speaking about football is not something that is done for women. And so now my new position at One Football, which for those who don't know is one of the biggest media companies in the world, reaches over 500 million football fans every month. So we're really, really big. I am more than ever focused on a few steps back, which is really the understanding how can we look at this new product, women's football, which is not new, but now is becoming more and more popular, and how can we really sell it to women? Because I think that today a lot of what's happening is that we are selling women's football the same way we've done with men. And we're looking at going to a stadium and thinking about what a man needs to go to a stadium, and we don't think about women. And there's small things like serving oatmeal lattes in a stadium that would go a long way to make, I know, it's the smallest thing, right? But it's like those things that really like move the needle. And to me, I'm really trying to understand how can we change this perception. And so obviously what happens on the pitch is very important, but what happens off the pitch is almost as important. And these old school perception that football is only for men needs to go before we do anything else. And how do we do that? And so that's a question I ask myself every single day. I ask my team every single day. I challenge all the brands that I work with every single day, because I really do believe that if we find an answer, then we're gonna be looking at a much bigger financial opportunity and a much bigger future for women's football in general. There's an example that I love to use, which is cigarettes. In the 1920s, cigarettes were a product that was for men. Actually, women that smoked were really badly seen. It was a sign of low class if you were a woman in the 1920s smoking. And so at some point, someone, probably a man, said, wait, we could make more money if we sold it to women, right? Because it's the other half of the world. And they had this problem that they had caused themselves, which they had built a product for 50 years or whatever amount of time that was only for men. And so they essentially started creating content, and they went to Hollywood and they went to a fashion magazine, and they sold this idea that smoking was a sign of independence for women. And they came up with this brilliant campaign called Torches of Independence. And you had this women, this actresses smoking in films, and that meant that if you smoked, you were independent. Thankfully, women's football has nothing to do and doesn't give you cancer. So we're in a much better place. But I think that this change of perception, this marketing campaign, this rebranding needs to happen urgently, so more women feel like they can belong to a sport, right? And so I've been going to a stadium, but my little sister doesn't go to a stadium. For whatever reason, we don't know what happened with her, but she didn't get the football bug. And so how do I make my 19-year-old little sister care about football? Is it about telling her more about some care and what she does off the pitch, or what she wears on the pitch? What is it? What are those questions? So that, to me, is the number one thing. And then I will close it out by saying that, and another analogy I like to use a lot, which is shampoos, right? So football is a product that, if men or women played, is exactly the same. Same as shampoo, right? Shampoo washes your hair. Now, if you go to any big company in this world, Procter & Gamble, they have specific teams that create formulas in shampoos and sell it to men, and then the same but for women. And usually, on the women's side, you have a lot more women creating those products. And so to me, it's really, really, really important that we make more space for women to be making these decisions. And I'm very fortunate to be on the board of Women in Sports Tech, who we have here in the back. They've been doing this for a long time, which is telling women that they, first of all, can be a part of it, right? They can be a part of the table. They can build this incredible careers and get to the forefront of it. I was very lucky because I had a mom that never cared about her gender and did everything that she wasn't allowed to do. And so
well done, Mom.
Yeah. You need a clap. You need a clap for that. But then essentially also inspired me to do the same. And now I'm 6 months pregnant with a little girl, of course, because I wouldn't have anything else. And I took her to a stadium. I ushered her into football, which is something that when it hit me, I was like, my brother took me to stadiums, but now I'm taking my daughter. So obviously something is changing.
Something is changing. Now the key question is, when will we have a woman running for the presidency of FIFA? Or UEFA, or CONCACAF, or CONMEBOL, or AFC?
That's a great question.
That is the question. Because we have been talking here a lot about ambition, all right? I think it's time to walk the walk and make things happen, because sport, and football in particular, cannot be left in the 19th century. You said it well. It is not a male-dominated sector. It should not be. How long do you think we have to wait until we see that happening?
I don't really think it's about the time. It's not about 2 years, 3 years, 10 years, 20 years. As I said when I started speaking, you know, the people that made the mistake were all men back then. And not that I have anything against men. You guys have helped me be who I am today, and I have a lot of men to be grateful to. But I do believe that bringing diversity of thought, and in this particular case, women, into organizations like FIFA, like UEFA, at this point in time is probably the smartest thing that they could be doing. And it's the smartest thing not because it's the right thing, but because it's the right business move. Women represent the other half of the world. They represent billions and billions of dollars that have been never touched. And so I don't think a man can make sure that they go out there and get all those billions into all these organizations. And so having a woman in power will help a lot because she will be there defending and making sure that they give the space that they need at every level. And that is not only for organizations like FIFA and like UEFA, but it's also in the brands. I mean, obviously, you're a great example of that. I don't know if you were a man, you would have chosen so many female properties. And that's not because men do things wrong. It's just because it's not their experience. They don't understand it. It's totally fine, no hard feelings. But the diversity of thought at the end of the day, I think, changes.
So watch this space, follow her, something will happen. It's not a question of time. But change is in the air. Fast-growing sport in the land, that is women's soccer. What's the secret behind? And how is the National Women's Soccer League paving the way to turn the corner, to not only address the challenges that were inherited, but to maximize the opportunities to continue to grow, and taking into account that US, Mexico, and Canada will host the next World Cup? What is the impact that we can expect to see in soccer in this country so that it can be at the top of the chain together with other traditional leagues and other traditional sports who have dominated for so many years this country's landscape?
Great question. I don't really know where to start.
I didn't pay her to say that.
I think the biggest thing, and we all heard from Commissioner Berman earlier, is Commissioner Berman's leadership. She joined us a little under a year ago, so her 1-year anniversary is quickly approaching. And in that year, the transformation of the league has been incredible. I've been here for just over 2 years, and it is a completely different organization. You think about, if I could take a step back the way you kind of said, taking a step back as an organization and looking at how a business is run, she completely overhauled that. So when I started, there were 19 people in the league. The front office of the league staff is now about 35 people. We're talking about hiring our first ever CMO, Julie Haddon, earlier this year. That's incredible. We haven't had somebody in a marketing capacity at the league for so long. We've relied on our partners to do the marketing for us with their media buys and the campaigns that they run and the content that they do with athletes. So, thinking ahead and how we're planning on putting our best foot forward with the Women's World Cup this year and Paris 2024 next year and everything that we have in front of us, it's really exciting. Mm-hmm. From a commercial perspective, we're really excited to work with our partners around ways to maximize that partnership and make sure that they see value, mm-hmm. but also creating a league that is worthy of the incredible talent that we have here. I mean, we've got some of the world's best female soccer athletes. Take female out of it. We have some of the world's best football players.
Yeah, you have Marta, for example, who is an icon in women's soccer. And God knows how many times she won the FIFA award for best female footballer.
Yeah.
So it's a prime example. The other thing that not surprises me, but I took notice of is the level of trust of the global community and the sponsors at the first row regarding the league. You know, they don't give up. They want to be there. They want to be present. They want the support. They want to encourage and stimulate all the great reforms that you are undergoing. That must feel really rewarding, doesn't it?
It does. You know, I think that something that I was firm on when I took my job, and I oversee business development as well as partner marketing for the league, is doing business with the right people, good people that are in it for the right reasons. Allie mentioned this not being a charity case. It's not. For us, it is a professional sport, top quality talent and entertainment. And along the way, we have, as processes and policies were put in place, reporting systems were put in place, things came to light. I think allowing our partners to feel a part of that process and partnering with us, our partners have all been around far longer than the league. We are about to kick off our 11th season. The policies and procedures that they have on the HR side, on the reporting side, they've been incredible allies and partners to the league beyond just being a sponsor, but helping us to improve some of the most basic business functions that you often don't think about when you think about the way a league is run. So that's...
Yeah, I'm listening to you and I'm thinking about the SIGA Universal Standards and the SIGA rating system, because that has been a game changer for the industry, and we want to encourage more sports organizations to show that they are really fit for purpose. That trust is not earned without evidence. And what can be said about US sports leagues can be said about leagues all over the world, because it is a very complex reality, and the leagues are, and the clubs and the whole industry is confronted with new, emerging, sophisticated challenges that require also new approaches and always best practice. This is what we stand for, and this is what we're committed to do, working with everyone. And of course, the National Women's Soccer League is one of many that we would like to enhance our cooperation with. But because we are here talking about football, and because we are just a few months away from the world's greatest football tournament in the world, Sarah, who's going to win?
That's tough. Look, I have to start with the Matildas. They've been really on the right path. They just won the Cup of Nations here. Probably talk about some of the good competition that the Matildas will have. Obviously, the US, they're looking really good after their previous matches. I think England looks very, very good, particularly under the new coach. They're looking fantastic. And look, Spain were out here. We beat Spain, but you know, the usual European powerhouses are looking very good as well. But yeah, hopefully we see the Matildas, you know, doing well at the back end of the tournament.
Great.
In front of a home crowd.
We will be following attentively and passionately as true diehard fans. And while I was listening to you, I was thinking to myself, what a great experience I had at Wembley in 2019 in the match between England and Germany, which was won by England. Congratulations, Katie. And we went. It was last year.
2022.
That's a detail. That's a detail. But what is interesting is was let's say the grand entrance of Debbie Hewitt as chair of the FA, and Katie alluded to this. You know, it is the oldest football association in the world, modern football, because the Aztecs or the Mayas could challenge that. You know, there is a certain controversy on who invented what we call football in Europe. But no doubt it was a great dynamic and a great impulse to the sport. But I wanted to ask you a question, because we have been talking about female leadership, about the transition between the pitch, and you were, and we always be one of the greatest stars in world football as an athlete. What advice would you give to those who are hanging the spurs, if that happens, or the boots, and transition to the boardroom and have now the responsibility that you have to lead the way for women's soccer in your country?
Yeah, I think administration isn't for everybody. There's plenty of different roles. We actually do a lot of work with our players' union to make sure that players are ready, and they're not just thinking about that right at the back end of their career. And I had some great mentors. I was listening to the panel earlier. You know, athletes have so many transferable skills, but, you know, interestingly, you feel very confident on the pitch, but when you come off the pitch, you really don't understand your value in a business. And it took me a good 7 years to completely understand the value, you know, build up the business acumen to feel confident as a sports executive. And I like to take time with players now to really pass on those understandings, because it can be quite daunting when you finish up. And it's almost like I look back and I've had two careers, one that I started at 5 years of age and, you know, finished at 32 and then started a new career. But that's the wrong type of thinking, because you're transitioning to a new chapter, and it shouldn't feel like you're starting fresh again. That's the knowledge I try to pass on. So yeah, we have a lot of different programs with our players, but you know, I have a daughter now who's 18 months, and you know, I definitely want her to play sport, and it doesn't have to be football, although there's 20 footballs in the house. It's highly likely she'll play. Actually, tennis is pretty good, so I might push her towards that. But I think there's a lot of skills around, you know, playing within teams that I'd love for her to have as a base level understanding, you know, understanding discipline, you know, leadership, collaboration. People use that word a lot, but if it's not the first thing you think of when sending an email or, you know, setting up a meeting, these are all the skills that I learned over 20 years that now transfer into my role.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you for sharing those thoughts with us. I see the next SIGA Global Mentorship star, Katie. She just volunteered. Yeah, you did? All right. Well done, and all the best for the organization of the World Cup. We will be there to hopefully to support you, but nevertheless to enjoy it. Ali, it's not just football, is it? It's the whole range of sports that MasterCard is involved in and supporting and driving change. And I could say so much about that, you know. And having witnessed the relevance of MasterCard's position and stance on so many critical issues and so many critical phases of global football, and how you instigate the change, how you force these monolithic organizations to really to modernize the way they govern themselves and change. And of course, I'm talking about FIFA, but that's for another day. You will be in France this summer. What are your expectations for the World Cup for rugby? And
we're switching to Men's Rugby World Cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be in France a few times, hopefully to see Olympique Lyonnais Feminine play.
Yes.
And then, and/or Arsenal.
Yes.
So either one.
Excuse me for interrupting, but you know I'm politically incorrect. But what appealed to you to sponsor Arsenal and Olympique Lyonnais? What was the thing that draw your attention to?
I mean, we knew we wanted to get further into women's football. As you asked earlier, we have a pretty in-depth criteria that we look at when we're taking on new investments, and based on where their leadership was moving the game, how they treated the women's side to the men's side, and that parity that they were really pushing. It really made perfect sense for us to be involved in both of those organizations. Really, the leadership on both sides are really leading the way in European women's football holistically. So it really made sense for us to go there. And we actually just announced our renewal of Arsenal, and we've also have a long-standing relationship now with OL Feminine. So it's been,
well done.
They're great
well
partners,
done. Yeah. Two powerful brands, and no doubt they leave a mark, they leave an impact. They also benefited from great leaders who I happen to know personally. So congratulations for that, and I'm glad to see that there has been a return on your investment, and that also is related with the credibility and the popularity of sport. And speaking about that, I mean, how can we foresee the sport here in the US in 3 years' time? Where does the National Women's Soccer League want to be?
Without
giving away too much.
Yeah, I promised I wouldn't ask which,
I know, but it
which
was
two new
baited.
teams they were saying. But if you want to say.
No, so we are
Sherry.
certainly looking to expand. I think we've done so at a very sustainable rate. We are looking to expand next season to 14 teams, and then very likely 2 more teams thereafter around 2026. From a professionalization standpoint, I'm hoping we're getting a further ahead on our marketing calendar and allowing partners to step in and really own some of the more exciting tentpole moments throughout the year. Now that we're able to put more effort into building a more fulsome calendar and activation opportunities beyond just the action on the field. Other than that, I think just looking forward to seeing our athletes compete on the world stage the next 2 summers and supporting them, and then rallying behind their return home and hoping to build our fan base there. I think seeing the casual fan make their way over from those moments, those global sports moments, is really one of our major priorities this year and for a couple of years to come.
Excellent. We will be paying attention and supporting. And to finish this panel with Victoire, with scoring a goal. What about the commercialization of the cluster? What is the next frontier? What can we expect? We hear a lot about Web3. We hear a lot about artificial intelligence. We hear a lot about new ways of fan engagement. How far can this industry still go? And is it possible that trees can grow to the sky?
I think that we need to really focus on the foundation of this business right now. Of course, there's Web3. Of course, there's all sorts of technologies and AI. But right now, this is a new product that in 100 years we have never seen. Actually, I'm going to ask the question. Any of you has been to a packed stadium watching women here, anywhere in the world? Raise your hand. Okay. You know it's a very special type of experience. That's the future. We're going to see 90,000 people flocking to stadiums to watch women, and that's really powerful. And that is really going to be the beginning of everything else. What does that mean for the sport? What does it mean for the business of the sport? For the integrity of the sport? Because we're not, as women, first-time movers into the market. We're second, which comes with a lot of advantages. We can correct a lot of mistakes. We can do things better. And actually, women's football is already a lot more inclusive than men's football. Look at the Qatar World Cup compared to Australia World Cup. It's like night and day. And so focusing on that foundation and not forgetting that today, 80% of the audience are still men. 80% of people watching women's football are men, which means that we're making a mistake when we're selling this product. And so going back to basics, really figuring out how to include women into the sport, and ultimately using this as a vehicle for gender equality around the world. I've never felt more empowered in my whole life than when I've been inside those stadiums and I see families, little girls, little boys, who will never know what it was before that moment, who will never know that women were spit on when they were playing 10 years ago, that they weren't paid, that they had to pay to play. So we need to figure out really that foundation, and on one side, make sure it's an incredible business opportunity, which in my very humble opinion, comes across once every generation. So we're sitting on something massive. But on the second and more important side of things, and it's not about charity or supporting or any of that, but there's a reality here. Football, and I know we spoke a lot about many other sports, but football touches a lot of people. It touches 3.5 billion people. That's half of the world, which is kind of a coincidence, right? What about the other half? And so if we can utilize this vehicle to really drive gender equality, my daughter, your daughters, the women that are in this room, we will live in a much better world, and football has the power to do that. And brands are powering all of that. So.
And with this note, I would like to open the floor to the audience for some questions very briefly, because I am aware that I'm breaking every rule and breaching protocol, but
that's why you're here.
guilty as charged. Yes, that gentleman over there.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies. Shafiq Simo from Getty Images here. This is a question probably for Allison and Victoire, maybe for you too, Allie, but we sit, I'll speak from my business, we sit in a sort of unique position in which we assist brands, properties, with any and all movements they want to support and want to be a part of. Where I sit within sports, I'm noticing that entities outside of the US are really putting their name behind women's sports in general, doing this, that, and the third to bring more visibility from a sponsorship standpoint, revenue, et cetera. Can you all speak to just a little bit about what you're seeing from a jurisdiction standpoint with European brands and properties and their association and backing of women's sports versus what we're seeing here, and what could be done more from your POV?
I can start. I live in London now. I relocated to London, discovering the Premier League and the massiveness of that world and how nothing else matters. And I must say, having spent 10 years in the US and working with the MLS as an agent as well and being very close to the NWSL, it's crazy to see how in a very few years, and when I say very few years, we're talking 2 years, even less than that, we had the NWSL being the mecca for women's football and being the place where everyone wanted to come. And suddenly in Europe, they woke up with that match in Barcelona, Real Madrid, because Messi left. That's really what happened. Messi left, and Barcelona had to find a way to close that gap and shine a light onto their women's team, and did an incredible thing that inspired a lot of people around the world. But what Europe had that the US didn't have is brands. They had Arsenal and Real Madrid and Manchester United and PSG, brands that have been around for a very, very long time. And so I think that in terms of the sponsorship and the way that the deals are working over there, they're advancing at a much faster pace because they are not working with totally new brands. Now, I can challenge my own saying with Angel City. Angel City was a team that, without having played one single match, had tens and tens of millions of sponsorship dollars secured. And so obviously there's opportunity here. To me, I always try to sit in the middle of it and watch both sides because Americans historically have been incredible at commercializing sports. Europeans, not so much. But football is not an American sport, and it will never be. Like, that is just a fact of life. And so we need to look at the Premier League, the WSL that is doing great work as well over there to see how they're working. And I believe, and we've spoken about this a lot, and it's the most exciting thing about women's football and women's sports in general, is that there's a brand new world in terms of structuring the sponsorships and partnership. It's not, I'll give you X amount of money and you slap my logo here. No, we can do a lot more. And so I think that in Europe, they're embracing this big time, and in the US as well.
Yeah, I would agree with that. What's that? Any other comment?
I think you covered it. I mean, the one thing I will add is there's a lot to learn. When we were late for this panel, we were having a conversation about, the experience of selling and working in sport in the US versus internationally. And I think that that is an area where I hope in the next 3 years we skyrocket. I think that there's a tremendous opportunity for us to learn from our peers across the pond and from our partners that have activated with other leagues and other teams across the world. I think it's just a wealth of knowledge and opportunity for the US here with the sport.
I am thinking about a man, Brian Lewis. He is currently the Secretary General of the Trinidad and Tobago National Olympic Committee. He is the chair of the SIGA committee, a permanent committee on gender, race, diversity, and inclusion. But I'm not thinking of him because he has all these important roles. I'm thinking of him because he has a campaign that says, the future is feminine. I do believe, listening to you, that the future is indeed feminine, that this sport has an amazing potential of growth. an amazing potential of touching the hearts and souls of people to excel themselves, to transcend themselves, to improve at all levels, to create new opportunities, and to deliver top-level entertainment to millions of people, for whom, if sport would not exist, it would be a sadness. I'm one of them. But I want to say that it has been a privilege to be here moderating. Believe it or not, it's the first time in my life, in 30 years of professional sport, that I'm moderating a panel. So thank you for the honor. I will remember this forever. And besides breaking the time, I hope I didn't break anything else. And thank you very much for inspiring us men to also excel ourselves. And yes, perhaps if sport would have more women in leadership, we would not be in such a messy state as we are in many cases. So thank you, keep on going, and to you, support.
Thank you. That was amazing. Can I ask everybody, stand to your feet, stand up, do a little stretch, don't hit the person next to you. We are going to take a 10-minute break, 10 minutes, go out, get some coffee, get re-energized, come back in, bring all that energy, because we have the last half. As if we were in soccer, right, or football, this is halftime. We're gonna go grab something, come back in, and we've got a great panel coming up.
Women X met SIGA on International Women's Day of last year, and we were thoroughly impressed by the conference that we attended that SIGA hosted at MasterCard, because we saw before us women leaders in sports and related industries who were committed to not only giving voice to the issues that matter to women, but also really effectuating change. And Women X's mission is about supporting the advancement of women in all industries through education. And the heart of education is conversation, and conversation rooted in activism. And so we align with SIGA's mission, and we were so hungry to be a part of a community that was really committed to making the world a better place for the next generation. And the best way we could do that was by supporting SIGA's education initiatives that directly impact the lives of women who want to advance in sport. I think it's thought-provoking. All of the conversations that SIGA has led, the connectivity has been integral, building true bonds and relationships with other women across the globe, and platform. I think it's really important for women not just to think of these issues that SIGA raises in silos, but to have speaking opportunities to really educate the world on what's happening with women. So of course, I would advise anyone to become a mentor, and I'll speak, I guess, from a personal frame of reference. Mary and I are entrepreneurs, and sometimes in building a business, you have your head down and you're so focused on what that looks like and achieving your goals. And SIGA really helped us bring into perspective the importance of mentoring again, and really having a close relationship with a woman who's developing her own voice and her own path. And I think when we all look to the power of mentoring, it's really important in the advancement of women and the advancement of community. And so I appreciate wholly the opportunity to serve in that way.
choosing the program of SIGA to be a mentor was a chance for me to give back, give back to my former mentors, to give back to the people of youth community. This is a world of mentorship is very important for moving forward, and for a young person, besides being passionate, being inspired by the area where they want to work for, a sport is always very inspiring area. It is also important to build allies. And once I came to the point that somebody comes to me and said, "Hey, do you want to be a mentor?" I couldn't say other answer than yes, I want to be a mentor, and I want to be a mentor for any program that is actually making space and making possibilities for the youth. That's why I couldn't say no to SIGA, and I'm actually very honored that SIGA and myself, we found a way to bring back through building a series of mentorship programs. Diversity, breaking through as a one word, and sustainability. My mentee got the offer from her dream. Can I continue? Can I move?
You can restart that. Do you want me to ask the question again?
No, it's fine. My mentee got a job offer from her dream employee while we were close to the end of the program. So basically, my favorite experience was not only that I had a chance to meet amazing women from super diverse cultures from all around the world and from all around the sectors, organizations, and stakeholders involved in sports and beyond. I actually got a chance to see the progress of my mentee from a shy but full of ideas lady who is already successful in super different areas of work to actually become loud, bold women who knows what she wants through the SIGA Women Mentorship Program. And she has been offered her dream job. So basically after the SIGA Women Mentorship Program, we together said yes to her dream future.
The topic of today's SIGA Summit, Female Leadership in Sport, is just one single aspect of the reform agenda that is part of our drive to promote good governance in our industry.
How can sport fulfill its mission to the full if we look at the highest executive organs of international sports federations and we see female leadership reduced to insignificant 17.8%? Is this the best we can do?
When you think about what message you want to deliver to the world, people are expecting companies to stand for something these days, to have a purpose.
You know, how can we transition our brand values, our mission as a company to have equity?
Microsoft has many strategic partnerships, and more than anything, it's such an honor to work with a CEO who has put integrity in the forefront in terms of bringing technology that's accessible to all.
It's really about using your leverage, using your voice to really make sure people understand that before we are athletes, we are human beings.
It's me pushing through that ceiling, but it's bringing others through with me. That keeps me going at this moment in time, creating that change.
And on behalf of all of us, the SIGA Special Recognition Award. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Our job as leaders in sport is to make all of those participants welcome.
And we always talking about get a seat at the table. I don't think it stops there. I say bring a chair with you. You get a seat, bring a chair. And that's a part of mentoring to me as well.
It's really important to mentor. We have a program that we call Advantage All, which we launched in 2017. And it's a program that's really designed to make sure that tennis is an equal sport for all.
And the beauty of sport is that sport can unite people, doesn't matter the age, the ability, the gender, the ethnicity, where they come from.
What plays out on the big field fuels dreams and shapes the culture, and hence it is how the girls of today imagine themselves as the leaders of tomorrow.
Choose courage over comfort. Embrace ongoing best practice to enhance and innovate your governance, your reputation, and your credibility. This is what the fans, the consumers, and the brands are demanding, and we want to work with you in a collaborative way. And go through our independent rating and verification system.
The SIGA Sport mentorship program is to me the opportunity to support and encourage young aspiring female leaders to fulfill their full potential from the very start of their career. It's actually something I've noticed quite a lot in the sport industry, that female employees, female counterparts struggle to find a certain path for leadership. And that's what I thought, that maybe from the start of their career in the sport industry, having a plan, a strategy, and being part of a mentorship program could lead them to better results several years later. Community, solidarity, and visibility. I would definitely advise women to join as mentees, and then they would have certainly the opportunity to become mentors as myself. Since I joined as a mentee the program, and a couple of years later I became a mentor. I would definitely sorry, I forgot the first part of the question. What did you?
What was the best thing the program brought you, and if you would advise other women to join the program as mentors or as mentees?
Okay, so the best part of the program to me is actually the great relationship that you develop on a human side with amongst women, and the level of also confidence and confidentiality that we develop in this mentorship relationship is something I've never seen before, for instance. Yes, I would advise any women to sign up as a mentee, but also to not hesitate to sign up as a mentor, as this can be done over the course of the years, to be a mentee and then become a mentor in the program, as myself.
This is a crucial game.
This is a massive test.
Sports is a celebration that unites the world. But its values are under threat. Increasing cases of corruption criminal infiltration and abuse are tarnishing its reputation. Winning cannot come at any cost. SIGA is the world's leading organization for sport integrity. Our goal is to provide trust, assurance, and credibility in the industry. SIGA's independent rating and verification system serves pioneers better governed sports, financial integrity and transparency, sports betting integrity, and youth development. Sports organizations are the custodians of the game. SERVS is the assurance that they are fit for purpose. SERVS is the assurance that the reputation of sport and the wider industry are protected. Join our global movement. Be the leaders of change.
Hi, I'm Mira Shetty. I lead the PGA.
ese día nos tiramos con cara de inocente y como delincuente nos fugamos a perder la mente. Estaba nerviosa pero te abracé, sentía miedo pero te besé. Eres mi gran, lo mejor que me pudo suceder. Y dicen que el amor es pa' tontito, pero sin que no cree. A veces el veces el amor llega pronto, de pronto aprendí que dos locos fuera de órbita, que me aterriza y me hace volar, tan igual y tan rival. Es que el amor no tiene lógica. Es mi principio y final, tu Bonnie o Clyde, for you I would die. Y a distancia un imán, una fuerza mortal, mi niño tuya. Sigo enviciado, mami, a tu calor. Y como rasta siempre quedo de esa flor. Pa' prenderte en fuego en el aventador. Sacarte ese traje, man, que aquí se amor. El amor es pa' tonto y pronto es el que no cree. A veces el amor llega pronto y de pronto me enamoré. Y dicen que el amor es pa' tonto y pronto es el que no cree. A veces el amor llega pronto y de pronto me enamoré. Lo tuyo y lo mío es real, nuestra química es tan natural. A veces el amor llega pronto y de pronto aprendí que lo tuyo y lo mío es real, nuestra química es tan natural. A veces el amor llega pronto y de pronto aprendí que hey. Can't you see you ain't like nobody. It's making me weak, making me wanna move my body. I feel the heat, nothing I do can keep me from it. You're under my skin, under my skin, under my skin. It's about to go down, 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 down. About to go down, 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 down. We got to go dancing. We got to keep up this party. We got to go dancing. Move our bodies all night. We got to go dancing. We got to keep up this party. We got to go dancing. Move our bodies all night. Hey, come with me. Let's take a ride around the city. Let them hear the beat. Turn it up, it's for everybody. All around the streets, we gonna run, run, run this party. I'm under your spell, under your spell, under your spell. It's about to go down, 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 down. About to go down, 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 down. We got to go dancing. We got to keep up this party. We got to go dancing. Move our bodies all night. We got to go dancing. We got to keep up this party. We got to go dancing. Move our bodies all night. Yeah, come on, listen.
Okay, ladies, are we ready? Are we ready? All right, all right, all right. Here we go, here we go. All right, let's get it started. Big, big energy in this room. We are coming into the home stretch. If I could use any other sports analogies, I will. We are in the final, we're in the red zone. We're coming into the final yard. We're here. Double overtime, triple overtime, whatever that is, that's what's happening right now. So buckle up, because we've got an amazing panel of some really, really talented folks here who are going to share with us about the intersection between sport and fashion and what are those barriers that are taking place in that space, right? So I'd like to introduce our esteemed group here, our moderator, Mary Davis. Come on, come on, give it up. Someone that I've known in very, very, very long time and is wonderful when you get to just serendipitously see people, but Michelle Blake Wilson with Empower Onyx Media. And then we just met, but I feel like we'll be friends for so long. Christine Guilfoyle, and we're very excited to have her from See Her. And then last, but certainly not least, Alex Taylor, who is with Hoop York City, and she's got a combination of fashion and sport that she's gonna share with us. And so I can't wait. I'll be taking notes. You all should be taking notes too. Mary, take it over.
Thank you so much.
Thanks to everyone out there for sticking around till this part of the afternoon in today's great session. Thanks to Emmanuel and Katie for making it all happen. And I must say, looking out over the audience, the style factor in this group is already at 110%. So we're talking, I think we are talking to the right crowd here. So sport and fashion, these are not things that automatically go together in the front of everybody's mind. But I think for those of you who've been here through the day, we've heard repeated references, little sprinklings of points where fashion and sport intersect in meaningful ways. And the one I think of first is religious head covering and how important that is for all kinds of reasons, for performance, for respect and dignity, for brand purposes and creation, design of clothing. There are so many ways in which fashion and sport intersect. There are issues of performance. There are issues of functionality. Athletes want distinctive clothing, which is something we'll get into a little bit more. There can be lucrative brand sponsorships and ambassadorships that come along with a fashionable sport identity. And then there's the other issue, which we may dip into, which is post-pandemic, the ways in which sports style has become really prevalent and sometimes called athleisure, but that sport has sort of infused everything from that kind of target level sport fashion to the highest luxury houses. The economic impact of both of these fields is also massive, and when they are joined, it can be even doubled. So we have a lot to talk about. That's enough of my talking. I thought that we might get into maybe 3 topics and have everyone visit with us. Hi, Lauren. For some reason, Lauren isn't on the video here. Yes. And there you are. Can you hear us, Lauren?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yeah, great. Now we're all connected.
Great.
Fantastic to have you with us for this panel. I was just going to say that we have maybe 3 major topics that we'll get into today. But first, I thought it would be nice for each of our panelists to say a few words about how they come to this panel, how you all come to fashion and sport as a connected thing.
Sure. Sure, I can start. Fashion and sports are 2 of my passion points. I started on 7th Avenue at 15, so the first part of my career was all in fashion. I was a buyer at Bloomingdale's, at Victoria's Secret stores. I did merchandising globally, but I was a lifelong athlete. I played tennis and I was an equestrian. And so bringing it full circle, this panel is like the intersection of my life. My 2 greatest passion points are fashion and sport. And because I feel as though they serve a similar role, it's an expression of oneself. It's the ability to show the world who you are, both externally with your clothes, but then, on the court or on the field, physically as well. So I'm just super excited that this conversation is now a topic that more and more brands are starting to realize, and that we're actually talking about in a serious, strategic way.
Agreed.
Should we let Lauren go?
Lauren?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Lauren Hamlin. I lead Open Innovation for Under Armour. For us, it's part of everything we do. It's in our DNA. So we're a performance sports brand, but part of that is looking good when you're training or you're on the pitch or coming home from the pitch, right? It's not just a sports-specific look. You want to feel your very best. You want to have that feeling of alignment and readiness on the court. So to us, you can't separate those 2 things. We don't necessarily look at it through a fashion lens per se, but we do look at it from a performance, and it has to not only just have performance attributes, but make the athlete particularly our female athletes, who we hear more from on that subject than we do our male athletes, make them feel good while they're working out and making them feel like they're performing at their best.
Great.
Terrific.
Chris.
Hi, I'm Chris Guilfoyle, and I'm with See Her, and frankly, personally, fashion is incredibly important to me. I was at Women's Wear Daily and also worked on a variety of brands throughout my career, that focused on women and the intersection of their lives and fashion. But at See Her, our role is to make sure that all women and girls in advertising, marketing, media, and entertainment truly are represented in the most respectful, authentic, and inclusive way. So when we look at this category, whether it's sports, whether it's fashion, or all of the brands that support those two entities, it's about representation. So I'm thrilled to be here today.
Thank you. Alex.
Yeah, I'm Alex Taylor. I am the founder of Hoop York City. And Hoop York City initially started as a women's basketball community, and we still continue that every day. But so much of my background has come from fashion. It's what I studied. I've done styling, and I'm a designer. And so much of what I do is rooted in making those two things connect. It really is like the most important thing for me. It's what I bring to the table when I work a lot with Adidas. That is sort of the lane I fill within basketball, is making sure that whether you're an athlete or an amateur, you feel your best and look your best at the same time, whether you're on or off the court, and really just trying to blur that line between performance and lifestyle.
And as for me, I came to fashion through music and the connection of music and fashion, which is another panel discussion that we should have sometime and throw sport in there. But I was, for 8 years, the dean of the graduate school at the Fashion Institute of Technology, and then went on to teach a course at Yale just this fall on female athletes, sport, and equity. And in that course, we partnered with SIGA. SIGA was actually the client for the students in the course who came up with a slate of recommendations and ideas for SIGA, all intended to move SIGA's efforts to bring gender equity forward. And I just want to call out, one of the students from the class is here, Daisy Shaw, in the background. Thank you for coming, Daisy. So the themes I hear coming out from all four of you are confidence, comfort, self-possession, things that have to do with the way women, really anybody, but in this case, women live their lives and how they dress for that living. I want to start by talking kind of about one way in which that happens, and that is fashion and sport as pathways, intertwined pathways to enhanced opportunity. And I think one of the ways to start that conversation is to really talk about, celebrities who have made it to the top and who have used that achievement to open doors as fashion figures. Naomi Osaka, who is a MasterCard athlete, actually, is a great example of this. And, she's been on the cover of Vogue. She has a brand ambassadorship with Louis Vuitton. She has her own fashion line. She's partnered with prominent designers. That's great. But what she's done with that, like Serena Williams has done as well, is take that power, that opportunity that comes with that and with the financial earnings and do something constructive with it, something that helps to empower women and girls and next generations. So I wonder if you have thoughts about that, and particularly, how it doesn't need to be just about the people who are the GOATs. It can be, this is something that can happen at all different levels. So dive in.
Sure. I think the unique part about being a woman and being an athlete at that level and having these financial opportunities is that women are focused on impact, I think, in a different way. And because of that, as they move through their career, they understand what the increased finances that they have and the impact that those finances can have on other women. And I think, you know, for female athletes, they've worked so hard. No, we're all laughing like, absolutely. But they work so hard to get there. And as they have built their brand and these financial partnerships, they understand the power of those finances and the impact that they could have. So I just feel like they, you know, because we're focused on impact, they understand the compounded impact that they can have greater than themselves. And I think that most women move in a space that they want to expand opportunities, but beyond just the individual.
Well, I completely agree. You know, I think that we're going to have this conversation where we're all going to nod our heads. You know, statistically speaking, 96% of C-suite executives played a sport. 52% of that 96 played in college. Frankly, I think if we could today solve the issue of young girls dropping out of sport in middle school and junior high, we'd have a lot more GOATs for girls to follow, right? And I think it's the whole notion, if you can see her, you can be her, and breaking down the barriers that provide opportunity. And I think that sport and business are so beautifully aligned because of confidence and teamwork and losing, right? I think that you almost learn your best lessons from the loss. And again, if we use the Williams sisters and Naomi, they surely have lost, you know, on and off the court. Megan, you know, the names that we all speak. And I know when Michelle and I once spoke, it's like, how come there's not 40 names of women athletes that were able to surface up, you know, 80 names, you know, 120 names. But I think each of those women at stages in their careers lost for the stances that they took, whether that be for the LGBTQ community, whether that be for mental health, whether they were the only young Black girls that were out there on the tennis court. And they took that strength from adversity to really propel themselves and to set a fantastic example. And, you know, we need more of that in every aspect of each of our businesses.
That is a fantastic point. And using the word business is important because at the end of the day, fashion is a business. Right, Alex?
Yeah, definitely. It makes me think of, you know, female, whether you're male or female, but professional athletes establishing their, sorry, I don't know what it was. Yeah. Establishing business off of the court or the pitch or whatever while they are currently playing as professional athletes and setting themselves up for ultimate retirement. I think about Sue Bird and her brand Together. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar, but it's a women's-led, you know, media team. I've worked with them a lot. They're such an incredible powerhouse, and that's something that they've all established while they were at the prime of their careers and thinking about, like, what's next and how do we pay it forward, you know, through production, through visibility, through creating content even.
Can I piggyback on that? I mean, you hit on a great point. I mean, you look at the Allison Felix and her model, footwear, like they didn't support her. The bigger brand that she was with really turned their back on her for fundamentally a thing that's just biologically a woman's right to, and she took that ball literally and ran with it. And what I loved about what she did was she took the physicality of being a woman and turned that into a tremendous business model and products, because it wasn't just the pink tax or the pink thing and just slap that on it. It was really about the construction of a woman's foot, what happens with a woman as they move through pregnancy, and just the various different manifestations of the physical woman's being.
It's about performance, right? I mean, ultimately, and that's, you know, someone like Under Armour who studies that so specifically and uniquely, it's performance, and how a woman performs and a man performs completely different.
Just completely different, right? And Christine, to go back to build on something you were saying about girls leaving sport, they leave sport at twice the amount that young boys do. And it's typically around age 12, 13 when at the onset of puberty. So when you start thinking about, body positivity, that sort of thing, it's a number of things. It's not seeing women sports media represented at the same rate. It's not seeing female coaches. And then in underserved areas where I'm at our global headquarters in Baltimore, something that we've discovered is a lot of kids, particularly girls, weren't going out for team sports because they couldn't afford the gear. So we have a project called Project Rampart that's now in its 7th year, where we provide every varsity high school player, boys and girls, with a complete kit per sport. So new uniforms, new sports bras, new socks, new footwear every season. So everybody looks the same on the team. Nobody is like, oh, I have to go get knockoff shoes because I don't have. So just that, and I think particularly with girls, forming that team is so important, and keeping them through sport. As Christine mentioned, how many female C-suite, how many of them were in sport and at a collegiate level, and learning that confidence and teamwork and perseverance, it just can't be ignored. And if we lose those girls at 12, we're not getting them back. So we've got to find a way to wrap that back into the Serenas and of the world. It's okay to be, to be a great athlete and a mom and feminine and a partner. It's okay to be all of those things. I think there's been this notion that males don't have to deal with. It's already built in with them, right? With testosterone and them being strong athletes. But we approach it from a different lens. So I think the more we start to recognize that and really pinpoint that and support and mentor young girls, I think it's going to be great, not just for brands like us, but for the world in general. Sport's a great unifier, and we need to wrap our arms around that and make sure that continues to happen, specifically post-pandemic, because we've lost so many, at least I know here in Baltimore, we've lost so many rec programs that just were underfunded and under-resourced to begin with, and now they're gone. So what happens to those kids?
Yeah, so we've heard a lot today about some of these issues about visibility, kind of as an overarching theme. And so, yes, we've talked about role models, see her, be her. But what we haven't talked so much about is the coaching space. And we've touched a little bit on corporate leadership and board visibility, but I wonder if you have comments on the coaching, the role of the coach, or how the coach can help engender that kind of visibility.
It's all about the coach, right? And again, as an athlete, my daughters are athletes. That critical age of 12, 13, and 14, as girls start to go through puberty, I have to give a huge shout out to the teams that have done away with the white shorts or the over-sexualized uniforms. Like, there's enough going on when you don't know when you're getting your period, to worry about what you're wearing on the field and how to protect yourself. And I think that coaches, they're trained in all of the mechanics of the game, but I don't know that when you get your F license that you're trained in how to talk in a positive, encouraging, supportive, self-esteem building type of way. And it's like being a parent. There's more than one way to parent your children, and I would argue there are probably as depth and diversity in how you coach a team and or players on that particular team. And personally, I think that that's missing. I don't have a statistic for that, but I think that is a huge point of girls leaving the sport.
Other thoughts? Oh, go ahead, Lauren.
I have to jump in. It's so hard to be virtual. I wish I could be there with you guys.
We're looking you right in the eye, Lauren.
Yeah.
So weird. I just see me on two screens, so it's really strange. But I think it's obviously, we talked about this earlier about girls seeing themselves, right? You can see her, you can be her. And I think, the majority of coaching has traditionally been by men. So I think we need to see not only women coaching more girl sports, but also women coaching boy sports.
Yes.
There should be no division really between those two. And I think that will help build a culture of allyship, which we talk a lot about, and advocacy from the youngest level. So I think we need to see some crossover there. Definitely, obviously, more gender equality and parity, but I think also women involved more in boys sports than we've seen up to this point.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Anybody else from the room? How do you all think that fashion can play a role in this? You mentioned, yes, the white shorts, the sort of embarrassment factor that can be part of loss of confidence. Any other thoughts about how fashion can maybe be part of this visibility solution?
Designer.
I guess it just makes me think of, like, you know, these athletes that we're speaking about. So many of them have amazing personal style, and that's why we love them. You know, it's so much about who they are when they're not performing and what they're wearing when they're not performing. And giving, you know, it gives young kids something to look up to, you know, when it comes to dressing, or whether it's a pair of sneakers. You know, sneaker culture is so huge right now, and you know, we really have athletes to thank for that, because I think it's so much of, you know, the tunnel fits and everything like that is centered around the pair of shoes that they're wearing, and they sort of build from the ground up. So it just makes me think of that, and also another thought is when it comes to the coaching topic. I can say that I would not be here. I would not have started Hoop York City. I would not have continued basketball if I hadn't had a female coach in 6th grade. I can tell you that absolutely with certainty. Because when I moved into high school, I had a male coach, and he almost made me fall out of love with the game, just because of there was just a disconnect. The way that he spoke to us it didn't feel like we were on a level of respect, or, you know, he would constantly remind us that it was like, we were like the girls, and, you know, it's okay that the games are not the same, I always say that, but at the end of the day, you know, we're after equality, we're after, you know, mutual respect, and I felt like in high school, there were so many opportunities I had to quit, and I ultimately did when I was a junior in high school. I quit because of him, and Hoop York City was something that I started in 2018 to get back into the game after I moved to New York, and it was just a way for me to, you know, have women around me and make meaningful relationships with them outside of a bar as a 24-year-old, you know? So yeah,
well,
those are my
team. You didn't quit the sport.
I quit the sport, honestly. I did quit the sport at that time. It was a very, very traumatic experience, and I didn't pick up a ball for almost 10 years after that.
It's awful.
Yeah.
But look what it led to.
Yes, yes.
Again, adversity.
Yes,
Yeah. Right.
Failing and, well, not failing in this case, but adversity and bouncing back.
But I'm not sure that men face that same challenge, right? Ultimately, I think that just because we can all name more of them, and frankly, if we're talking about the appearance, I think it's important to note. We did a piece of research with Dentsu, one of our agency partners, and they basically said that for female athletes at every level, but obviously at the elite level is where we see it most predominantly, that the sexualization of women is a barrier to women's sports having the same level of success, visibility, or adoption as male sports. And ultimately, 71% of women say that it's up to the media, you know, that the media and how they portray elite athletes as being sexy and attractive, versus only 29% say that they portray women as being strong. Right? So, you know, I say to everyone in the audience who has a daughter, a niece, you know, a neighbor, do you want them to be thought of as strong or sexy? Yeah. Right? And I think when you think about that, I have so many men who come up to me and they're like, oh my God, I have a daughter. I need to lean in to see her. And of course, I'm very excited about that. But like, what about your mother, your sister, your aunt, your cousin, your neighbor? Like, it didn't matter to you then?
Yeah. So just a question about those statistics. Are they about on-court or on-field appearance or general appearance?
I think it's in general.
Yeah.
I mean, again, when you talk about elite athletes, I don't know that you can separate their on and off the court, right? And I think it's in everything, though. It's musicians, it's politicians. You know, no one says, "Oh, did you see what Sam had on?" When he stepped up to the mic. But there's a ton of commentary when Sam steps up, regardless of what that microphone is.
Yeah, this is such a complex topic too, because you'll all remember the backlash in the Olympics when I think it was the Norwegian beach volleyball team was protesting.
They were fined.
Yeah.
In 2021, Norway women's beach handball team. It's why I have my cards. I can't remember all the
so
stats.
Glad.
They were fined 1,500 euros for improper clothing after players opted to wear shorts instead of bikini briefs. I mean, have we ever heard of a male or a male team, being fined 1,500 euro, for wearing something inappropriate?
No. So as I said, many issues. Glad you brought the statistics. That's great.
I was a Girl Scout too. So.
It sort of leads us into our next topic, our next overarching topic, which is female-specific design for athletes at all levels. And Lauren, I think we can start with you here. You've got that impressive-looking set of graphs behind you. So tell us your thoughts on this.
Yeah, I was just doing some. We've talked about this before, Mary. So I've been with Under Armour for 12 years. I've seen a tremendous amount of change. I was here when we came out with our first true women's line. Kevin Plank hated it, killed the whole line, and said, "Go back to the drawing board. This is not, it was typical shrink it and pink it." So we now, our design philosophy now is designed for the female form. So that's head to toe. That's everything from sports bras down to footwear. We build our footwear off of a women's last, which is the form on which an upper, midsole, and outsole are formed. And that came out of research done by our biomechanics lab, Helen Wu, who's our biomech scientist out at our Portland office, who came up with this just crazy idea that perhaps women's anatomy was different than men's. Who would have thought that? So she did a great body of work and presented it, and it's expensive when you open tooling to do a last for a specific footwear run. It's not inexpensive. So she really had to back it up with data, and she did it. And our synchronicity shoe really I will say our first run shoe has really resonated with women. Women are going to seek it out because it fits their foot, their anatomy specifically: wider toe box, narrow heel, higher arch. And so now we're taking that and sort of expanding that into our cleated product. So global football boots for women, American football boots for women, softball, diamond sports. And then we're hoping to bring that down into the girls level as well. Instead of, having to wear either boys or, size down in men's footwear, now women will have their own footwear line. And the same goes with apparel. We just have a different silhouette. So we're not going to be able to use the same forms in order to make those changes. So, and I'm seeing it across the industry. It's not just Under Armour is doing it. I think everyone finally is sort of getting on board and realizing it's important to design specifically. And I say design, not just colorways and silhouette. I mean, really everything from fabric choice to what athlete problem is looking to solve and look good while you're doing it. So that's one big wholesale change that I've seen over the last probably 5 to 7 years in the industry it was definitely overdue.
And so on target, just so necessary. So I wonder, in terms of, I know Under Armour does also a lot of outfitting of college and university teams. And so that's got to be on a large scale. Are you taking the same philosophies into that work?
Yep, absolutely. We go to the schools, we speak with the athletes, we do some consumer insights and focus groups, of course, but more importantly is we actually sit with the athletes and we're like, look, you're not going to hurt our feelings. And for a good example was the Notre Dame women's volleyball team. They weren't wearing our shoes, but they didn't want to tell us that they weren't wearing our shoes. And the reason is because a lot of these women are very tall and they're wearing maybe a size 14 or 15 shoe, and we weren't making it in women's that size. So that's a miss, right? Like that, how can you, and another example is a school that we work with, IMG, down in Bradenton, Florida, which is a high school, an elite high school prep for various sports. We went down there and talked with the women's basketball players, and they're like, well, why don't you make women's compression shorts? I'm like, well, we do. Well, we were making women's compression shorts, but we weren't making them for women who were 6'5" and above. So what they would, you know, a 9-inch inseam on me at 5'7" is not going to be the same as someone who, an athlete who's 6'2". So those small anecdotal things. So they were having to buy men's, and so they weren't getting the colorways that they wanted. So you have to. It all comes down to that athlete. If it's going to be an authentic, whether it's footwear, apparel, accessories, more importantly, that experience, it has to come directly from athlete insights. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to go in and tell a consumer, and especially an athlete, what they should be doing. That's not how it's going to work. You need to be able to have your ears open and listening to what it is, what pain points, how can you make a frictionless experience for them? And if you can get that right, the rest of it will follow.
So interesting. Alex, when you're working with the athletes at Hoop York City, do you come across this same issue?
Definitely. I've been working with Adidas since 2020. And as I've gotten more opportunity there to design uniforms or just inline product that we're calling women's, but really take a more unisex approach, I'm learning that, like, you know, even I sit in these meetings, and even something where I'll call out, like, you know, when it comes to a short, and calling out that maybe, you know, athletes, particularly women who play basketball, they have butts and they have thighs. You know, so we need a bit of we need a little bit more. Yeah, even when it comes to spandex, like how many of you wear spandex while you're working out and it rides up because it's not made for you? You know, I think it really depends on, you know, base layers are obviously a huge conversation when it comes to sports bras and leggings and biker shorts and things like that, but I think when I design in particular, I like to take a more unisex approach when it comes to style and color. With fit and everything, it's really it's a very, very big question because, you know, how people dress is so deeply personal, especially when it comes to the athletes. So those consumer insights that you mentioned are always so important. And when I go to Hoop York City, I'm constantly looking for feedback from these women just based on, you know, what they like on court and off court, and bringing those insights to Adidas and how, you know, using it in my approach with how I design my own stuff.
I'm surprised that the athletes are quiet about it, right? I mean, at the end of the day, particularly, you know, Gen Z or trailing millennials, I think that giving their opinion is one of the things that they're the least quiet about. And frankly, I think that will benefit brands, you know, to have that in-depth dialogue and really understanding without hesitation and fingers crossed it goes your way, but what the consumer thinks and feels. About brands, about your commitment, you know, Under Armour, your commitment to performance, you know, I think is unwavering. It has been at the core of who you are as a company, and I would imagine that consumers, they know that to be true. But I think there's a lot of brands who come in and out of a cultural moment or a hop upon a trend or a fad. And again, from the research, we know that Gen Z, they are going to either call you out or vote with their pocketbooks somewhere else.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, that authenticity has to be there. And we're welcoming a new CEO at Under Armour. She's been here exactly 1 week. Stephanie Linnert, she comes to us from Marriott International. So I am really excited to see what changes. They were already in place before Stephanie came on board, but now, you know, from the very top leadership, we'll have this true commitment to women in sports. So I'm really excited to see what changes are going to be coming along these next few years.
That is super exciting. Yes. Did you have a thought, Michelle, that you were going
Oh,
to
I just wanted to say, just to wrap this up and close this out, I feel like the athletes are very much communicative. They will tell you what works and what doesn't, and if they don't see it, they're doing it themselves. Back to the whole financial independence and them really investing in their journey. So, which is a really great time for us to live in, where you can have that, the opportunity and the possibilities of developing those things that you don't see in the marketplace.
And last thing, because we're running out of time, but in terms of the athlete's voice, one other issue that has to do with fashion is athlete activism via fashion. Again, to go back to Naomi Osaka, her use of face masks that had statements on them, the use of the prominence of statements on pro athletes' uniforms. Do we see a future for that, or does this seem like a fleeting moment?
No, I mean, it's been present always. Athletes have always been political role models, figures, I mean, throughout history. So I don't think it's going anywhere. I think it's only going to continue to get louder, especially as the athlete, as an individual, is a brand unto themselves and don't necessarily need the confines of a major outlet or somebody else telling their story. They're going to go directly to their community, and if their community is of like mind, they support them. And there's no longer that barrier from them making statements that may not be consistent with their sport or the powers that be, if you will. They just go out there and do it. So, I mean, it's only going to be something that gets bigger.
Yeah.
And they're going to be more prominent. You look at LeBron and what he's able to do through a multitude of his companies and outlets. So I just think it's going to keep
influencer culture and currency, I don't see it going away at all, from the macro to the micro level. And again, I think that for brands, you have to embrace that this is going on, and the athletes that you're supporting, that they have their own brand, and that ultimately what it is that you may want them to do for you can be completely outside of what is good for them, and their brand is the most important thing. And I think that's definitely a switch.
Yeah.
I think as long as the internet exists, I think that it's like you're taking out that middleman, because so many of the Black Lives Matter shirts and all the other statements that have been worn, in every sport, we've seen it on our Instagram more than we've seen it on TV, because TV can be censored. Right. And putting something up on your Instagram, as an athlete, whether you're supposed to or not, it could be up for seconds and someone's got a screenshot of it, So I think that taking out that middleman of censorship, it's not going away. Yeah. There's no way.
I can tell you the broadcast and the streamers, they use the fact that they're held to regulations that the platforms and the tech companies are not held to, and how that impacts their business. And absolutely, the business of the business is huge. And I think they feel like they are being held to a different level of standard. And, that'll be something that we see coming down the pike, I'm sure, in Washington.
Yeah. Lauren, last word to you.
Yeah, I mean, we do, let's say, for example, in the wake of the Freddie Gray horrific event that happened here, we as a company it happened right here in our backyard. So we, as a company, we were expected to make a statement, and we did. And we've done that after George Floyd, but there has to be more than that. I want there to be more than Black History Month shirts in February and International Women's Month shirts in March. Exactly. And, to have that, and Pride gear in June. And we do all of that. And that is a step in the right direction. When I was here 12 years ago, if you'd have told me we were going to have a Pride line and an employee resource group that around Pride and around Black employees achieving together, which is another one of our group, WILL, which is a group I'm part of, which is Women Inspiring Leading and Learning, I never would have believed any of that. So there's been change, but it's not nearly enough. It needs to be part of the daily narrative, not just something we should definitely celebrate it, of course, but it needs to be integrated into our platform, our product lines moving forward, not just as this, oh, well, we're only going to do this in this month only.
Yeah.
So I think you will start to see that, because I think consumers will demand it. For example, sustainability. We're being pushed hard to make our footwear, especially our footwear, more sustainable. I know a lot of brands are doing the same thing. So consumers are going to demand it, and if you don't give it to them, they're going to, they'll go to another brand.
Yep. So maybe that'll be our next SIGA panel, sustainability, fashion, and sport. In the meantime, let me thank all of you for participating in the panel today. It's a fantastic discussion, and let's do it again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you so much for this esteemed group here. We are going to actually, we're one step away from our final panel for the day. But before that, we have a special message, and so want to make sure that we give a moment and attention to the screen. We're going to go live to Neera Shetty, who is the Executive Vice President of the Office of Social Responsibility and Inclusion, and also the Deputy General Counsel of the PGA Tour. And she's going to deliver us a keynote speech, and then we are going to welcome up our final panel. And we're going to round out today, which has just been an amazing, awesome day. So let's give a round of applause for this amazing group. And we'll now go to Neera.
Hi, I'm Neera Shetty. I lead the PGA Tour's Office of Social Responsibility and Inclusion, which includes oversight of our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts. I have had the honor of participating in prior SIGA summits on female leadership in sports and really wish I could be there today. But it is my privilege to introduce the next panel emphasizing the importance of male champions in promoting gender equity throughout an organization, including the boardroom. We know that diversity of thought is important at all levels of the organization. Nowhere is it more important than at the very top of each company's board of directors. But it is more than just having women at the table. It is making sure that their voices are heard and their perspective is valued. Representation is just the first step. Inclusion is the key. And inclusion can only happen if we ensure at least two things. First, that the onboarding of women in these roles includes the support and involvement of others who can provide context, information, and resources so the company can be the beneficiary of women's full expertise and perspective. This is where men who have already been at the table are critical. Simply demonstrating a willingness to answer questions and share knowledge and experience can promote increased engagement. And to be clear, this isn't just about helping the women or the company be more successful. This is also helpful to the men as they improve their own thinking and approach, and also help them understand how a different perspective from their own can add depth to their own experience. Second, gender parity at the highest levels is particularly important in sports or other industries where gender representation has been lacking. We can't simply look to point those that are already well known in the industry and that have the inside track. We have to remember that getting dynamic women with knowledge and expertise in specific needed areas can be even more valuable than an industry insider, as they bring their fresh and unique perspective. This is something we are particularly focused on at the PGA Tour, and this again is where male champions can really be valuable as they can fill industry-specific gaps in knowledge. The bottom line is that promotion of gender diversity is not simply about numbers. It's about providing the tools and recognition to really ensure the benefits of gender representation are realized. And all of us, men and women alike, have a responsibility and role to play in these efforts. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you today. I look forward to seeing you all in person at the next SIGA Female Leadership Summit.
All right. Thank you, Neera. That was awesome. And now I'm going to call up, if you would make your way forward, our esteemed panelists. We're excited for what this panel will be, and it's really an opportunity for us to hear from our male allies and be able to have a conversation around that. And so I'm going to turn it over to you, Lisa.
Thank you.
And look forward to hearing more. Thanks, everybody.
And sorry, and will Karen be joining us?
Yes, Karen will join us.
Okay, so, well, first of all, thank you for having me back. It's great to be here. It's been a fantastic day. Oh, hi, Karen.
Hi,
Karen. See Karen in a second. Lisa Murray asked me to show you my cards because hers were so messy and mine, she was very impressed with mine. So we'll see how it goes, though. She did a great job. Anyway, we're talking about male allies. And before we get into it, just the concept of sports is really more than just sports. Sports is transcendent. Sports influences culture and business. And for that, these gentlemen and this woman are really allies, but they're also champions of change and also champions of societal change. So with that, their roles are really more than sports, and it's really important what they're doing. And what you'll hear from today, some have established businesses, some are advocates, and some are advocates within their offices, and so you'll hear all about it. We're going to start first with John and Karen, who are much more on the sports side of things. I'm going to ask first John and then Karen, talk a little bit about what that pivotal moment was for you to become an ally.
So Athletes Unlimited, just for those who don't know, is a network of professional women's sports leagues. We started in March of 2020. I'd been at Major League Soccer, I'd been running the team in New York on the men's side, and I had just noticed that I thought there was a massive opportunity in professional women's sports. So my journey started with a market opportunity. It led me to women's sports, and then really the pivotal moments that happened were in the planning stages in 2019. My partner now, co-founder Jonathan Soros, said, what if we don't go get invested in existing leagues, but what if we actually start with a blank sheet of paper and think of what sports leagues would look like if you could start from scratch? And that question alone opens up so many possibilities that you don't think about if you start from what exists today and what's been done in the past. So that was the first pivotal moment. The second is we started that planning process, and we went out and we talked to people who'd been in those sports as executives. We talked to sponsors, and we talked to other people we knew, investors. But then the most important conversations happened when someone said, why don't you bring some athletes to the table and talk to them about what they'd want to see in a pro sports league? Simple idea. I don't think it had ever been done before in the history of sports league creation. And that one meeting that happened in the planning stages in 2019 with a group of 5 pro softball athletes literally set the table for the way in which we have run our organization since then. And for the past 3 years, athletes have been partners with us at every level of the organization, from the board of directors to our player executive committee to everything that you see happen in the league. And for me, I think that Nira said it so well, that simple structural change in the way we make decisions and the way we organize ourselves, to me, is the key foundational element of what we've been able to bring to the table, and I hope is helpful for other people as they think about their organizations.
Yeah. Okay. And Karen, talk a little bit about what you're working on now with F1.
Okay. Good evening. There's a saying about having the graveyard shift. It's nearly 10 p.m. But the reason I've always been an ally of girls and women in whichever sports I've worked in, whether I'm colleague, boss, mentor, and as such, I've been working with SIGA for many years. But I'm joining you tonight as the newly appointed chair of a new initiative called More Than Equal. And the reason for joining this panel and being pro the blokes is because the 2 men that founded this initiative and are enabling women. And More Than Equal, our mission is to find the first female F1 champion. And for the 2 men that started it, David Coulthard, you've probably heard of him, former F1 driver and champion. For David, it was a personal story, because he always said that his sister had a better, stronger natural ability to drive when they were younger and they were karting, but she never had the opportunity he did. And for Carol Komarek, who's an entrepreneur and a businessman, he had a strong and inspiring mother. He has 2 boys, 2 girls, and he never wants to be the father that says to his girls, you don't do it, you can't do it. And he has seen that throughout his philanthropic and his businesses all over the world. He employs over 9,000 people, and he's heavily into most of the national lotteries and betting sort of programs around the world. And he has well over 40% of women, and his CFO and his COO are women. So both these guys are putting their money where their mouth is, and he's appointed a chair, a female CEO, and so far 2 board directors. So we are the fabulous women that are leading this initiative for other girls and women to get on the F1 grid.
Karen, and sure, that's amazing. Yay. I'm curious, what's the pipeline like for women drivers?
Well, I've just flew back from Bahrain, and part of me was really enthused by the support. You know, the momentum is there, the opportunities now, but I guess the telltale sign is in our name. It's going to take more effort, more data, more funding, more support, more grit, and and more girls, because the pool is so tiny. So what we're doing is to go out using data, using research to find the girls, whether they're 8 years old, 10 years old, where they are in the world, where they're karting or driving in GT or already in Formula 4, which is very few. It's roughly about 10, 12%, and we're looking for that talent. So in terms of your question, the pool is tiny. We've got to grow it. We've got to give more opportunities. We've got to find the girls and the women to be role models, to get more girls into karting. And we've got to, essentially it's the largest glass ceiling in sport to smash.
Yeah, no, so to speak, right? You don't want to smash.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure. Doug and Jan, for both of you, you're champions of change and your allies more internally. Talk a little bit about how you see your role as allies in the office. We'll start with you, Jan, and then Doug.
Yeah, sure. Thanks. So maybe a couple words about M&T Bank first, because I'm not sure that everyone is familiar. M&T Bank is a super regional bank, has offices from Maine to Virginia. We are a community bank, and that's how we identify. We have a large portfolio of sponsorships we do, most prominently our naming rights partnership in Baltimore with the Ravens. But our portfolio is quite diverse. For example, here in New York, we have a founding bank relationship with a fantastic organization called The Shed. If you haven't been, I encourage you to go visit them. They are quite exciting. So what do we do? I mean, from a brand standpoint, women in sports is really exciting and something that we are actively exploring. As a leader within the marketing organization at M&T Bank, I know that it makes good sense to bring diverse perspectives to any challenge that we may have. So I make an active point to invite and encourage diverse perspectives. And so far, thankfully, I think it's worked out quite well. I've been asked by my colleagues on my team to speak on this panel, and so I'm quite excited to be here.
I guess one question is, why am I sitting here? I'm at Major League Soccer. It's a men's league. I came from a big law firm where I supported the NFL, a men's league. But part of the reason I am where I am is because of female leadership. I was mentored by incredible women at my law firm who served the NFL. People don't associate female leadership in the NFL, but it's there in terms of who was advising and making strategic calls. I was hired by our general counsel, who was here earlier today at Major League Soccer, who is an incredible leader in the sports space. And when I walk into the office at a men's professional sports league here in New York City, 41% of our league office are women. Our president is a woman. Our general counsel is a woman. We have, I think it's 18 vice presidents who are women, and those numbers are increasing daily. So as much as a lot of our conversation today is about female participation in sport, we should always be mindful that when it comes to men's sports, there's an equal role for women in many of the roles, and that comes to our officiating, where we had female referees at the World Cup this year and in Major League Soccer. We could have more. We should have more. There's a lot of gain to be had in coaching. We sent, right now, we have a coach with the San Jose Earthquakes who is in France as part of an executive leadership coaching regime where we send 25 a year for certification. She'll be the first woman to come back with that certification and will hopefully open doors, not just in women's soccer, but in men's soccer for female leadership on the sidelines. And I think that's something we all have to keep in mind.
Okay, and Randall, as Chief Inclusion Officer, I mean, you have a very big role in general, but talk a little bit about your role at MasterCard, and then we'll talk a little bit more in specifics about MasterCard's role with women in sports.
Got it. So, hey everyone, welcome to MasterCard, our office. So we can do that. You can clap. Again, my name is Randall Tucker, and I lead Global Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion here at MasterCard for the entire organization. Why we do it? Because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do the right thing to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to succeed. Our focus area within the organization falls around two pillars, around creating an environment where everyone can succeed, as well as inclusion, education, and awareness. And so you can't create an environment where everyone can succeed without training your employees on how to do it, because we don't just naturally wake up inclusive leaders. And so that's two of the things that kind of hold us together. We feel that the organization fully is on board, from the CEO to the board to our employees with our employee resource groups. So it's organic as well as strategic from the top, and we're very excited for all of you to be here.
Okay. And last year, MasterCard, and I'm having you put your marketing hat on, but
yes.
We'll put you on the spot. MasterCard last year announced a partnership with the NWSLPA, and which was to provide a little bit more support for women in the sports space, in soccer. Talk a little bit about what happened during the year. Where are things at, and where does MasterCard see things going, as much as you can?
So I can.
Okay.
I can do
All right.
this.
All right. Good.
So let's kind of take a step back and say, why do we even have a partnership within the sports field with women? And so just like we do with men, at the end of the day, we want women customers, and we want to be the brand of choice to women. At the end of the day, that's what we're here to do business. And so we're trying to find partnerships and relationships where we can connect to as many women as possible. Sports is one of them. We do the same thing for men. So there's equity in what we're doing. We're not just doing something, oh, we're doing that for the women and we're doing this for the men. It's the same formula that we're using. So sports is one of those levers that we use to find the consumers that we want to be with. And within that, we've built relationships and partnerships that you said within the sports field, in the agreements that we've made from last year. And there's three things that I found that was very interesting as I was kind of going through my notes. One is that we did the junior reporter, where we had little kids as a part of the Priceless campaign, where they could interview some of the players, which was great. So it gives little young kids, girls, an opportunity to see, wow, I can find someone that looks like me in this sports arena, which gives encouragement. I can do this as well. The other piece was around our awards that we have done for the top players. I think it was 22 players. And, again, giving women players a platform to be recognized is also something that's really important. And then the last piece is that we have something called Girls for Tech. And so that's how do you develop young women into STEM programming. And then coupled with women players, bringing them together to do these clinics where you learn some STEM as well as learn how to play soccer. And that's a great opportunity to see it's not just one or the other that you have to navigate, but you can do both. You can be smart in science as well as play soccer. So those are some of the things that we're doing under the banner of gender balance, as well as inclusion as an organization.
John, do you want to talk a little bit about how the leaderboard works and how you are putting spotlights actually on athletes themselves rather than just the teams?
Yeah, I mean, so at the core of Athletes Unlimited is a whole host of innovations, and one of those innovations is that actually players change teams each week of the season. So it's a 5-week season. Players actually change teams. They get points based on how well they do and how well their team does, and they move up and down that leaderboard. So a really novel concept. So you're taking athletes that for their entire life have always been part of a fixed team, have always been thinking about this team that I'll play with for the entire season, and instead they're being redrafted and drafted week after week. So it's a really novel concept. When people come into it, the original instinct is that this is not for me. I'm a team player. And what they find out very quickly is that they are on a team. Each week they're on a team. Each week they're on this leaderboard. And the only way you can succeed on the leaderboard is by your team doing well. And what we found is that it really promotes a concept that all 44 players in the league, all 4 teams, are part of one collective body. And even more importantly, what we found, we run a volleyball league, our basketball league, our softball league, and our lacrosse leagues. What we found over time is that the experience of a lot of athletes, and I don't know how much this applies to those that are sitting here, from a young age, once you become an elite athlete, much of your experience ends up being in your sport. You see the world through a basketball lens or a volleyball lens or a lacrosse lens or a track and field lens. And so what has happened at Athletes Unlimited is because we're running a network of 4 leagues, athletes have all of a sudden started connecting with one another on our player executive committees, on our intersectional equity working group, on our caregiving working group, and they've started to come together and talk and share practices and learnings. And so at Athletes Unlimited, one of the really incredible experiences for me has been being part of those conversations, part of those rooms, where really the athletes are leading the way, but where they're also really starting to be able to think about themselves, not in that silo or only where their relationships exist in that individual sport, but where it goes outside of that. And we as professionals have a lot of those opportunities in environments like these. Historically, for a lot of professional athletes that we work with, and these are the best of the best, they aren't invited into these rooms. They aren't invited into rooms where there are even athletes from other sports, and that has been a really incredible takeaway and a really incredible learning. And I heard literally yesterday one of our basketball players say that she had played her entire career, she's a veteran now in professional basketball, and the relationships she's been able to build over the 2 years of being an Athletes Unlimited with certain players are deeper than some of the relationships she's ever been able to build in sport, because they're coming together to talk about, as I mentioned on Player Executive Committee, important issues related to childcare in terms of what the uniforms are going to be, who our sponsors should be. And so that's just a level of involvement in decision-making that I hope is something that other organizations will take and maybe start to implement in sport, and I think we're seeing some of that already, and outside of sport.
Thank you. Karen, what sort of reception are you getting as you push for more women in F1, both in Europe and in Dubai and around the world?
Well, as I said, sort of, this initiative was first launched in Silverstone, and then at Abu Dhabi, the last race of last season, it was the sort of vision mission was outlined. What we've been doing since then is focusing on research, and there's never been any fact-finding research as to girls, where they are, where they're driving, how they're doing. Why do they drop off at such a young age? And most of that is because there is no bespoke development pathway for girls. So that is what we're doing. We're working with the industry's experts who many work with majority of the teams to train drivers to create that talent pathway for girls. In terms of reactions, I'd say it's about 80% totally positive. And we've met with teams that say, the performance directors, the talent scouts that say, we believe girls can do it. And then on the other side, you meet with some of those, those old grumpy guys who are engineers, or even some of the F1 journos, and they say, but, are women physically capable to do it? Surely our necks can't cope with the G-forces. Aren't women risk averse? Have women really got the mental agility? And you know, before we even go into what we're doing, you kind of look on a broader spectrum and say, well, we've sent 70 women into space. There are over, in US and UK alone, there are over 1,000 fighter pilots, and most of them have seen combat. And in fact, the G-forces and the ability to be able to be a fighter pilot is even greater than that's needed for astronauts. You know, there are over 35% of women, female champions in extreme sports. And at the Tokyo Summer Olympics 2021 because of COVID, it was the highest ever female participation. So we have 49% of Olympians across every single Olympic sport. So when we have some of the best high performance driver trainers in the world saying that we believe women can do it, we've got to find women who can be role models so that they can inspire girls to get into it, and at the same time set out that development pathway and show them the opportunity. And once, you know, we don't want pink helmets and we don't want like the W Series, women versus women in a lower spec car. Once you put on your helmet, you know, you're the fastest driver in the world, and most teams just want the fastest driver. So we've got teams saying, you give us you identified a girl, you help train them, we'll take them on. If they're fast, we'll give them a seat.
That's great. Doug, talk about now, sorry, the MLS is a separate league, as we know, from NWSL. Are there any opportunities to overlap or create some support for NWS as an emerging, you know, still emerging league?
Well, first of all, congratulations to all the NWSL has accomplished, you know, this last year. It's truly incredible, and speak about a league on the rise. But we share a common DNA, which is, as we've heard, and as I've heard at SIGA presentations elsewhere, this is soccer here in America, not football. But here we are growing the sport in this country, and it's a sport that has existed here for a long time, but has not gotten the professional attention that it has in much of the rest of the world. And both of our leagues and the other professional sanctioned leagues in the United States are growing the game in a lot of our markets, in the markets that we are not in, but other professional clubs are. And for every boy and girl across America to be able to go see top-level soccer players perform at their best in top-rate stadiums that are built for soccer is an incredibly exciting time. The player pathway is something we all talk about a lot because now that we have at the professional ranks these opportunities, we need to continue to foster the growth of our youth who have a professional aspiration and how they reach it. So even MLS has been in the amateur space for only 2 years now with something we call MLS Next. And we have 11 girls participating in our league this year, including the #1 pick in the NWSL this year, played on our U19 boys team and did quite well. So, you know, there's opportunities both in single gender opportunities and dual gender opportunities to provide pathways for the best amongst us and really grow the game.
Yeah. John, AU launched 3 years ago. How much has changed since then?
I mean, so much has changed. I mean, the landscape 3 years ago when I went out with the original idea of even investing in the NWSL or the WNBA at that time, you honestly could not I couldn't find anyone who supported and thought it was a good idea. And that only encouraged me more because I thought it was a good idea. And I said, no one else is realizing how good an idea it is. There obviously been a lot of people who've worked much harder on this over a much longer period of time. So I want to acknowledge there's been a lot of hard work done over many generations, and I think it's always important. I do want to say something that Karen just mentioned and came up again. You know, one thing you'll notice in Athletes Unlimited is we run 4 professional women's sports leagues, but women's does not show up in the brand name. And this is not a network of leagues. And that's not because in any way we're shying away from our commitment to women's sports, but we want to build the best sports leagues in the world. And I do think that's one of the things which is getting reframed and should continue to be reframed, which is we're not trying to build the best women's lacrosse league. We're trying to build the best lacrosse league. And I do think that the model that we're implementing with now 132 games a year across our leagues, contracts with Nike and ESPN and CBS and big deals and playing in, I'd say in the right facilities, I think that is really the framework which we all need, because that's what also fans expect, right? And fans, they're smart enough to know what's going on, and regardless of kind of what the current market opportunity is, we need to be thinking in those contexts. And that's certainly how we live every day at Athletes Unlimited, and that's the mantra that we use. And so we really want to own that, and I think that's indicative of where the future is.
Yeah. Randall, we'll start with you, and then it's open to anyone here. But how do you take this conversation we're having beyond this room?
I think it's what Karen had mentioned. We're going back to Karen, what she said. She also has a beautiful chandelier behind her that I want. So Karen, I'll be over in London wherever you are. I think it goes back to, at the end of the day, when Karen had mentioned we want the fastest driver. And so at our organization, we want the smartest person to help us drive innovation and problem solve. And so how do you keep the conversation going is just looking at it from two lenses around, as I said earlier, it's the right thing to do, the right thing, but also not just, I don't want women just to be in, I don't want black people, I don't want LGBTQ plus people in a room just because they look different or they have a different background. I want them because of their mind share and what they bring to the table. And so if you capture it in that sense, sometimes we lose the reason of why we're doing things from a diversity, equity, inclusion perspective. And I think you keep it top of mind when you connect it to business.
Okay.
Maybe I can add to that, Lisa. One thing that I experienced, so I work with NFL partners a lot, and I'm German, grew up in Africa, and so I'm a clear outsider when it comes to the boardroom on the NFL, right? They tend to have a similar path to getting into that room. So it was very evident to me that they speak a common language. So one thing, when thinking about male allies, what can we all do? We aren't all in that boardroom. We don't all lead diversity for large brands. Is how do we create experiences that change, that ultimately lead to supporting the change of that language? Right? So to the degree that you're able to in your communities, whether that's your family, your neighbors, your work, embrace women's sports experiences, whether it's going to your local college and visiting a sports experience or embracing that in some other fashion, I think is something that we all can do. To me, that's something that I've been embracing and taking my boys. I happen to have two boys, so that they can also see that sport is done and done really well by women.
Okay. And so let's say for predictions, John, I'm going to put you on the spot. We talk a lot today about soccer, some basketball. Where do you see some of the sports that you're supporting? Where are they going to be in a year from now?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I love soccer. I spent a good number of years in a professional career running a pro men's soccer team. The landscape is so much bigger than even soccer or basketball, which really dominated at the pro level. I would point out volleyball as an example. 1 billion people play volleyball around the world. More girls play high school volleyball in the United States than play soccer or basketball. It's incredible. And so for me, when I look out over the future and I think about sports like lacrosse that are growing so dramatically and have such deep ties, sport like softball, where 2 million people will tune in to watch the Women's College World Series, more than will watch the Men's College World Series or many, many other sporting events that we've talked about at the pro level here, whether it's hockey or others. So I just think there's huge demand and huge opportunity. And I think what people have to realize is this is not really about creating new fans. Yes, that'll be great, but there are so many fans out there for these sports already that we simply haven't had the commercial apparatus to take advantage of them. I mean, that's the incredible thing. So many girls playing these sports, so many people watching them, men and women, but yet we haven't, as brand partners, media partners, leagues, really created the right commercial apparatus to kind of to really capitalize on it. And I think that's what's going to happen over the next couple of years. We're seeing dramatic investment come in, and it has to happen on all levels. It happens from team owners and leagues, but also the brands, also the media production and social media, and takes a lot to create a league today and make it successful and make it something that fans want. And the fans are there. We just need to create the apparatus.
Okay, thank you. And Karen, what's your goal for a year from now, if not a prediction?
Sorry, I guess a year from now, we'll have the research, we'll have identified some of the first girls karting, and we'll have scouted them and get them on the development pathway. More than equal is in it for the long game. It's going to take us 8 to 10 years, but we believe within 10 years, we'll have a woman on the F1 grid. Just as when Ron Dennis went out and scouted and found Lewis Hamilton, you know, first person of color on the grid, and look at that guy go now. And Lewis is the first to come and support us and say that a woman can do it with the right opportunity, the right support, the right strength and conditioning, the right expertise, the right help. We'll need more brave teams. We'll need more brave men that like the ones on your panel, and kudos to them. And we'll need brave brands to support us commercially, to put their money behind this as well.
Okay. And Randall, why don't you take us home? Any last thoughts?
During our prep for this, you were down in Florida. You were at a table of some sort outside.
Okay.
Decorating your whole house now.
Yeah.
I was in different places.
You were at different places, but you asked me like when I was like, "What's the title of this?" And you were like, "Allies, Men Allies," and I cringed because I don't like the word ally as it is an option.
Yeah.
I think that if we are leaders in any industry, including in business or in sports, men have an active role to play, and it's not an option because we're leaders and we're trying to get to the right perspective and to the right end game. We're looking for best, and half the planet is women, and so we need that perspective.
Yes. Absolutely. Wow. Thank you.
Rename the panel next year.
Okay. We do have a few minutes left for questions, if anyone has any. Any questions? I guess everybody's ready for drinks.
Yeah.
All right. Well, John, Randall, Doug, and Jan got it all right. And Karen, thank you, especially Karen. Thank you for joining us at this late hour. And this was wonderful. Thank you all for joining us.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good night from London.
Thank you.
Good night from
Good
London.
night.
Thank you. Thank you all. Really, really appreciate it. I want to say one special shout out to M&T Bank for powering that panel for us. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Greatly appreciated. And appreciate all the male champions, not allies, but champions, because I think we all can use a champion or an advocate, regardless what gender or race we are. So thank you for that very insightful panel. We are now going to go to Lynn Casey, CEO and founder of Shine Scout. And she's going to summarize a little bit of trends and reports of where we are in female leadership in sport. And so I have to just say this, and Lynn, can I get you to come over? So Lynn and I, we saw each other, and like speaks to like. Yeah. She was like, oh, that bright yellow. And I was like, ooh, that bright red. And then since then, we've been friends. So
best friends. Best friends. We're taking
you are
over
going to
the world.
love, love, love this. And I am so excited to meet you. And now for you to share.
Thank you.
Give it up for Lynn.
Yes. First of all, let me say I appreciate everyone sitting here through the end. If I could put my hair in little buns, I am Princess Leia. I'm a hologram with words of hope. Yes. So as Nicole said, my name is Lynn Casey. I'm the CEO and founder of a human insights and future trends consultancy called Shine Scout. We work with Fortune 100 companies who are all looking for the same answer. They're trying to understand the human journey. From Google to Instagram, Sephora to Reebok, I work with companies that come to me and say, where are we and where are we going? I think of this work as a form of cultural cartography. I'm a map maker. I track the hot spots of human desire, and I lead people to where we're going next. I love my work. And my most important compass, it's the human heart. I think it's something that we all feel and something that we all use. What I've been hearing a lot today is the frustration, the time it's taking for us to make the change that we want to make. And I'm here to tell you, this is my Princess Leia moment, I think we're closer think we're closer than we think. What's been a game of inches, I believe, is going to be a game of yards. Why? Because we stand at a portal moment. We stand at a moment of great change. We've seen these before. It's like a 100-year storm where there's a convergence of elements that come together at the same time and make big change. The first of these is the maturity, is the coming of age of Gen Z. This is a cohort, a generation that has a bigger, stronger social agenda than any generation we have seen before. They are here to make a change. When you think of Gen Z, I will give you a cheat. Picture Katniss in the Hunger Games. She is determined to make the world a better place, and she'll go to any end to make that happen. The second event that happened that converged was the murder of George Floyd. It became a flashpoint about equity and social justice. And the third, obviously, was COVID, was a pandemic, where we spent 2 years in serious reflection and inquiry, trying to figure out, what is this world that we've created for ourselves? Women most of all. And we saw what happened when we came out of this. We had a new agenda. We had a new purpose. And most importantly, we had a new urgency to do better and be better now. Women led the Great Resignation. We left first. We said we can do better. We can make a bigger, brighter world. We've also seen a rise from these women in entrepreneurship. Last year, more new business applications were filed by women than any year prior, and that is going to continue. And finally, the most quiet and maybe the most important revolution of all, how we buy. I think we all know that most households are led by women. 83% of buying decisions are made by women. And women have a new agenda when they shop. There's a sense of what are the values of the company? Who are they supporting? How do they hire? What do they stand for? We need to be aware of all these things. So how does this tie back to sports? You know, there's a reason throughout the ages that sports are where we come together. It's our gathering point. It's that place where we see each other. And I've heard it mentioned here today. I think it's where we share the best of ourselves. Sports serves as an allegory for how we want life to be. A place where we can cry together, we can strive together, we can console each other, and we can cheer for each other. It's sort of our dream of life. So last year I had the opportunity to sort of dive into this phenomena a little more deeply. A very large sports technology platform came to me and said they had invented this online training program for youth sports. And they wanted to see what the messaging should be and if it was effective. It was a fascinating project. I had no idea what I was going to unpack, and I learned a lot. You know, there's a lot of people who participate in youth sports. There's an estimate as of last year, according to the Aspen Institute, that up to 60% of young people under the age of 17 in this country participate in youth sports. That's a lot of people. I got to ask the parents and the kids and the coaches, why? Why do this? So much time, so much money. What is the value? I expected to hear about scholarships. I expected to hear about a leg up getting into schools. I expected to hear parents saying, you know, it's something for them to do in the afternoon. I heard none of these things. I had parents refer to sports as the third parent. They leaned on sports as a wise counsel to help them form character, to help them breed grit, to help teach perseverance, to help a teenager understand delayed gratification. They looked at me like I was crazy. They said, I can't do this alone. Sports works with us to raise the kind of human beings we want to raise. Parents told me, and I want to get this quote right, that by making a commitment to sports, they were ensuring that their child would reach their fullest potential as good human beings. That's powerful. What was really interesting is the people that were most virulent about this were the dads of daughters. They were passionate about it. They were on fire. They wanted their girls to be on a field, to be on a court, and be fully in their bodies, to own their power and to learn how to lead. They were passionate. And today, more than ever, to get to where we all want to be in this room next, we need these full-hearted, fully formed human beings. You know, technology and AI are marvelous tools, but what we crave emotion. We crave that engine of empathy. Again, that starts right here. And this is not just my opinion. You know, out of all the incredible AI and technology suite of tools that this technology startup offered these kids, the #1 feature that the kids hand raised for was a voicemail feature wherein a professional athlete would leave them a message the night before one of their games and tell them, "You got this. I believe in you." Young girls in particular responded to this feature almost in awe that someone would leave a message for them and believe in them. And I think that's where the gap has been. You know, when we talk about this middle school gap for kids, it's about imprinting. It's neurological imprinting. See her, be her. That has to happen between the ages of 5 and 8. This is when our values are formed. These girls at a very young age need to see this. And I think that's where the gap has been. And that's why I think we're going to catch up. Because we're making changes. You know, there's a moment right before change happens. There's a moment, there's something in the air. I have felt it before in the work that I've done, and you have too. It's the electricity of a runner on the starting blocks, right? It's a basketball player when they're standing on the line. It's a tennis player when they're back on their heels, racket in their hand. We know that feeling. There's a change in the air. I think today, that's what we can feel right now. There's that crackle in the air. There's that moment where we believe that we are going to bear witness to greatness. People ask me, how do I intuit the future? I think it's a call and response. I think the future sends us signals. It asks us questions. Who do we want to be? And what kind of world do we want to live in? I think everyone in this room knows the answer. So let's play it forward. Thank you.
Amazing. Another round. Lynn, the anticipation of standing on that line or being on that court and waiting for that moment is definitely what's happening in this room. It's what's happened in this room all day. So thank you for saying that in just such an eloquent way and sharing those trends with us and those insights, because we all want to figure out what's in the future, right? And none of us have that crystal ball, but we can listen and pay attention and look for that call and response. So appreciate you for that. All right, now I'm very excited to share. Recently, SIGA has chosen a new council chair, an Italian magistrate, and Giovanni Tartaglia Bolutini has been elected, and we're excited to share and introduce him in his first official act. So this is a big moment. Let's make sure we give a huge round of applause and listen in to Giovanni as he shares with us for the very first time in his new role.
Sport is a source of inspiration and shared values, a factor of progress and human fulfillment that moves billions of people around the world. Sport is a fundamental driver for both economic growth and social inclusion, supporting the Sustainable Development Goals, constituting the core of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In addition, sport is a multi-billion-dollar industry with intricate ties to public and private interests. In this framework, female leadership in sport is part of good governance and is not just a woman issue, but is an issue for the entire society and the sport sector in particular. As part of its efforts, Sport Integrity Global Alliance has promoted the 2023 Summit on Female Leadership in Sport. We all know that diversity of thought leads to better decision-making, innovation, and business. We all have to deepen how do we close the gender gap when it comes both in terms of revenue, airtime, media coverage, etc. Increased attention for female athletes and professionalism in women's sport should translate to sponsorship and more support for female athletes. The power of athletes to move the needle on pressing social issues to create a positive change, both on and off the field, is a force that is unrivaled. Athletes embodying the values of sport, such as fair play, teamwork, respect, and honesty, and I repeat, honesty, can fight social injustice, dismantle stereotypes, and create a more level playing field in all aspects of our life. As SIGA recently elected chair, I couldn't be prouder of the summit of female leadership in sport, which we are now closing. It was pure thought leadership, and I am sure that every one of us is taking precious learning that will help us in being a champion of female leadership and to embrace equity as a value in itself. Thank you for all your support. And as Emmanuel Macedo de Medeiros, the CEO of SIGA, sustain and often says, we count on you and you can count on us. Thanks for your attention again and see you soon.
That's wonderful, and so great that we got to share in that very first moment. And now, there's only one man who could wrap all of this up today. Only one man who could really put a bow tie on everything we've heard today. And he's the one man who's also standing between you and a glass of champagne. So I'm going to ask to bring up the one, the only Emmanuel.
Thank you. Thank you. See? I'm not. This was not to create suspense or to be mean to you. I know that champagne is waiting for everyone, and we do have many reasons to celebrate. But I'm not just the man standing between you and the champagne. I am a troublemaker. I am a troublemaker because I dare to believe that if we really want it, if we are really committed, we can make it happen. You said amazing things that touched my heart and touched every one of us. I would like to use that as the starting point, to appeal to all of you, to encourage all of you, to ask you, all of you, not to be neutral. Not to be a bystander, not to think that this is just a woman's issue or it is just an issue for some. This is our issue, and this is our moment, and this is a moment where we have to pick sides, we have to make options, and we have to be accounted for. You mentioned the global pandemic and the trail of trauma it left behind. Did we all have moments where we said to ourselves, if we had the opportunity, if we could go back, we would be better. We would think more of others, less of us. We would be kind to people. We would give a fair opportunity. We would play by the rules. Because if don't, then what do we have left? And we are here, 2023. More than 8 million people died. And many more million are left with mental issues, with aggravated poverty that you see everywhere, including in the streets when we walk around. So this is our indeclinable responsibility to seize this momentum, to seize this opportunity, to make a difference. I have shared with you how frustrated I am. I will not accept more promises. I will not accept more run speeches. I will be what I have always been, a disruptor. a troublemaker. Because in the wise words of Kerouac, only those who dare to believe can make things happen. And if you don't do it for yourselves, do it for the person next to you. Do it for your daughters. Do it for your granddaughters. We spoke about the power of sport, the power to inspire, the power to motivate, the power to encourage, the power, as Mandela said, to change the world. But what kind of change can sport aspire to? And those who love it, those who work on it, those who invest in it, what kind of expectations can we have if sport cannot lead by example? If when we look ourselves in the mirror, as Katie was saying, we think we're formidable. Because sometimes it's easier to deny than to accept. Accept our vulnerabilities. Accept our gaps. Accept our mistakes. Even if mistake is just the starting point to the success. Let's do it, as Randall said, because it's the right thing to do, as MasterCard does. He was asked why MasterCard supports this cause. And he said, it's because it's the right thing to do. Why should we be embarrassed because we're doing the right thing? In our moment in time, what kind of legacy do we want to leave behind? What kind of legacy, as a father of 3, do I want to leave for my children? What kind of example I'm committed to do as elected CEO for a global organization if I am not ready to give the example, if I'm not ready to walk the walk? And this is why we have changed our constitution so that we can have gender parity. And many other reforms that are underway. But this, my dear friends, is not the end of the road. This is not a one-off. This is just another brick on the wall. Another brick on the pavement that will lead us to true transformation, to true revolution, to true change. Meaningful, heartfelt change. Cultural change. And that is why we are here. That is why we brought fashion. That is why we brought technology. That's why we bring female leadership. It's because this is too big and too complex to be single-handed tackled. It is our job as a united front of committed individuals and organizations to lead by example. And let me tell you, it's not going to be fancy talking that's going to get us anywhere. We need you to put your hand not just in your conscience and do what's within your reach, but we need you to put your hands on your pockets and mobilize the resources that we need so that next year we have at least 100 female leaders from all over the world. Not those that can afford, but those who cannot afford. Those whose name is unspoken. Those who do not have the chances that many of us have had in our lives. And we owe this to ourselves. We owe this to those who trailblazed, who were enabled us to be here. I have heard many people talking about the mentors, men and women who inspired their lives, who changed their lives, who opened their horizons, who opened the windows and the doors. And there is only one thing I ask. Do for others what others have done for you. Create a pathway so that we can have excellence and merit at all levels of sport. So that sport can be this beacon of light, even in the darkest moments. We had here amazing athletes throughout the day. And we had a panel on female athlete activism. Have we forgotten what athletes have done during the pandemic? How they mobilized their voice, how they mobilized their belief, and how they gave us faith and hope to carry on when we were confined in our houses, when we did not know whether we could get supplies or whether we would fall ill and maybe like almost 9 million people vanished. Athletes are key. And we want to mobilize the athlete community in the United States to be at center stage. You have a voice, you have the power, use it. The moment is now. But I want to finish what I said by using words that are not mine. If I can find a paper. But words that echo what I feel. And with this, it's a CTA, call to action, that I would like to extend to all of you. Fight for the things that you care about, but do it in a way that will lead others to join you. This is our responsibility. This is our privilege. This is our opportunity. The words that I have evoked are not mine. They belong to a great lady, and her name is Ruth Bader Ginsburg. A legend, a true example of female leadership, a fighter and a pioneer for women's rights and human rights, because women's rights are human rights, and a great woman of law who was the second female justice in the US Supreme Court. What an example. How powerful words. So thank you. Thank you. To those who stand here, firm, motivated, ready for action, you are the evidence that impossible is nothing. You are the evidence that we can score and we can win. We can transform. We can cause an impact. We can create a path and a legacy. 100 mentees. Katie will make sure that we all deliver 100 mentees and action. That is what I wanted to say to you. Thank you to the speakers, to the moderators, to the MCs. Like last year, I live here in a hall. I live here overwhelmed. Powerful messages. Powerful message that inspired me, that will fuel me, that will make me walk or fly the extra mile if I have to. To our hosts, our founding member MasterCard, a huge, heartfelt word of appreciation. No cause can be won without champions. And MasterCard and the people who give face, a human face to MasterCard, have been true champions. So, Ali, in you, I thank all the MasterCard team for what you have done, shouldering with SIGA, supporting the cause, and being a voice, a strong voice for change. To the sponsor of the Global Mentorship Program, Underdog Ventures. I know now why you have chosen the CEO. Ace is a powerful woman. What a rock star. To the mentors who make all this happen, a huge heartfelt word of appreciation. And to the mentees, you are the reason why we carry on doing what we're doing. I would like to thank also those who are not here, but who I know have been following attentively all these hours of thought leadership, of disruption, of change. We are a growing community. Tomorrow in Sao Paulo, we will have also another impactful thought leadership event under the auspices of SIGA Latin America and conducted by another female leader, Chief Operating Officer of SIGA Latin America, Daniela Castro. A big shout out to her. And to all those who also have supported us with the tech means, with the cameras, with everything. Thank you on behalf of SIGA. I feel humbled, but I feel fired up and ready for the fight. And because it is a fight, who better can we have than our team captain, Katie Simmons, who I would like to ask to issue the final word.
I'm going to keep it short and sweet because we've got, because everything's been said, but just a huge thank you. I feel immensely proud of what we're building together, very proud. The dynamic here today has been absolutely outstanding, and I've loved hearing the chatter from the outside of this room, the networking that's gone on. It's been absolutely fantastic, and just ask you all to join us in our collective effort and to enjoy the champagne toast. Thank you.
Word, but I do have to just do little housekeeping, just a little bit. So you thanked almost everyone, but we do want to remind everybody that the opening of the applications for the 5th cycle of the SIGA mentorship is coming up. So please be on the outlook for that. And then also want to make sure that we just a day early, but happy International Women's Day. Do not forget, there is a special SIGA Wow session, so make sure that you tune in for that. It's going to be with Debbie Hewitt, who is the first female chair of the FA. And so make sure that during your International Women's Day, you take a moment and you watch that. And also just thank you so much for the energy and excitement and dialogue that's happened here today. It's really made what we've done all worthwhile, and that's how we're going to advance the ball down the field. So thank you all. Champagne.